In this first video in the Law of Implication Money Getting series, which is a subset of the core Law of Implication teaching, I'm going to give you a shortcut formula for getting results that you can apply right now that's going to help you work with your brain to apply the Law of Implication to letting it know what goal you want it to work on and to maximize its power toward that goal, or to at least greatly increase its power towards a particular goal that you want to go for. Left to its own devices, your brain is going to tend to have a very vague idea, if any, of the goals that you really want. And it's going to be quite scattered in the power that it and the directionality that it focuses on towards that goal. If you hypnotize someone, this is quite interesting, they can lift much more weight because under normal circumstances, your muscles actually work against each other. If you were to go down to the fiber level of your muscles, then a lot of them work in one direction, but a bunch of them in the very same muscle work against the direction that you're trying to go. And under hypnosis, that it can be much more focused in one direction. That's a nice analogy, and analogies are fine if you've heard some other teaching about analogies, if someone is using them to explain a different concept, as long as the person understands the concept that's explaining. This vector representation of arrows pointing in different directions is representative of your power and focus regarding achieving a particular goal. And it is representative on a few different levels. It represents your mind itself, which can, according to a goal, let's say you want to make more money, or you want to make a startup business work, or you want to get a raise, or even that you want to enjoy your work more or have more success with your customers, or have your bosses like you more, or if you want to create a new product of your own and you want it to be particularly effective and unique and so forth. Or one more example is you could be trying to create a sales letter or sales process for a product, including for yourself if you're applying or looking. Maybe you have a job and you're would like to have an even better one. So this applies to your mind itself in terms of it can have beliefs and ways of operating and other goals that could interfere with the particular goal that you're supposedly going for. For example, it could have issues with wanting to like itself, like your brain might want to feel like it's smart and correct, and that can interfere with the achievement of your goals. That could make it more afraid of being rejected and so forth. It could have a number stuck in it that of the amount of money that it believes that you can and should make, and it can actually sabotage your efforts subconsciously to exceed that number. That number is generally going to be about the same as the people when you were growing up, about the average of what they made growing up in many cases. It's going to maybe have goals for you to be liked, which can at times conflict or be distracting from the goal of making money. None of these goals necessarily have to conflict, but if you have your mind focused on one particular goal in a very congruent way, then these other goals, like feeling smart or being liked, or hitting a particular number of income but not going higher because you're scared of that subconsciously and so forth, you don't have to worry about them as much. They'll naturally line up with your main goal or be treated as unimportant, which is good. It'll also be easier if you can get a goal properly installed in your brain. Then you'll be less easily distracted and tempted to do other things and so forth. On another level, these vectors represent your immediate environment, and they can also represent your kind of total external environment. So in your immediate environment are the people that you perceive to be right around you, and the things that they're doing are going to affect your brain and your motivation and what you think you should be doing. just having someone nearby doing something else or working on something, or if someone that doesn't respect you very much is going to affect your achievement of a goal. So there's all these different vectors. Again, some can be unimportant but feel important. If your goal is not clear, if you make your goal clear, then things that aren't important can drop away, become less important. And you can also spot things that are very important and try to and focus on those things. If you're in a romantic relationship or in a business and you want to impress your boss, there are certain things that are going to be important to your boss. And if you don't look for those things, you might just ignore them and do what you think is important rather than what your boss thinks is important. And then these vectors also have to do with your total environment. If there's problems, again, and let's say you have a problem in your personal relationship, and then you're trying to work, but then let's say you're trying to be creative, or you're trying to focus your mind, and your mind starts wandering over to a problem that you're trying to solve in some other part of your life, then clearly that's a vector going in the wrong direction that could be counterproductive. So that introduction, or this model, can help us to get a sense of one of the many ways that what I'm about to show you is going to help you. All right, I'm going to need to explain this. This is a shortcut that you can follow. And it's basically a technique you can do mentally, essentially something you're going to work through and visualize. It's more than visualizing, but it amounts to visualizing and working through something in your mind, as opposed to an activity that you do in front of your computer or something like that. And this is generally separate from taking actual action towards the result you want. This is an action toward the result you want, but it's kind of on its own and on your own time within your head, and you can repeat it, day by day and so forth, or when you feel like you want to. But doing this will have a very significant impact on your brain's power that it puts, and basically focused power that it puts towards achieving a particular goal. The result will be you'll achieve better and easier, and it's a very significant difference. Okay, so here's what you do. All right, the first thing you do is you're focusing on something mentally in your mind. All right, and the first thing you want to do is not focus on the goal itself or even achieving the goal, but you want to focus on something that happens right after you achieve your goal that would be a consequence of achieving your goal. So, for example, if you make more money either in your own business or you get a raise at work, you could imagine, for example, calling your spouse or calling whoever, a friend, your mother, whatever, calling them, let's just say for the sake of this example, calling your spouse. So you call your spouse and you excitedly say, hey, I got the raise, or my business just hit it's a dollar figure goal, my first step that I wanted to hit with 5 figures a month, or whatever it might be. And you're telling them, and then you want to continue and not just picture that, but picture, flesh that scenario out a little bit. Imagine your spouse like replying to you and saying, "Wow, what was the final thing that did it for you?" Or and you're like, "Oh, it was this," and they'll say like, "Oh, when did you find out?" And how do you feel? What is that like? And imagine them asking, and then you're replying to them, and you can. When doing this, you can either, this will happen sort of naturally, but you can also sort of mimic the body language. If you're totally alone, you could even say something out loud in order to go along with what you're picturing in your mind. You can, you can move your arms and do whatever you want to supplement what you're picturing in your mind if you want to. Actually, these days you don't have to be alone. With cell phones and Bluetooth, people just think you're talking on the phone. So you can actually, it used to be if you talked to yourself and that was a problem, but these days people, you can't tell whether someone's talking to themselves anyway. So you can just walk down the street talking loudly to yourself, and no one would bat an eyelash probably. It's kind of humorous. All right, so that's the first step. Remember that the important thing, and this goes along with the law of implication. This is the powerful way to communicate with your brain in the way that it understands, is to picture a scenario that is fleshed out to a decent degree that happens after you achieve your goal. Let me also point out that you don't need to limit your goal to just making money, for example. You can also imagine that you are both hit your income target and you enjoy doing it, and you can sustain and grow from there, and people are benefiting. In other words, like your customers or the business that you work for are benefiting as well, and you can see that. So don't just limit your goals. to one linear type of thing, like how much money you make, but take a look at and get a benefit in terms of happiness for yourself and others. And also focus on some sustainability. And imagine maybe being happy based on that goal long term. What our brain will do by default is stop making us happy about a particular goal soon after we achieve it. But it's actually possible to counteract that. If all you have to do is keep in mind, keep freshly in mind how you felt before you had the goal, like a mental picture of before you achieved it. I can remember very clearly what it would have been like in high school if someone had told me that I would have the wife and the marriage with my wife that I have today. I would have been so freaking happy. Could hardly believe it. And so by remembering that, it keeps my brain from making my current life the new standard for neutral feeling, and then having to somehow exceed past that in order to be happy about what I have. Will make that type of idea is more of a core law of implication type of thing that you can understand better as you go through the rest of my law of implication course, or the law of implication course. I don't want you to feel like it's mine, right? I want you to feel like it's yours. So, small little implication there. I used the wrong word. Okay, now desire. In most cases, this is going to happen automatically, but you need to check and make sure that it does happen, or else the goal has not been properly installed in your brain. And I want you to keep in mind that just because you think you have a goal doesn't mean that it's installed well in your brain. When it's installed well, your brain will be quite focused and congruent and not sabotaging and inhibiting on its way to achieving the goal. All right, you'll be much more likely to take action naturally without really trying, and spot opportunity and do things quickly and well and be proactive and all that. That'll just kind of naturally come subconsciously. You'll just feel it and do it if you install a goal properly. Elsewhere in the law of implication, I explain that your brain can be thought of as no more nor less than a goal-achieving mechanism. That's all it is, and that's a great way to look at it. It's a great mental model to have, and you'll keep on having life make sense to you if you view your brain that way. It'll keep on just working great. All right, so with desire, you're focusing on this scenario, right, that happens after you achieve a goal, and you're fleshing it out, and then you want to check and make sure that you feel like really that's something that you want. And the more you kind of flesh it out and look at benefits and connections to how other benefits, maybe you get home that day and your wife is all dressed sexy and you guys have a really romantic and sexual time after that. And of course, you might be a woman listening to this, but you understand what I mean. I'm just giving you examples. You can apply that to yourself and your situation. But that would be an example of fleshing out the goal in a way you really feel excitement and desire. You might imagine withdrawing actual cash and then buying something you want. Presumably you don't imagine just spending all the money that you make or blowing it, right? I like just having it personally in like a savings account or investment account. I'm more like owning money because it represents freedom to me. Rather, there's very little I want to buy. I just want to survive reasonably comfortably. It takes me a few $1,000s a month with myself and my family. And then the rest of it I just like to save and feel like I have freedom. I don't have to do what other people want me to do if I don't want to. So whatever it is that makes you feel great about your goal, flesh out the scenario, look for connections. You can just create connections too, like I did with you imagine your wife goes home, you come home and your wife is all excited. And you don't even have to worry about whether that actually is going to happen. You're just installing the goal, as long as it's the next thing is going to have to do with belief. But first, make sure you have desire, and make sure that by fleshing things out in the scenario that you're creating in your mind, that the more you increase the desire, and you increase it by connecting it and zooming in on things that you like, then the more powerfully your brain will go after this goal, including while you're sleeping and so forth. It's going to be working on it, right? All right, the next part here, belief, is going to have to do with removing a potential block or inhibiting factor on your goal achievement that your brain will help you do automatically. You need to get to the point where you believe that it's possible that this goal can be achieved. You don't have one thing to do that'll help. There's a number of things to do that'll help with this. if you have trouble with it. One is forget about the probability. All right, just understand, just get to where you look at it as plausible. One simple thing you can do is look around and think about, if it's about making money, you can think, well, gee, Mark Zuckerberg is a billionaire. Why can't I be a millionaire, right? Is he so special? Or maybe just a guy that right, that makes a bunch of money, or a woman that that makes a bunch of money, and think, well, if they can do it, I can do it. All you're trying to do is get to where you feel like it's reasonably possible, which will, again, remove a block, okay, that could potentially be there. I want to talk to you for a second now about the idea of tricking yourself. The idea of tricking yourself is a absurd idea, and it's based upon an incorrect mental model for how you and your brain work, and who you are, and how you interact with your brain, and so forth. Your brain is a mechanism. It's an information processing mechanism. All right, it's somewhat analogous to a computer. For the sake of what I'm talking about now, the analogy to a computer is fine. All right, you don't trick a computer. If there's a bug in a computer program, you fix the bug. That's not tricking it to get rid of the bug, right? If you're programming a program, you're not tricking it. If you download software, you're not tricking your computer into downloading the software or tricking the computer into running the software. You're just programming it. You're just working with how it works. There's no such concept as tricking a computer. By the exact same token, there's no such thing as tricking your brain. Your brain is just a mechanism. It can't be tricked. It just works or not. It just does what it does or not. All right, it's programmed in a certain way or not. If it's programmed in a way that's not useful for you, you want to switch it to programming in a way that is useful, and there's no such thing as tricking it. So people run that I talk about this because it causes a block for people. They're like, oh, I'm trying to trick myself into believing I don't like to eat chocolate. If you don't want to enjoy eating chocolate for some reason, then you program your brain to not enjoy chocolate, or you don't. But you don't need to worry about tricking it. In terms of believing that you might not to not enjoy eating chocolate, just go. If you understand how the brain works, it's purely a matter of neural wiring, and it can be changed based on, like, if you eat chocolate and then get really sick right afterwards, your brain will look to see what was the main thing that you ate, notice the chocolate, and make you feel like chocolate's gross in many cases, especially if it happens a few times. So it's completely plausible to not like eating chocolate, actually. It's not a trick. And you could say, well, isn't it a trick if you actually do enjoy eating chocolate and you're believing that you don't? The problem with that is we're talking about the future. There's many problems with that, but one of the problems is you cannot know what's going to happen in the future. And as a matter of fact, if you set a goal, well, then you're going to maximally affect the future in the way that you want. So that's great. So having beliefs about the future is pointless. Right? You just don't need it. You can, if you have to make a decision to avoid harm or something like that, you can make a decision about the future or what you're going to do so you don't crash your car or something like that. But you can just do a check and say, look, is it harmful? All right, if it's not harmful to go for the goal of making more money while enjoying it, I don't need to worry about how plausible I think that it is. Right? So you can just think about things like that and work out for yourself ways to stop with your brain just deciding that it already knows the future somehow because you didn't get the result in the past. Well, then maybe you can't get the result in the future. Another thing your brain's trying to protect you from is from making goals where you feel disappointed, right, or get rejected or something like that. But that all comes, this is why the whole course is so important for you to go through, because that all comes, again, from a ridiculous model of how the brain works. It's a very common model, but a ridiculous model. The idea of liking your brain, or as your brain would put it, liking yourself, right, is a silly concept. You don't have to worry about liking yourself or not. What you should understand is that your brain and your mind have some correct ideas and some incorrect ideas, some ways of operating that are good, some that aren't so useful, and some that are useful but they also need to be guided. So forget about liking that or not. There's some good stuff and there's some bad stuff in your mind and brain. It has its skills, it has its limitations. There could be skills you'll have next year you don't have now. It doesn't matter what you think of yourself. So you don't need to be afraid of getting bad feedback about your brain's ideas, right? If you get feedback, if you get a rejection or something like that, so what? So you can improve. And just continue to work through. I can't necessarily hit on every possible objection that you might run into right here, but as you go through the whole law of implication course, it can help you more and more to think through this. If there's some goal that you are going for that you're having trouble believing, then you'll probably hit upon this solution. And you can ask, as I'll come to in a minute, you can ask positive questions. How can I believe that this is plausible for me to achieve? And start looking around in the environment and around you and other people and whatever you want to do, whatever can, or just think about times in your past when you thought you couldn't do something and then you achieved it. Well, gosh, you just caught your brain red-handed thinking that you couldn't do something and then you could. So if your brain's wrong sometimes, why should you put much credence in the beliefs that it has about this goal? Okay, that is the whole technique. You can repeat it if you want, each day or once in a while when you think of it, or if you notice that you feel like you're getting distracted or you don't seem to be going for the goal that you think you want very strongly, then this isn't going to be the only factor. It doesn't mean you'll achieve every result just because of this one shortcut. It is a shortcut that I'm giving you that you can use in the absence of a whole lot of else of understanding about the law of implication. The true way to get incredible results in life and get everything you want is the whole law of implication and applying it in kind of pervasively throughout your life, both thinking and action and communication. But again, this is a great shortcut for you. Before we end the video, though, I'm going to go over to one more slide that's going to give you some more instructions. And this is separate from the mental exercise that I gave for you here. All right, I'm going to give you two things to do. One thing to both do and not do, as I'll point out, and then two things to watch out for. So specifically what you want to do as you're going about achieving a goal, then you want to be sort of consistently asking positive questions. If you notice yourself either making positive statements like, I can do this, or if you notice negative statements about the future, or if you notice negative questions like, why does this always happen to me, or why can't I learn this, or blaming other people, why do these people have to make such a darn hard instruction manual, or why can't they teach this better, why can't David organize things better, all that. When you notice anything other than a positive question, then reframe it to a positive question. A positive question is something like, how do I get this website ranked #1 on Google? Or how can I create a product that'll really help people? Or, and now I'm giving kind of general questions as you're trying to create that product, or as you're, how can I get a raise? As you're trying to do that, smaller issues will come up, right? Like, instead of saying, oh gosh, I can never get an interview, or have a discussion with my boss without someone else there. Instead of making a statement like that, reframe it to a positive question, like, how can I get an audience with my boss where there's not someone else there? All right. And so the red flag is whenever you notice yourself making something other than a positive question. But there's one other thing that you can and should do, which is to acknowledge reality. Now, acknowledge reality is very different than a negative statement. A negative statement carries an implication that the future will remain negative. Acknowledging reality just says, okay, I haven't yet been able to get an audience with my boss where we're both alone, or I haven't yet figured out how to create a unique product that can really help people, or I don't yet understand how to rank #1 for my website on Google. All right, that's acknowledging reality. Acknowledging reality is terrific. You want to combine the acknowledgement of reality with positive questions, and when you ask positive questions, you don't want to address them to a particular source. You can sort of pray them, addressing them partly to God, or even fully to God, but then you're open to having a reply from any source. And I would caution you about just assuming that a reply to the question is God speaking, because that can make you a little bit too uncritical of the response. Every answer isn't necessarily a correct answer, including if the answer appears in your own brain, in your own mind. The reason why you don't want to address questions to a particular source is because that implies, it closes off the sources for answers in terms of your own brain and perception. So it implies to your brain that the only place to get the answer is from one source. So if you have a question and you feel like you have to ask me that question exclusively, then you won't be looking for the answer to the question yourself and you'll be closed off to that. Instead, you want to kind of address the question in an open-ended way. You can also write the question down in a paper notebook, which is great to do. But again, not to a particular source. You're kind of asking yourself, asking the world, open to answers from various places. You can ask an expert. For example, if you're asking me about something about the law of implication, you can be asking me, but don't have it be that you're giving up the responsibility and the power where the only place that you think you can get the answer is from me. All right? That's just unhelpfully limiting. And notice the implication there, right? If you ask a question to a source, it implies that the answer can only come from that source, and it closes off everything else. That's one of those, in a huge number of examples of how the law of implication works. In this case, where you'd be limiting your ability to get results by addressing questions to a particular source, because you'd be implying something that limits your power. Okay, acknowledge reality. And as you practice acknowledging reality, you can notice the difference between this and making negative statements about what the future might hold. And you don't want to make negative statements that imply anything about what's going to happen in the future. Really, the implication of acknowledging reality is that the future will be different. Because the whole point of acknowledging reality in the right way, saying, okay, here's what's going on right now. I haven't achieved this yet. I don't yet know how to do this. That's fine. That actually implies that you will figure it out, you see? So acknowledging reality is a very positive and useful thing. And you could figure that out by the law of implication. Okay, next. Now, there's two types of overwhelm. One type that I'm not really referring to, but I'll quickly deal with here, is the idea of having the feeling of like you have to do a whole bunch of important things at once, and you feel like you just don't know where to start or that it's too much and you can't accomplish it all. There's an easy way to deal with that, and that is to pick one thing that you think is most important. If two things seem equally important, choose at random, all right, and do one thing. It's not going to help you. You can just ask the simple question, well, can I do both things simultaneously? Is that more efficient? In nearly every case, the answer is no. It's more efficient to do one. You can only do one thing at a time. And so start with just one thing. Try to pick the one that's most important. If you can't choose which is most important, pick at random, and then just start doing that one thing, and your feeling of overwhelm will quickly go away. There's a second type of overwhelm that I'm mainly referring to here, which is where achieving this one goal still feels overwhelmingly difficult. Or related to that is a feeling like you're trying to learn something, and it just feels so confusing. Either the information that you're being taught just feels confusing, or when you try to find information on it, you feel confused. Okay, this is like an illusionary wall. This is actually very good for you if you treat it in the right way, and this will have a great impact on your power and your ability to get results in life, and therefore your quality of life is if you understand here what I'm saying and you apply it. Confusion and this sense of overwhelm from trying to achieve one goal but having it feel really hard is great, because it's a signal that your brain is about to kick into high gear and really focus in and devote a lot more of its resources, which mostly are wasted, of your brain. Mostly they're just checking Facebook, or doing something like that, right? A lot of your brain power is just kind of off, like looking for random crappy distractions and looking around and seeing what your peers are doing to see how well you're doing and so forth. So a feeling of confusion and or a feeling of overwhelm is great as long as you embrace it. So it's like walking into an illusionary brick wall. Just keep walking. You'll see that it's not really there. You'll come out the other end, and you'll be much more focused and powerful. Your brain will devote more resources. You'll effortlessly, essentially like the next day, give a little bit of time. Often you could just sleep on something literally. You can come back to it the next day. First, kind of look it over enough that you have a good overview. And then if you're able to, come back the next day. If not, you can just get up, take a short walk, drink some water, whatever, and then come back to it. But embrace it. All right, so now, from now on in your entire life, you can understand whenever you feel this sense of overwhelmed or confusion, that's great. My brain is kicking into high gear. I'm going to embrace this. Imagine you're a general, and you keep on quitting right before the reinforcements come. You retreat before the reinforcements come. You'll lose the war, right? You'll be an incredibly ineffective general. This is how people live their lives regarding confusion and overwhelm. Because really, any time you're trying for a significantly big result, then you're going to at some point hit a sense of confusion, overwhelm. Your brain's going to have to kick into a higher gear. It's like on a car, like a manual shift, you see it rev higher and then it goes into a higher gear. If every time a car revved higher, you slammed on the brakes, then you'd never go very fast, right? And so either anyone that doesn't understand this and deal with this the right way can never achieve big results, basically, because every time they try, they're going to feel confused, overwhelmed, and retreat. If that's ever been happening to you, now you can do the opposite. I bet what I just explained is good enough for you to really make a big change with that. Okay, 2 more things to watch out for, and then we're done. Okay, I could have put the word negative in here. Personal negative trends are an illusion. All right, let's say that you're in a relationship, and for the last few days, you guys have been a little bit snippy with each other. What the very wrong thing to do is to start making a trend out of it in your mind and saying, oh, now we're snippy with each other. Oh, we like each other less. Oh, something's wrong with our relationship. All right? Because in all of those cases, well, it's not the wording exactly or not, but if you're implying, and you can look at this and be honest with yourself, if you're implying that something about the future, this amounts to a negative statement about the future. And you can't know what's in the future. Just a little short-term trend just happens sometimes. It's not even a trend, is my point. The point is, that's the reason it's in quotes. It's not a trend at all. It's just by happenstance. For a couple days in a row, someone might have gotten a little less sleep, or there might be something difficult going on. Plus, when you're a little bit snippy or short-tempered with the person around you, then it becomes easier in the short term to be short-tempered again. And then but now what you want to do, and you can see this as an example, you want to acknowledge reality. This is sort of a special case of a negative statement, but it's common enough that I want you to be very aware of it on its own. And people do this in practice. People do this all the time. They hardly notice they're doing it. They just make these statements as if something that's just happened a couple times recently is a trend. Oh, we never go out. You know, you don't have sex for a few days. Oh, we never have sex. Or my boss is always mean to me when he was mean just like maybe just the last couple days. Right? And if you just step back and look and say, wait, it's not a trend. It isn't that it's a trend. It just happened twice recently. Do I want to make it a trend? Of course not. Acknowledge reality. Ask positive questions about how to get out of it. Okay, so really watch out for turning these little short-term fluctuations and things. And when they turn negative, don't spiral it downward, for God's sakes. Acknowledge it, notice it, and then spiral it upward with positive questions. Okay, one last thing is ignore quote-unquote competition. This is a special example or a specific example of thinking by analogy, which I've talked about elsewhere. And I'll talk about several different ways and several different times because it's so deeply how your subconscious brain works, which is your brain basically, is to work by analogy. And then people do it consciously as well because their subconscious gives them all these associations and analogies. And so it's a subset example. This competition thing is an example of incorrectly and unusefully reasoning and thinking and planning by analogy. So why is your supposed competition an analogy to you? How do you know that you're similar or of a similar category as the people that you think are your competition? And I'm not even saying maybe you're a lot better. For sure you might be. But when something's an analogy, that means it's not the same, right? So if it's not the same, why treat it like it's the same? You already know it's not the same. That's the whole issue with analogies. Analogies aren't the same, and so before you understand something, you don't use an analogy to understand what it is because an analogy is not the same as what you're trying to understand. That's why it's an analogy. So your competition's not the same as you. You don't even know if they're going for the same thing as you. That just doesn't matter. It's not going to help. It's just going to be distracting. It's either going to intimidate you or it's going to cause you to lower your standards depending on the situation. Either you're going to feel scared to try, which is not helpful. It's on the off chance that of course once in a while you'll save yourself effort by not trying something, but on balance in your life it's just wildly better to not worry about the competition and try things regardless of the supposed competition. And plus, come on, you have me. I'm kind of kidding there, but you have the law of implication, the whole methodology of the law of implication. Are you kidding? You don't have competition. And other people that understand the law of implication, they're not going to be your competition anyway, because they're just going to be making the world much better as they understand this properly. So, but in reality right now, not many people are going to know the law of implication. Hopefully we'll get it to millions and millions quite soon, and the world can be much better, and everyone can interact with each other much better and so forth. However, either way, you just, of course you ignore the competition regardless, but it just is a fun way for you to realize you can just ignore the competition if you understand the law of implication, and they don't. And it can also, separate from intimidating you, it can cause you to greatly decrease your standards. Right? When I created OMG Live, the live event that we had recently for our coaching for how to make money, then I ignored what other people were doing and I built it from scratch. Right? The other thing the competition does is, and reasoning by analogy, or trying to be creative by analogy. Come on, that's like that's an inherent contradiction. Right? If you want to, you can hold yourself back. If all you have to do is be a bit better than your supposed peers. Maybe you could be 10 times more effective, or help people 10 times better, or make 100 times more money than the people around you. Right? So ignore them. It's not useful. It's either going to intimidate you or hold you back in most every case. At some point, once you're well started, you can look around and try and use it to brainstorm, just like any analogy. But wait till you're well underway before you do. And mostly, I think there's better ways to brainstorm anyway. I just like to ignore my competition. I'm on nobody's mailing list. I don't get any emails. Once in a while, someone will tell me about an email they got, and it's never helpful. It's always a negative report. It's always a negative experience, right? And it just doesn't help. So do that, or either do ignore or don't not ignore this, and you're all set. So hopefully this helped. I gave you the shortcut formula, which is a mental exercise you can do and you can repeat. And then I gave you a process to follow and some red flags to watch out for. Here's the process. Here's something to embrace, and here's a couple of red flags for you to be careful of. Anytime you start to notice that if you feel like you don't feel like your brain, you're going well for a particular goal, then you can repeat the focus, desire, faith exercise. You don't need to rely. It's not that, again, this is not all powerful, but it's always helpful. And if you understand it as I explained it, and you understand how the brain works just a little bit, you can see that it's always better to have your brain have a clearer idea of what you want and to believe it's possible. And it'll always be easier for you to achieve a goal and more pleasurable and less distracting than otherwise. So this is always going to help. It doesn't matter if you sometimes use it and don't actually get the full result that you want. It's always helping you do so. And I've used this for years and years and years and helps tremendously. All right, we're going to talk about creativity here in this video, and probably by the time we're done with it, you will probably see creativity as even more useful than you already think it might be. So it's probably significantly even more important. You might think it's important, but it's probably even more important than that. Okay, I have a bunch of wording on a number of these slides, so I'll get right to this wording. I start with saying why. Why are we going to talk about creativity right now when we're talking about getting money? Listen, I want to maybe open your eyes to something that you're aware of, but maybe you're not as aware of it as you need to be. In order to get the money, all right, however you do it, and also this applies to other areas of life as well, in order to get from other people what we hope, all right, then we must add value. And listen, you've heard about, work smart, don't work hard. Well, here's the truth. Here's an even clearer way to understand it. Either you are going to add value essentially with your mind, and with manifesting things, with creating things based on what you creatively come up with, or the world's going to take it out of your hide. So people are going to make you work really, really hard if they have to tell you what they value. Right? Because most of what people think that they value is you spending a lot. They value their own money a lot, right? And they don't value your time nearly as much as generally you will. And they'll get you to do a whole lot of work if they have to decide what's valuable to them and tell you. So either you figure out and then create. Generally, just walking up to someone with an idea isn't going to get you very far, right? You need to have an idea and accomplish it. All right, create whatever, like a product, a website. It can be within a business, within a career. You can be doing this, and you can do this day to day, or you just create a whole business, or a website, or even just a review site, or you create a valuable skill of being able to bring leads to existing businesses by doing what we teach in OMG Machine, search engine optimization, consulting for other people. But either you figure out and create something of value, or people are going to make you work very hard. All right, so if you don't really want to work hard in this way, right? It's not that there's a problem with hard work or not, right? Hard work can be fine, but really, if you can choose it and you can create something of real value to people, then people will basically pay you far more if you figure out and create what they want ahead of time and then offer it to them. This also completely applies to relationships. If you ask a person you're in either a business or a intimate or whatever relationship with, but just imagine a romantic relationship. If I ask my wife what she wants, then she's probably going to come up with something that takes me a whole lot more effort. Right, it might be a trip somewhere, especially before we had a child. Go on a trip somewhere, something that takes a lot of effort. But if I think of something that she wants that she doesn't even realize she wants, I get just as many points for that, which could be I'm quite good at realizing whether she wants something to eat from that I could bring from outside. I don't really cook myself very much. But I do sometimes, but I don't do a lot of it, and mainly when I do it for myself. But I can either bring something for her to eat, or sometimes someone wants a massage, you give that to them, and it's just way less effort generally if you figure out what's important and create it, right? Make it happen. And it can be a service; it doesn't need to be a product. Right? When I say create it, that could mean giving a massage or ranking a website for someone. Or it could mean, again, if you work for somebody else, if you figure out what's really important to your boss and provide that proactively, but you need to be creative and figure out what that really is. And creative doesn't mean wacky, all right, as I'll get to. You'll understand proper creativity where you're really figuring out correct solutions to problems from scratch, not merely what people might call creative, where it's just random, basically, or that kind of thing, or just a bunch of existing things mixed together in a different way, is not particularly creative. And it doesn't also if you're proactive, but if you're proactive in a way that is not creative, it's not a creatively correct. I could put like creatively correct. Why be creatively correct? It doesn't matter if you're allegedly creative if you don't end up being correct. Right, in providing what needs to be provided. You need to correctly add value, And again, this is the law of implication. What makes something valuable, it's entirely in the perception of the person that you're trading with, all right, or that you're creating the value for. It has nothing whatsoever to do with whether you think it's valuable, except as that matches up with what someone else thinks is valuable. The only reason to create something valuable for yourself is purely for your own enjoyment, right? Like if you make yourself laugh with a joke, that might be great, right? I do that sometimes. I'll make a joke, it'll make myself laugh. Great, I've accomplished everything I needed to. I'd rather laugh myself than have someone else laugh, right? At least then I get to laugh, right? I already am fine with myself, so I might as well laugh myself. But anyway, either you're just making something purely for yourself, in which case, of course, the value that is whatever's implied to your mind, or you're doing it for someone else, in which case you want to make it for other people. And this idea that I'm saying about how it needs to be implied in other people's minds, it always strikes me as funny when artists have a problem with this. Artists will kind of go back and forth. The idea of selling out is pretty ridiculous, right? If you're making something that's of value to more people, then reframing that as selling out is a really negative and misleading way to frame it. And then they might say, "Oh, I want to go make music more for myself." Well, it's pretty random. Like, do you not like anyone? You don't have enough music to listen to? Do you need to make music for yourself? Just listen to music that already exists if you want that you like. If you want to make music for yourself, and that what that's showing is that a person has actually an ego issue, right? And then other thing they might try to do is start making money, or people do this in movies, unfortunately, is producers sometimes make movies like for their peers to impress their fellow artists, right? And so that's fine if that's what you intentionally want to do, if you stop and really think about it. But defaulting to that and doing it kind of by accident is, or just because you're insecure, is a bad idea. So also keep in mind valuable to who, and be careful of making something that's valuable to the people that you want approval from rather than valuable to the people that you really need to trade with. All right, so if you're making a sales letter, it needs to sell. To actual prospects, your customers, not just impress your wife or your colleagues, right, or yourself. All right, so this is the reason why we want to. If you learn to be properly creative, then you're going to have to work. You're going to get to work a lot less in life, which just means do a lot less of what other people are going to make you do, and do a lot more of what you want to do. And then if you couple that with making good decisions, then you can make a lot of great decisions with your time, right? That's kind of where it all ends up. Is this way other people don't make decisions for your time, you do. Which, again, if you couple that with making good decisions for yourself, then you can use your time in great ways. Now, motivation might seem unrelated to creativity, but I'm going to basically talk about two things, which are going to be two manifestations of creativity. I'm going to talk about creative accomplishment, which is going to have to do with getting your subconscious brain mostly to activated properly and to be working on a task in the way that you want, or solving a problem, and not all scattered all over the place. And then separately, I'm going to be showing you how to consciously open up new conceptual spaces for yourself to have really great new ideas and plan or make sales do sales like communications in a way where you're starting with a clean space, which can be very effective, extremely effective. Now, when it comes to this, I'm going to be talking about creative focus and creative tension, and I'm going to skip back to the original slide here. By using what I'm going to show you, the motivation from your subconscious is going to take you in the right direction towards solving a problem and then acting on that, where you're providing sort of a product or service in some way. And again, this can be within the context of working for someone else. You can be providing a service within your workplace that will end up getting you more money over time and so forth. Or if it doesn't, again, you can just switch jobs at some point. Anyway, I'm going to show you how to really enhance the motivation, because the motivation that when having goals that are well installed within your subconscious mind is really very important, has far more of an influence on your behavior than you might believe. You might think that you can fight your subconscious or overcome it with willpower, and really where you want to use your willpower is to get your brain programmed right. You don't want to be trying to use your willpower to fight your brain constantly and overcome your desires and motivations. Again, you want to use your willpower to get your goals and motivations of your brain programmed correctly. Right? That's far more efficient. It's sort of like if you have a car that's out of alignment and it keeps on pulling to the right, then you want to use your effort to drive over to a fix-it station and a garage and get it aligned right, rather than constantly using effort to realign your car. It's the motivation for your subconscious. It's going to constantly be taking you off track. Your brain's going to constantly make you feel like doing other things, and and it's going to be just giving you other thoughts and other problems, and it's not going to be giving you answers very much if you don't get it all in line properly. So let's go straight to that. I'm going to go through this slide pretty fast. I'm just introducing you to what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about two different things today, two different kind of manifestations. One is where you are, this has to do with getting your brain working. There's kind of two meanings of creativity. And in one sense of the meaning, you're going to get your brain working creatively in a great, focused, powerful way on a task or on solving a problem. And then again, solving a problem can often involve then doing something to either create a product, do a service, or do something for in your relationship and so forth, or do something just for yourself if you have a problem in your life somehow and you need to figure out how to solve it, maybe even you have a health issue or something, then this will have to do with getting your subconscious mind working towards that properly and not having it all wasted, because it's very powerful, but it's often scattered and unfocused and unharnessed. So I'll show you how to do that. Then, that's more about the so-called creativity that's kind of done automatically. So in a sense, it's not creative in a much of a conscious sense. You're going to consciously get the machine going in the right direction, then the machine will do it for you. So it's kind of a machine creativity. And then this is more of a conscious type of creativity where you're going to be creating new conceptual spaces and operating from there. And I'll get to that as well. So those are kind of two different ideas of creativity. I'm going to talk about this first idea first, the first one I listed. They're kind of in reverse chronological order, because normally you want to come up with a, sorry, I switched back and forth from a slide real quick, but I'll move on. But you generally want to come up with a great idea first, and then, or at least a new space. You can also kind of do these things a bit in conjunction. Normally you might start with this but not finish, get your subconscious mind working on it, and then continue with this maybe the next day, and it'll all work better together. And then you might go back or go more operate from this area and start actually accomplishing things and changing the world in some way, where there's now a new product or new business or new website or new action that got taken by you to do something for someone else or whatever. But it'll often start here in chronologically, but I'm going to start explaining things here, which is perfectly fine. It's actually I'm doing it on purpose because this is a little bit easier to understand, because it has to do more with just directly with stuff your brain can understand, and a little bit less having to look at the world very differently. Here you have to start looking at the world a bit differently. All right, so here I'm going to talk about creative focus and creative tension, which are related. Let me go back and put that vector diagram on the screen because it helps to represent what's going on. So imagine that regarding trying to solve problems in your life, that by default your brain is just all over the place. And that's why, like, sometimes when you're trying to go to sleep, your brain will start making you think of problems. Sometimes it won't, but sometimes it will, especially if there's something that came up during that day. Often, though, this is just sort of scattered, and there's really nothing that your brain, the way I have a mental representation, a mental model for this. I'm actually going to go back to this other slide here. I'm bouncing around a lot in this video. I have a mental model, and that is to think of there's one and only one spot in your brain, and I'm speaking conceptually. I'm not talking about actual physical part in your brain that you can point to. But there's one spot in your brain that can be filled with a problem that it's creatively focused on solving, and I call that your creative focus. Or that spot is basically not filled at all, and then your brain just all kind of scattered and random, and it's not really creatively working on anything. It might instead just be doing all kinds of random crap, like judging other people, thinking of a TV show, gossiping, telling you what's negative about yourself, or telling you what you have to do that day, or deciding whether you did enough today that you should feel satisfied with yourself or whether you should feel depressed. And just all kinds of crap is often going on in people's minds. I've been surprised. A lot of people really just want to run away from the quiet, like being quiet with their minds. And by the way, I can mention right here, this brings something to mind. Sometimes people tell me that when they go to think about something, they try to think about a problem like on purpose. They're like, they sit there, or they're in front of the computer or whatever. They're just sitting down and they want to think about a problem. They find that they can't. They find that their mind just runs all over the place and starts telling them all kinds of random things. They might not phrase it that way, but that's basically what's happening. And one good reason for that, interestingly enough, is your subconscious mind is huge in essence compared to your conscious mind in terms of just the amount of processing and so forth. And it comes up, it has all these different little things that it's working on solving and goals, and it comes up with like thoughts for you pretty consistently, and it'll maybe stick those in your, maybe it'll send them over to your conscious mind to get stuck there, or one way or the other it'll communicate them, but it'll communicate it often pretty subtly. And subtly, in case you didn't hear what I said there, didn't want to mumble, not very loudly. and it'll also just give you like images and so forth. But those will be tend to be suppressed. When I say it'll give it to you, it'll kind of send it at a kind of a low level to your conscious part of your brain in order to get into your consciousness field. And if you're not familiar with the term consciousness field, just like kind of into your awareness. I cover consciousness field. It's a very important part of the core understanding and methodology of the law of implication. But okay, so what's going on? Let me just recap here. You have a subconscious mind, has all this processing going on, and it is pretty much constantly attempting to send thoughts, basically words and images, into your conscious part, the part of your brain that's responsible for putting things in your conscious awareness. It's doing that at a fairly low level, and literally neurologically, it's not firing very, very loudly. And so if other things are firing more loudly, like if you're watching TV or you're just doing work and you're listening to me now, for example, you're not hearing this kind of subtle, low-level noise from your subconscious. And that's fine. You don't want to be distracted by that noise when you're trying to do something. However, there's a lot you can get out of life. I'm almost giving you kind of a third lesson about creativity here. One thing you can do is to listen better, to create some time and space where you're listening to, where you're not, there's not something else that's drowning out that communication from your subconscious mind. And that you can, for example, just not listen to the radio when you're driving, or you can just sit and drink a cup of tea or coffee and sit quietly. Or you can do what essentially is thought of as meditation, but instead of dismissing thoughts, you can actually just notice your thoughts. Or that is kind of meditation. You can notice them and dismiss them, but instead of dismissing them, you can kind of notice them, address them, and move along. Another great thing is anything that seems interesting or important, you can write down. If there's questions or statements, writing something down is great. It creates this wonderful feedback loop where your subconscious brain feels expressed, and it lets you pay better attention because it's often saying important things to you, or good answers to problems that you have. And so the better you get at paying attention, then the better you pick up on the message it's giving you. But the other thing is, it'll actually calm down and not distract you when you're quiet later on. Like if you see, you want this noise to not be playing at the wrong time, and you don't want it to be the case that when you're trying to be quiet and concentrate on a problem, that your subconscious mind is so unexpressed that now it starts giving you all these other thoughts, and you can't concentrate on what you think you want to concentrate on. A good metaphor for this is if you can imagine just being in a romantic relationship with someone, or imagine a person you are in a romantic relationship with. If you don't give them enough time to talk with you, then they're going to talk. They're going to probably get that time the next time you give them time, right? And so you might at that point want to do something else, like go on a date or whatever, go do some activity, date, or have sex, or whatever it might be. But if you haven't given them enough time to talk, then they're going to do that sort of instead without even really realizing it. And so it's both good to realize that as well in a relationship, but also it's a great metaphor for dealing with your subconscious mind. Now, that being said, paying attention to this sense of this creative focus and filling it with something intentional is going to be awesome for you, because you can think of it, another way to think of it is every time you go to bed, your brain could be powerfully working on creatively solving problems. And it's limited because your brain is not conscious, but it can do a whole lot of stuff, right? You, as a conscious person, you, not your brain, but you, who you really are, you don't process information, your brain does. All the information processing, all your memories, everything that's stored in your brain, or some other sort of mind or whatever. And your body is kind of an extension of your brain. You store kind of memories in your muscles and feedback loops there and everything too. So for the sake of me talking, there's not an important distinction between your body and your brain, or the rest of your body and your brain. But anyway, even though your brain has limitations, it's extremely powerful in lots and lots of ways, and particularly within a certain realm of thinking that's basically just dealing with the day-to-day world, dealing with the world as if, again, I talk in the core teaching, the core methodology of the law of implication. I talk about what's really going on in the world, but But if you just think of the physical world that you think normally exists as the way as reality, which has flaws, but it still works plenty well, within that model, your brain works really, really well. And so it's very powerful. And every night it could be doing so much processing, and mostly people waste that every single day. It's a tremendous resource, goes wasted. And you can think of it like every time you waste that resource, you're probably going to just have to work in some other way that you don't really want to do for hours instead in order to get the same amount of money over time. All right, it's not like it's going to happen tomorrow, but you start using your brain in the right way, or programming it, getting it set up in the right way, and then using that power, especially when you're sleeping. It runs all day as well, but especially when you're sleeping, it's just an easy way to think of it. Is when you're sleeping, it works. Although again, it's operating all day. Then that some number of hours, it's your training. Either you have a work on a problem, and then you're going to get the benefits of that problem over the next few weeks or months, maybe years. So that, not the benefits of the problem, but the benefits of solving the problem. And that's going to save you a lot of work that you would have had to do otherwise, where you just have to work in some way to make money that you just a lot more effort. All right, so I can't absolutely prove how many hours it's going to save you, but I think it's totally reasonable to think that it's 2 to 4 hours of less work you're going to have to do each day in your life if you start harnessing your brain in this way, because you're going to be able to give people value in a much stronger way. And it might just be 100-fold, where it isn't just that you save time, but you just make way more money, or of course you just help people in a different way. Maybe it's not used for money, maybe it's used for something else. But however you want to use it, you can use it. So now I'm talking about creative focus, and I've given you a big answer is just to have that mental picture of there's this space, and you either get it filled or you don't. Oh, and so how do you get it filled? It's weirdly easy once you have this mental model properly that I've just given you, where there's this one space for creative focus, and you either fill it properly or you don't, and you realize the importance of filling it. Then really all you need to do, just like anything else, you just need to imply to your brain that you want the problem solved, right? So you can write down a question on a piece of paper, right? How do I, and what you can do is first it can be kind of general. How do I make X amount of money, right? And then, or how do I make a website that makes X amount of money, right? Or how do I get a raise, whatever it might be, or how do I look for another job? And then quite soon you'll have more specific potential answers to those, so then you can ask more specific questions, like how do I, if you know anything about search engine optimization, how do I best get backlinks to my website in a way that Google is going to like, or how do I get the best training, or whatever it might be. And then you can zoom in more and more on various questions that pop up, and they'll just pop up for you, no problem. I don't need to go through and give you more questions. You'll have no problem if you start this process. But what you want to do, I gave you that results formula, and the results formula is in accordance with this. It all works together, right? So the results formula is basically the similar formula to what gets your creative focus filled up in the right direction. And so this is another way of showing you why the results formula is very helpful. But if I didn't explain this to you separately, then I think it easily might have been missed, right? So, and this will get you to use the results formula a lot more. You imagine what it would be like after the problem is solved and how much you want that. And then you can write down a question on a piece of paper, like in a notebook that you keep. Very, very good to keep a notebook. A pen and paper notebook, I believe, is better than keeping it on a computer. But if you really want to keep it on a computer or an iPad or iPod or whatever, then do it how you want. Although I would at least try a pen and paper notebook and see if that works better for you. It's because you tend to be it tends to engage more senses in a better way when you use pen and paper. Also, in the case of a giant electromagnetic pulse attack, those of us who have pen and paper notebooks will maintain our genius, whereas those of us who are our genius is tied to our iPods will, that'll go away. Oh, just kidding there. I'm not quite that paranoid. Okay, so creative tension is a simple concept, but you want to make sure you understand and apply it. And creative tension, I don't have a diagram for this, but it's easy to picture. It's the difference between where your brain perceives, okay, because this is all about what your brain gets programmed and installed within it. None of this worked unless it got in your brain. All right, this is not, you work on creating the conditions for this consciously, so you consciously program your brain, but it worked or not based on what your brain perceived. Just like if you're communicating with another person, what ultimately matters is what they get. In this case, what ultimately matters is what your brain gets, not what you think you want it to get, but what it actually gets. But whatever it gets, you'll feel in terms of a feeling. And so you'll feel this creative tension. And you'll also, if you get good creative focus going, it'll be obvious. You'll wake up in the morning with ideas. And if you're not doing that, then work on getting that creative focus better installed. Oh, another important thing about creative focus is what you want to do is not distract your brain with other problems. So you can do whatever throughout your day, but try not to get wrapped up in other issues and problems that you don't want your brain working on. And you can even communicate to the people close to you. You can ask them, if someone has an important problem, you just need to decide. You can say, you can decide to put work aside, right, and make it harder for you to be creative with your work for a few days, and instead try to help them solve your problem. But I want you to understand that it's a choice you have to make, because you can't do both very well. If you try to do both, you're going to get less than 100% of the results. All right, if you try to have your brain work on one thing, you can say like that's 100% creative focus if it's installed optimally. If you get to try to work on two things, it's like 40% each maybe, or worse. All right, so it's just not going to work on two things nearly as well as working on one thing. So if you have people close to you that are causing you to feel problems, like if there's discord in your home, then that's gonna be the thing that your creative focus is going to tend to work on, and you're going to end up being kind of defensive with your work, where you're not approaching it creatively. You end up whining more, and the world seems more scarce, and you're more worried about protecting what you have. Creating stuff is the way to not be worried about fears and competition and scarcity and all that stuff. When you're creating all that, you stop worrying about all that. When you're not creating, all that stuff becomes a worry. So really pay attention to what other problems are seeping into your brain, because those are going to rob you of your creative focus of what you want. That's why I say there's one space. So you either don't fill it and you're all scattered, it kind of gets filled weakly for you with stuff, or you fill it properly and try to keep other stuff out. Try to have a calm household. All right, and I'll cover relationship stuff to help you with that, because it's all related. Okay, creative tension, Creative tension is the difference in what your brain perceives to be the difference between where you want to be, or it wants to be, the goal installed in it, and where you currently are. Remember positive questions and acknowledge reality. Okay, so I'm just showing you better how what I taught you in the previous video with the results formula and what to do after the results formula, how it applies. The bigger and remember I talked about overwhelm. All right, the bigger the difference between where you want to be and where your brain perceives, not where you want to be, but where your brain perceives it wants to be, the goal that it gets installed in it, and where it perceives you are right now. And your brain's perception isn't necessarily correct, so you want to help it along, okay, and check it. All right, your brain can't check itself very well at all. The only way it can check itself is when reality really strongly contradicts its expectations. The first thing it'll do is protect its beliefs even more. So it really needs to get shattered. It's very rare that your brain, on its own, your subconscious will realign itself. Anyway, so you want to install by picturing the results formula, right, where you want to be. You want to really, really picture the problem being solved and how wonderful that would be and what it would look like, all right? And then and when I say a problem being solved, it might be something being created, all right? But generally, you're creating something to solve some sort of problem. And then you acknowledge where you are right now in terms of your skills to solve the problem, to create the thing that you need to create, how far the problem is from being solved, all that. The bigger the difference, weirdly enough, in one manner of speaking, the better you are. Now, you might be worse off in that you have to end up doing more ultimately to get there. So it's not like you want to be weak and far from being able to solve a problem. But in terms of your brain power that's getting focused, the bigger the tension, the better. All right, so that's that sense of overwhelm that you'll feel, and that's a good thing. So do the best you can. You don't ever want to, of course, artificially increase how hard the world is for you. You don't want to artificially put obstacles in the way, but the more that just based on reality and based on the greatness of your goal, do you have the most creative tension. Now, what did I tell you was the one and only goal that makes any sense, and all other supposed goals are really just strategies that in order to get there, or they're bad strategies that won't get you there, and they should be dropped. I said it should be about making the world perfect, and not like making the earth perfect or the environment perfect. Now, I'm talking about trying to bankrupt the coal industry here. I'm talking about making your own happiness, net happiness over the course of your whole existence, including whatever might happen after you die. It's funny, generally people don't believe that they'll have more lives after this life on Earth, but it's interesting to note that if people were to believe that, they might take things a lot more seriously, right, in terms of making things better here on Earth. So it's worth noting that maybe you don't know for absolutely positively certain that you won't have another life on Earth. But I could talk about that in religion things. I'm not saying that is the case or whatever. Some people might look at that as horribly heretical, but it's interesting to note that knowing that until you can absolutely prove that you're not going to have another life on Earth, then it might be worthwhile to be at least aware of the possibility, because it might give you even more creative tension to make the world a better place now, rather than just kind of counting the days, thinking that we can wait it out, until this generation or something like that. But remember, I talked about the only goal that's worth having, that makes any sense, everything else is absurd, is to have the most net happiness over your entire existence for yourself and then for other people, and to care about them, so that makes you happier too if they're happy. And also, if you care about God, then God's aware of everybody else, and of course you want God to be happier, and God will be happier if everyone else is happier too, so that helps you care about other people. So that's the one thing, that'll give you maximum creative tension. And so that's why everything works together. Oh, and I talked about that, if you didn't see that in the results formula video, I talk about that in the free videos that I have that are on what amounts to a sales letter or an order page for the law of implication. That's also available for free. So make sure to watch those two intro videos if you haven't already. All right, so that's creative focus and creative tension. Hopefully I've covered that pretty decently for you, and you can see how that's going to be very beneficial for you. And not too, actually, let me just do this in a second video. I'll do the second type of creativity in a second video, just to keep this just to cut the file size down a little bit and help you to find things easier later if you're coming back by having it in different videos. So it'll be the next video. Thank you. I will see you in the next video. It's funny, when I finished making part 1 of this series on creativity, my brain made me feel like I was all ready to just continue into part 2 right away, but then I followed my own advice on creativity, and I actually took about another 2 days, and I'm very, very pleased with the results, and I have a lot more clarity to share with you about what I in essence understood before, but in another way I didn't understand it all before, because I have a lot more detail, and I can explain it much better to you now. What we'll talk about today regarding creative idea making can help you in improve any part of your life, even parts that you don't realize need improvement. But for example, if you want to make a sales letter or an affiliate website where you're promoting someone else's product, then you of course want to make that as good as you can, and you can what we'll talk about today will be effective in that. If you're certainly in your relationships with other people, then in terms of figuring out what's important to them, or just what a communication would mean to them rather than to yourself, then that falls under the category of this type of creativity as well. So the best way to explain what I mean is to continue onward. We have a number of slides here. All right, I'm going to introduce what I mean by creativity here by comparing it to the default way that your brain would have handled any particular situation, such as communicating with someone or making a web page or figuring out what to do at a particular moment in a day or during a day itself, or really solving any particular problem, or realizing to improve on things that might have seemed okay, but could have really been improved on. There's all sorts of things like that in our lives, where our lives could be much better and much easier, except that we don't, we're kind of squelching questions that we could be asking. Now, a very important part of the law of implication model for understanding the world, which you may or may not be very familiar with. If you're just watching this series, you might not be deeply familiar with it. But just to give you a quick sense of it is, and you might have heard me say it by now, is that you are not your brain, not at all. Now, your brain is what thinks, so you don't actually think. Your brain does. Your brain's extremely important to your life and your quality of your life and everything, right? It's utterly integral to your life. And again, you don't do any thinking. Your brain does all the thinking. So ultimately, then, what interests me, because it's the core of our opportunity in life as ourselves, not our brains, is how do we interfere or interact with our brains in order to make our lives much, much, much better, and also the people that we affect, how to make their lives much better. Generally, the way people live their entire life, their brain goes along doing what it would do by default. And by default, I mean that our brain, starting from when we're born, basically picks up ideas and beliefs and, in quotes, knowledge. Knowledge isn't exactly things that we literally know are true, but they're things that are stored in our mind as either true or probably true or whatever, right? Little facts. Like you can know a fact that might actually be false, right? Or something that like you think you know a fact. Anyway, all of that stuff gets accumulated in our mind, in our brain, our mind, whatever, as we're growing up. And based on that, our brains, our bodies, we just kind of go forward in life. We get the results that we get. And now people are, of course, conscious. We do have a conscious part of our brain, but that part of our brain is not in and of itself conscious. That's the part of the brain that's responsible most directly for what comes into our consciousness field, for what we become aware of. Generally, the way that people live their lives is they only interfere consciously with their brains within a small range that their brain allows them to interfere in. And they don't question outside of that. They don't create and take advantage of potential opportunities outside of that. And one of the very strong pieces of evidence that that's the case is that people almost universally, or almost, pretty much literally universally, don't stop and try to figure out what's really going on in existence, and particularly don't ask the question, how can I know for absolute certain what's true? How can I make the world absolutely perfect, and what might that mean? How people don't just stop and take as long as it takes to try to figure out what's the methodology, what's the best possible methodology for thinking. And everyone would come to the conclusion to ask those questions if they didn't just stay within the narrow range that their brain gives them of questions to ask and what to consciously decide and so forth. Because logically, you always come to those questions if you're genuinely trying to solve any issue in life. Whenever you start to unravel problems, you eventually are going to start making assertions about, well, I know this, I know that. And you're of course going to be thinking, right, while you're doing it, and while you're trying to solve a problem. And then if you really were trying to solve the problem as effectively and deeply as possible, you would start to ask the question, wait a second, what's the best method for thinking? And you wouldn't just take the first answer that comes to mind, or even the answer that comes to mind after a year of working at it hard. You would keep working at it until you found some way to be certain of getting it right. And in order to be certain of getting it right, you'd have to ask the question, well, how do I even recognize whether I'm correctly certain? How do I know things? So the farthest you can get from the default functioning of your brain is to realize the absolute priority and absolute importance of asking the question that can be phrased in many different ways, and that I've introduced I introduced this in the free videos that I have available, the 2 free intro videos. So in essence, the ultimate in creativity is asking those questions of how do I know what's true? What's the methodology for knowing what's true, for distinguishing good ideas from ideas that I don't know or that are bad? Or how do I think most accurately? Those are all the similar question. How might I make the world perfect? Okay, those all are the core of what we should be coming to creatively. Now I'm not going to keep dwelling on the core in this video and in this whole video series, the whole money getting video series. I'm not going to dwell on that, but I needed to mention that to you. So ideally you get all the way to the core and then you start to build back up. However, now we're going to put that aside, and I'm going to come back to what I started talking about, which is that your brain is going to deal with any particular situation by default. There's something it's going to do by default, and it's not going to be totally ridiculous. Sometimes it will be, but for example, if you're going to make an affiliate website where you're trying to make money by sending people over to buy someone else's product, then without being creative, you'll do some sort of a job on it, and your body will do some sort of a job, and that job might be fairly effective. Interestingly enough, if you try to be creative at first, you might even come up with things that don't work as well, right? But eventually, you'll do better, and almost certainly you'll do better. But regardless, your brain and a good way to think of this for now that makes it kind of simple to picture is basically think of it as your subconscious brain. Your kind of your subconscious brain. And that is going to sort of direct you and come up with a way of doing things, and that's going to have some result. Same thing if you're communicating with someone, or if you want somebody to like you, or if you're in a relationship and you're trying to do something nice for the other person, then you're going to come up with something, and it's going to be some amount of effective based, and unless, if you're not creative about it, then whatever you do, it isn't necessarily going to be wrong, but it's going to be a result of all of the knowledge and beliefs and so forth that your brain's absorbed into your subconscious for your whole life, right? And then it's just going to use that and do the best it can. And I'll talk a little bit about how it does that in another slide or two. So it's critical to understand this idea of default, and in order to understand, and in order for me to construct for you the meaning of creativity. In the law of implication methodology, I don't define words with other words. I don't just say creativity is and then give you a bunch of other words, because all I've done is just use a bunch of other words that are ill-defined or ill-understood, that aren't constructed, in order to define another word. So I didn't really get very far. It looked like I did something, but it wasn't very effective. Instead, in the law of implication methodology, we construct the meanings of words, and I'm actually doing that for you now with what I'm talking about with creativity. In order to construct the meaning of creativity, I had to point out that our brain and our body will go do something based on everything that has happened in the past, based on the implication of everything that's happened in the past. The implication being what got programmed into your brain based on your environment. And based on whatever conscious things you've done in the past that would have resulted in changes to your mind as well. So whatever the end result of all of that is, then that's what you're going to do by default in a new situation. Then creativity is anything that we end up doing consciously to attempt to get a better result. This is different than just the appearance of creativity. We're going to see that I'm going to be talking about how this is somewhat simplistic, but also quite useful, and it helps to understand. Mostly, creativity happens at the level of questions, not at the level of answers. So it's not really the case that there's creative answers. It's more like what does the creating is the question in the first place. And then it's sort of like you're creating a magnet, right? The question is like creating a magnet, and then the magnet attracts what it attracts. And then let's say you create a magnet, and then it attracts a bunch of iron filings, and all someone can see are the iron filings. And then they might say, oh, that design's pretty creative. but it's not the iron filings that were creative. It would have been the creation of the magnet in the first place. Okay, so when we're trying to make life better, we want to focus on questions. One of the problems with school, one of the many problems, is that, like other places in our environment, it reinforces that we're rewarded for answers. Now, in the marketplace, we're also rewarded ultimately for answers. So our brain is going to go and see our subconscious mind. Little side lesson here, but this is very relevant. Our subconscious mind has its own version of cause and effect, and it's not correct or not. It's functional, except for when it doesn't work. All right, and what your subconscious mind is always searching for cause and effect, and what it does is when it sees an effect, then it looks around and looks to see what's unique in the environment and that's also close to that effect in time or space. So if you get sick, then your subconscious mind is going to search around for what unique food you ate and most recently, and it's going to tend to make you not want to eat that food. Right? And of course, if you see a billiard ball, like a ball on a pool table, if your brain sees it move, then it looks around, sees the ball that was closest to it in space and time, which of course bumped into it, and it's going to say, oh, the cause of the second ball moving is because the first ball bumped into it. If you get upset, then your brain is going to look around in the environment, and it's going to say, well, what unique thing happened in the environment that's closest to me in time and space? And if it's a person saying something to you, then it's going to say, aha, the cause of me being upset is what that person did, right? And a problem with that, of course, is then it promotes helplessness, because in that particular case, right? There's a problem with all of these things, right? With the sickness thing with the food, your brain might have misidentified the food, but it's still functional, right? It can help you survive as well. It does the best it can on its own. And then what you need to do is interfere with it consciously in order to get it on the right track, right? So understanding that your brain is always looking for cause and effect in that way is key. And I started talking about the cause and effect thing with your subconscious because I was talking about in the marketplace, when we're trying to make money, then we're going to get rewarded for the end result of asking creative questions. So our brain is going to go and see that we get rewarded for what looks like gets rewarded for something that's creative, right? A product, service, a website, that sort of thing. So it's going to come to the conclusion that making things that are unique or basically the creativity lies within the result, right? And we'll call results creative. We'll look at a product and say, oh, well, that's creative, right? And so it misidentifies the source of the creativity, and that can be an issue because then we don't really realize how to get there. We start to try to make things that are new or unique or this sort of thing, when in fact what we want to be doing is asking the right types of questions. And we don't need to, our solutions don't need to be particularly new or unique. I've had great success in strategy in my life. I like to play games, and I've done very well, including on a world level, with Magic, the Gathering, and so forth, with strategy games. And sometimes you innovate with strategy and you figure something kind of that ends up looking creative to other people. But other times you just do something that's fairly mundane and realize, hey, this is so great to do, I'm just going to keep doing this. And you don't try to vary it up and just keep doing what's working. So sometimes something that's extremely effective might not look creative, but the fact was that that good creative questions were asked, and the answer just might look mundane. The next Avengers movie that comes out might not look creative to art critics. However, if the question is, how do we create a wonderful movie experience for lots of people, then it might be the perfect answer to that. All right, so it doesn't matter whether something's new or unique. What matters is well, the only meaning for creativity right now is that you're asking some sort of question to improve on whatever the default functioning would have been. Opening up a new space by asking a question in this creative sort of way does not guarantee you a better result instantly. It generally will guarantee you better results over time if you stick with it, but not in any one particular case, or even in many cases. You could go many times, and your first 10 sales letters that you make after you make the one that would have just occurred to you by default might not outperform the default one, right? But you still are going to be, of course, far better off in life by asking the right types of questions. And it'll tend to be much better than that. In reality, asking the right question is going to lead to better answers pretty fast, pretty often. Now, I wrote that there's nothing wrong with improving on your mind's default settings. I wrote this for a reason, and that is because the cool thing is we like to be able to think quickly when possible, right? And we would like our default to be as great to be as good as possible, which means that we have more good ideas, less bad ideas, right? We filter out bad ideas from our mind, and we get more good ideas in there. And so just going through the law of implication course, right, either the full one, which you should definitely get if you haven't gotten it yet. What's wrong with you? And in everything that I'm showing you here as well. Then I'm giving you a whole bunch of useful settings, useful ideas that can then go into your mind, and you can come up with your default settings that you come up with even if you're not being creative will be better and better. And of course you can do that for yourself. You don't need me. I'll certainly help you and speed you along. But the more ideas you get right, the better you'll come up with the correct things by default, right? You don't need to, to be cliche, you don't need to reinvent the wheel if you've invented the wheel well, right? The problem is if people's wheels are not nice and round. I don't know. Hopefully my analogies aren't going too far afield, right? But if our ideas in our mind aren't very effective for the situation, then we're going to need to be creative. Creativity takes time and conscious effort. And so it ideally, we'll have our settings so right in our mind that we don't have to be creative all that often. So interestingly enough, being creative isn't necessarily an ideal. It's more of a necessity. When you are creative, which takes conscious effort and attention, then it actually depletes. Conscious effort and attention are actually kind of depleting to your whole system. Your mind and so forth. So it gets actually less effective over time until you get some sleep and certain nutrition and so forth. And so the goal isn't to just always be creative every moment. The goal is to, of course, the ultimate goal is just to be happy, not just to be happy, but to be perfectly happy and for everyone else to be perfectly happy. And along that way, the strategy is to get the default settings in your mind as good as possible. So the goal of creativity is to be able to be less and less creative because you won't be necessary, right? The goal of inventing the wheel is to not have to reinvent the wheel. However, of course, until we have the wheel perfect, until we're perfectly happy, then we need to continue to ask better questions and come up and have answers come and improve on our default settings. And in order to do that, then we want to get plenty of sleep. You can really improve the quality of your life pretty well by just getting more sleep. Interestingly enough, when people sleep or if they drink, you can get what comes out more is their default settings, right? Because they'll be inhibiting their default settings more. They're better able to inhibit their default settings of just their attitudes and their responses and how they might act when they have had sleep or when they're not drinking. And someone who changes and is kind of a jerk when they're drinking or when they haven't slept, what it shows is that their default settings are particularly off in that way. It doesn't mean they're more off than you, because maybe you're less of a jerk in that way, but maybe you have other problems, right, or other issues. But or myself, of course. I say that about myself. So I'm not saying that to be judgmental, but you can also see that in yourself. If when you don't get sleep, you're kind of significantly more obnoxious, or when you drink, if you're more angry and mean, then that's a good indication that the default ideas in your brain and the wiring and so forth are off, and that you want to improve on those and ask questions in order to do that. And of course, I'll be helping you greatly as you go through this whole law of implication course. Every result you want in your life, including to improve your default settings, you need to look at the implications of ideas, and if you want to make changes, you need to have inputs that imply the correct ideas to your brain. I want to mention a concept that I call driving out of San Francisco. I couldn't use any city for this, but just use San Francisco. And it's just a quick illustration of why this is useful for many reasons, but it illustrates why we want to pay attention to creativity and learn from this video, even if we get good results in our lives sometimes, or even if we think that we're quite creative. Unless we, okay, so let's say that you have someone drive randomly around the United States, and they don't know how to get to San Francisco, and they don't exactly understand San Francisco very well. They won't really know what it looks like, and they think, oh well, maybe I think I'll recognize it when it happens. Anyway, but if they don't know what it looks like, then you say, well, if they drive randomly, won't they eventually end up in San Francisco? And this is actually, I'm not going to dwell on this now, but this fallacy comes up all the time in evolutionary theory, where the people talk about the probability of getting to a certain result without realizing that the result would degrade after it happens. So the point with driving out of San Francisco is if you don't recognize it, then even if you drive around randomly, even if you drive into San Francisco, what's going to happen is you'll drive back out. And so a lot of people, they have success sometimes in their lives, and also in certain areas of their lives they'll have more success than in other areas. Like they might make a lot of money or have a fairly good career, or they enjoy their career but then have a difficult time with their relationship, or maybe they have a good relationship with their wife and their career is good but they have difficulty with their kids, right? So if you don't know your methodology for creativity, which is going to be ultimately your methodology for success, then you'll drive into San Francisco in some place in your life, right, so to speak. You'll have success, but then you'll just drive right back out again other times. That's why if you sometimes have success, with let's say sales, and other times don't, if you don't know the methodology for it, then you'll do it sometimes, won't do it others, right? So even if you have a lot of success, you still want to focus in and really use that success to figure out the methodology. And I'll also mention, just a little bit related, it's interesting whenever I notice a book or a teacher or a person and they're trying to understand success purely by studying a successful example, that doesn't make a lot of sense. You want to also study an example of someone who seemed to do a lot of the similar things but then wasn't successful. Right? So merely reading success stories can be misleading, and people can attribute certain things to something that causes success that doesn't actually necessarily cause success, because then if you look at people that weren't successful, they still they did that. It reminds me of a pretty funny Saturday Night Live skit with Tina Fey as Sarah Palin, and I'm forgetting the other actress's name, but who played Hillary Clinton, and Tina Fey said that, you just have to want it really badly. And Hillary Clinton had just lost the primary, and she was like, yeah, that was my problem. I didn't want it badly enough. So that's often one of the things people say with success. You have to want it really badly, but maybe other people want it really badly and don't achieve it. So you need to figure out what else is necessary. All right, so keep this in mind, that unless you really know how to recognize something, you merely the fact that you've sometimes achieved a result isn't it. Don't get overconfident. Instead, try to figure out the methodology very clearly. And I bring it up with creativity because, of course, you've been creative at times in your life, or at least what comes across as creative. But I'm not disputing that you also have been creative. But even if that's the case, it really pays to understand it deeply so that you can be creative whenever it's helpful and necessary. Okay, I'll go on to the next slide here. All right, this has a lot of wording on it, and it's going to help us to understand about how we want to interact with our brain and what it does and what it doesn't do. So our subconscious brain, think of it like a workhorse. I talked about this in the previous video. I didn't use the word workhorse, but it's very, very powerful. All right, but it's very useful once you ask the right questions. It can be quite useful in coming up with some creative answers, but it isn't going to come up with the questions that you need in many cases. Now, it can come up with questions within a range. Like once you ask the right, like basically it can come up if you think of a big, like let's say you ask a question that opens up a circle like this. Like if you ask a question, how do I make more money? Right? Then your subconscious can come up with like sub-questions, questions within that circle, but it's not going to come up generally with questions like that are outside that circle, like to go deeper. Generally, it's generally not going to say maybe I can I make more money if my spouse treats me differently. It maybe somehow it might come up with that, especially if it heard it somewhere before, but it generally isn't going to ask questions that are deeper and deeper and outside of the circle that you open up, the space that you open up. So you want to put it to work. Now, and the other thing, of course, is that something I haven't mentioned yet, it's fairly obvious, but I just mentioned it for completeness, is that the more, I'm going to say knowledge for a second, but then I'll try to, the more knowledge that your brain, that your subconscious gets, actually a great word is building blocks. The more good building blocks that your subconscious gets, then by far its answers can be better. Right? It's only going to be able to process what it already has inside of it. It's once you open up a space, it's only going to be able to help you fill that space with things that it's been exposed to. And so exposing it to useful building blocks. So if you're trying to create a sales or an affiliate matchmaking page, then getting onto forums and just getting getting a lot of inputs from people that could be not forums about sales, but forums about the product that you're selling or related, where people are asking questions, and the more you can kind of get a sense of what prospects and customers in that area are wanting and talking about, then that can be very useful. So generally asking the question of how can I accumulate more good building blocks, and it's pretty important to try to filter for good building blocks and not misleading ones. Obviously, if you have incorrect knowledge, then that can lead to some obviously can make the process less efficient when your subconscious is using that to help process and come up with answers. Even if you have some incorrect knowledge and your subconscious comes up with some incorrect answers, that's okay, because you're going to want, of course, also a feedback loop to see if the problem is really solved, and if it's not optimal, then you remember in the previous video I talked about imagining a scenario that happens after you get the result that you want, right? So that's the law of implication method of defining the problem. And I just made kind of quotation marks with my fingers there, but defining the problem. People talk about the problem-solving method. You want to define the problem. You actually don't exactly want to define the problem. That's approximately right. But by the law of implication, the correct thing to do is to construct a scenario in your mind of what the world would look like after the problem is optimally solved. All right. So if you're making a sales letter or an affiliate type of sales letter, kind of intermediate communication between yourself and they come to you and you're an affiliate, you give them a communication and then you send them on to a sales letter to buy. If you're doing that, then you want to, instead of defining the problem like, oh, I want to make sales, instead you want to construct a scenario of what the world will look like after you've succeeded in coming up with the best response. The way it would look is that people come to your web presence, website or web page or Facebook page or whatever, and then they end up buying the product. And I don't stop there. The trouble, if people stop there, that's impoverished. It doesn't It doesn't help the world and therefore yourself as much as it could. It implies something it implies that you're more helpless, and just carries a number of weak implications with it. If you don't go on to then imagine the customer after they purchase becoming successful, not just satisfied, but successfully solving their own problem with that product, right? So that is, instead of defining the problem with words, with the law of implication, we create a scenario that of how the world would be after the problem is optimally solved, like after the sales letter is optimally built. So then I started talking about this because what if you come up with the wrong answers? Well, that's okay, because you have clearly in mind what the world is going to look like when things are built properly. That's better. If you just defined the problem, then you could forget about that pretty easily, or it's just not very, it's much less effective, and it's not in accordance with the right implications. Instead, if you have a clear idea in mind of what the world is supposed to look like after things are properly created, then you can just go and see if that's how the world looks. So is it happening that people are coming to your sales presence and then they're going on to buy in reasonable numbers, and then are they going on to becoming successful with the product? If that is, and you want some feedback and to have an understanding of whether that's happening or not, right? And if that's not happening very well, then you need to keep asking questions to get to that, to where it is happening. Okay, so questions are vitally important. Questions are the evidence. They happen pretty much right after you do some sort of invisible thing consciously that's creative and opens things up. One way to characterize that kind of invisible thing that you do consciously in order to come up with good solutions to useful problems in the sense of it's useful to solve the problem, then a simple way to put that is that you're seeking what's true and good, and in doing so you end up creating a question because the world doesn't look as you want it to yet. And I want to point out that important questions create important new spaces. So merely opening up a new space with a question isn't necessarily going to be helpful, because a useful question creates a useful new space, but a judgmental question is like a magnet for a space to get judgmental answers. A negative question is like a magnet for negative answers and effects, and petty questions, is similar. The thing with petty questions also is they just take up space, right? It's like carbon monoxide is poisonous because it bonds with the same thing that that I believe oxygen. Sorry, it bonds with the same thing that if I have my facts right, then it bonds with your hemoglobin instead of oxygen, and it closes it off, where then now the hemoglobin in your blood can't bond with oxygen, and you can't breathe properly. So in the same way, petty questions are poisonous because they take up space. Not this kind of space. They take up the mental. They take up your creative focus, right? And spread it all out in really petty and irrelevant directions. So we want to pay attention to the questions that we're asking. If we're just having conversations about people and just started to ask questions about their lives that end up being petty in the sense that what are we trying to make the world look like through our question? Do we have a clear, great result in mind? Not if it's a petty question. So then try to, when you notice yourself asking petty questions, say, kind of try to put a stop to that and think, what's an important question that I can ask instead? Okay, I will end this video here, and I have a few more things to say about this, and I'll talk about ways you can see that your brain will predictably go wrong by default. That will help you to recognize when you can be creative, and little red flags to be creative and so forth. I'll talk about that in the next video, which will be the third and I believe final part of the series here, this little mini. Alright, I should be able to wrap up this series in this video. Now, it's useful to keep in mind, just to orient ourselves to where we are now after the first two videos and such, that creativity is not the goal. Creativity in and of itself is not something we need to strive for or not. What we want to do, in essence, the goal is the goal. You know, the way we want things to be is what we want. And so we don't have to be creative. If we can get there without being creative, then that's fine. Right? Then what I'm going to talk about primarily in this video is to see a bit more of how your brain works by default, so that you can have little signals and realizations of when you're going to particularly want to be creative in order to get the result that you want, and then a little bit more on how to do that. In essence, the opposite of creativity would be shutting down and refusing to address a question. The way this can look in business is you can just get kind of frustrated or angry or depressed or just kind of feel helpless. In a relationship, shutting down can involve all those things, and it can it's really the thing that made the most difference for me before I met my wife and figuring out what I really wanted to look for in a woman, and I was correct in this, so that's why I'm sharing it, is there needed to be a chemistry, right, where we were both attracted to each other. But then there's really one other thing that was necessary, and that was that the woman that I would end up marrying needed to, or even that I would want to date or whatever, needed to, I called it at the time kind of like seek understanding, but basically what that meant was they needed to not shut down, ideally regarding anything, and at least regarding things that we would need to address in life, that we would run into. Unfortunately, it's very common for people to have certain areas of their lives, certain beliefs, or things where they just don't want to ask questions about them or address them. Instead, they'll shut down, get angry, get offended, run out of the house, you know, whatever it might be. It's perfectly fine to take a break, right, and to calm down, even sleep on something. People say don't go to bed angry. I don't know, like, but it's one way or the other. I just don't want someone that's going to shut down in sort of in an ultimate fashion, or in a way that's, you know, it's going to last for days and days. One amazing thing about my closest friend and business partner, Mike Long, and the reason it's been a no-brainer for me to stick with him and for him to be such a close person in my life for so long, is because he just doesn't shut down on things. And which means at least he'll let me ask questions, right? Like anyone, of course, anyone can get upset from time to time, but then it would always be within a short period of time. It would, and like whatever we wanted to kind of investigate or something, he would open his mind up and deal with it. And these days, you know, he basically just defaults to that, like pretty much every time. So it's just wonderful to have that in a friend. And it's a little bit different than creativity in one sense, where, and when I talk about shutting down in terms of relationships, we're talking about now someone who at least lets you be creative and try to improve on things and so forth. And I don't mean, of course, just being critical of them constantly and trying to improve them, but just asking good questions in general. So in relationships, then shutting down, it isn't even that you need someone that themselves is particularly creative or asks great questions. I don't really care about so-called intelligence or whatever in a relationship. My wife is great. That's not some backhand thing about my wife. She's plenty smart, but it wasn't important to me, and I think for good reason. What matters is whether they're going to shut down if you're trying to be creative, or whether they're not going to shut down. And then in like politics, you know, you can see people shut down all the time. They'll, instead of addressing an argument by the facts or logic, they'll attack the actual person, and they'll be offended, or they'll try to get the person to be quiet in some way, whether they'll kind of morally go directly, in the Latin, right, it's called like an ad hominem attack, where they're going straight to the person and attacking them. With religion, people might do that, but they also might shut down in a way where they just sort of retreat into themselves, and they say, well, you can believe what you want, and I can, I can believe what I want. The trouble with that is that it's better for everyone to believe what's actually true, and about something as important as God, then presumably you want to help other people to see what's true. I don't mean you need to nag them or make their life difficult at all, or whack them over the head with a big solid, Bible or whatever book. But if you shut down yourself and kind of retreat in and of yourself and use one of the things I tried to fight against is people behaving as if the Bible is the very bottom and core of what's called their epistemology, which is their method of knowing what's true. Even if, first of all, the only way to understand what's in the Bible would be to interpret it with your own mind. So you'd be claiming infallibility of your own mind's interpretation. And then on top of that, it just isn't, it's reasonable to ask, well, why is the Bible true? Right? And so if someone can have an answer to that, then great. Then they can do a better job. If the Bible is true, or whatever that might mean, then, or if certain things in it are true, such as that Jesus was God and such, then if someone's a Christian, then by having a deep basis for the reason for understanding all of that, and not just reasonable sounding reasons, but actually reasons that are utterly solid, where your understanding of what's true is based on something that's perfectly clear and certain, then you can do a better job explaining to other people why that's correct as well. If someone believes that Paul, who wrote part of what became later the Bible, that if someone believes that Paul is absolutely infallible, then it's pretty hard to talk to a Muslim who thinks that Muhammad was infallible, because the Muslim can't see the difference between what's there to Muhammad and Paul. Jesus didn't mention either one of them, right? And they both just wrote stuff, and then afterwards people decided that it was infallible. So this idea of shutting down ends up being, I don't know if when I say it's the opposite of creativity, that might be not the perfect way to put it. I might not be using the word opposite in the way that I normally do with great precision, but certainly in practice the opposite effect to forming creative questions would be to just shut down. And it's probably correct. I'm not thinking it perfectly through right now, but it's probably correct that they really are basically opposites. Is that you're either asking creative questions or you're shutting down. Well, actually, let me just make sure we think this through here for a second. So we constructed the idea of creativity with the idea that your brain and your body are going to run on default, by default, right? That, like, however they would normally act based like however your brain or what you call you, but it's not you, but however your body and brain would normally act based upon all of its past experiences and whatever you've done in the past to be creative and so forth. But however your brain's configured right now, that's how it would act right now regarding a particular situation or problem. And if you don't consciously interfere, then however it would act into the future on that problem. That's the default. And then you can use creativity in order to try to improve on that. And the question is when to do that. And if it's the case that you don't fully understand the issue at hand that you're dealing with, that we're talking about being creative about or having the default, if you don't fully understand it, whatever that might mean, to understand something, and then also if the optimal result is not going to be achieved, then you're either creative or you shut down regarding that particular thing. Right. At that point, I'm constructing the idea of shutting down as I've constructed the idea of what it means to be creative. In that case, where you're asking a question in order to try to improve on the default. And then if you were to notice that you don't perfectly understand and that you're not going to get the perfect result, and you're still not going to ask a question, then that is shutting down, as I'm talking about it. And it looks like that is an exact opposite, because I'm saying you're not asking the question, and I said that asking the question is creativity, and then not asking the question, despite the fact that everything's not perfect, would be shutting down and just letting the default. You're shutting down your conscious creativity and just letting the default happen, even though you should be able to tell that it's not perfect. And when you do that, not only do you get something that's not perfect, but you're implying that you're relatively helpless whenever you accept an imperfect result without creativity. Now, you could instead decide that something else is more important, and that would be a difference. But that isn't quite the same as shutting down. You might realize there's a question there to improve on something, and in essence ask it, but say, but actually I want to spend my creative focus on something that's more important. In that case, you're shutting down perhaps temporarily on a particular issue, but your reasoning is solid, which is you're going to something that at least seems more important. And then you might want to ask the question whether it's more important, or it might be fairly urgent where you just need to attend to it. All right. Regardless of how critically important it was to work through that or not, it probably was very important. It's great to understand things that are important, like creativity. That also served as an example of how to think through things with the law of implication methodology, where you're using opposites and mismatching and so forth, seeing what doesn't match. And you're also carefully constructing and reminding yourself of how you construct, of the definition that you can construct it, and so forth. All right, I'm on a slide that I haven't talked about yet. If I ever do that and it's ever distracting you, then it's a good idea to pause the video and just write down what's on the, or at least read and maybe write down what's on the screen. And if I'm talking about something that's not on the screen at all, you might want to look away, actually, from the screen. I try to put a bunch of stuff on slides, but sometimes, of course, I'll talk about something that isn't directly on the slide. All right, so I've listed 3 things where your brain's going to predictably go wrong. Now, I also remember I talked about how your brain does cause and effect, and it does it in a way that it isn't like it's wrongly designed, your brain, but it does it, in essence, the best it can for not having so unconsciously interfere, where it tries to see what's in the immediate environment that's new and unique, that is closest in time and space to the effect that it's trying to figure out the cause for, like getting sick or a ball moving or you feeling angry. Then it does cause and effect in that way. Great, and so be aware of that. Now let's talk about linear extrapolation. This is a pretty big deal to understand. Particularly, you can see it really well in communication. You can also see it in sales, where people pretty often they'll say that oh, hey, this advertising campaign or this headline or this thing worked somewhere else, and so it'll work for us, basically. And that it is surprisingly common for marketing that worked in one place to not work somewhere else. Conditions can be different, the context can be different, the market, the knowledge of people in the marketplace or what they're already have seen before can be different. So that's probably an example of linear extrapolation. I can kind of force it to fit that or not. Regardless, it's a useful thing to be aware of. But to me, it feels like it fits in the linear extrapolation. Another thing about what I mean, it's just kind of like something just going in a straight line, like a trend is going to continue in a straight line. And often life does not work that way. Plenty of times it does, which is why your subconscious does this by default. It's probably the most common thing that'll happen. If someone behaves a certain way consistently, like if they're late fairly often, it's totally reasonable to plan on the being late the next time. I've talked about this before with reasoning by analogy. You want to be careful, though, the extent to which you start to create a spiral with that person where you're making it more likely that they're going to be late by your own actions. So you might not want to do that. But you can sort of plan on it. But I try to plan on it in ways that don't reinforce their lateness. Mostly when someone's late, I try to plan on it so it doesn't really upset me. And if it's going to really cause me a problem if they're late, I will try to deal with that up front and explain to the person up front that like what and why it's going to be what the effect on myself is going to be if they're late. Usually doesn't happen with me, but if that kind of thing is going to come up, I'll try to tell them in advance. And that's a bit of a creative response to the idea of people being late. Instead of letting it blindside me, I have a book, I have something I can do. And again, particularly if someone has been late. But also just it's even linear just to say people in general are often late for things, right? And so it's reasonably predictable that it can happen. And so being prepared for it tends to be good, and doing your best to head it off if it's going to be particularly inconvenient is useful too. I normally don't try to punish people for being late because generally they're just going to hold that against me. So mostly it's one of those things in life that the only way you can try to deal with it is in advance. And also by not reinforcing it, I try not to make it more likely to be late by me expecting them to be late or anything like that, or being late myself. Because of course that tends to be disrespectful of someone's time, and respect is one of the, of course, most key things in relationships, including business relationships, of course. All right. So projection and communication. Our brain thinks in a linear fashion as well, in the sense that by default it's going to constantly think that what a phrase or what a statement or any piece of communication, what it means to you, when you're speaking, what a phrase means to you or to your brain, your brain's going to linearly extrapolate that to figure that it means the same thing to the other person. And of course that also works a lot, right? You can't constantly be starting from scratch in communication, right? And try to pantomime or do whatever, right? And try to communicate things. That won't even work either. So that is reasonable, except you want to be aware that your brain's going to constantly be defaulting to presuming that other people will get the same thing from your communication that you intend. But of course, as I talk about often with the law of implication, all that matters is what is in their mind. And so you want to be asking questions. Essentially, when you're communicating with someone, that's a great time to be creative, to turn on your creative question asking. And in particularly, you want to be asking yourself, not them directly, and not even yourself either directly. You sort of be asking, as I talked about in the first video, you want to ask questions sort of to, like, not to any particular source, but you want to be opening up the space to the idea that what they're interpreting your communication as might not be the same as what your brain's interpreting your communication as, and to be really looking for signs that there's misinterpretation. And one of the things I do, this might take some planning at first. It's hard for me to know how easy or hard this is for other people to do. But what you can do is you can, I'll just state it first and I'll try to explain. You can take a conclusion that you have and you use that conclusion as a premise. As a premise to, well, okay, I'll explain that first. So if you think that the other person understood what you hope that they understood, then that's a conclusion. The conclusion is the other person got the meaning that I have in my mind, right? That they was successfully communicated. So that's a conclusion. Now what you want to do is take that conclusion and treat it as a premise, and you want to build off of that premise, and you want to think of some response that they would give, some action that they would take or something, if it was true that they really got your communication. So if you are a woman and you say to your man, we never go out anymore, and to you it's just obvious that what that means is you just want to go out tonight, your man might interpret it in a different way, which the wording in his mind might be something that would make more sense to phrase it as you're a bad boyfriend and I'm unhappy with you. But you as the girl might not be thinking that at all. You just might be thinking that you actually like him a lot and you want to go out tonight, and you can't remember the last time you went out, even though it might have been 2 days ago. But right now you're just thinking you want to go out, and so you say we never go out anymore, and he gets the other. Then if he reacts defensively, you as the girl might then say, oh, why do you have to be so defensive? But instead, what you can do is think, okay, so the conclusion is that he got what's obvious to you, which is that you want to go out tonight. But then you use that conclusion as a premise. So if he heard you say, we want to go out tonight, is it really likely that, how would he probably respond? If he knew that you wanted to go out tonight, you might have felt like you said the most obvious thing in the world when you said, we never go out anymore. You might have, to you, that might have just felt like, to you saying it might be so obvious as a girl, as a woman, that means that just means let's go out tonight. So, but if you think about if your man really understood what you were saying, would he act so defensively? Probably not. So there's no reason then to say, why are you being defensive? That's just kind of obnoxious. Instead, you would want to say, oh, maybe you could realize that if you're asking the question constantly, creatively in communication of, is the person getting the same meaning that I'm intending? Then when he responds in a way that doesn't really seem in accordance with the meaning that you intended, then instead of reacting back to his odd response in a downward spiral, you can just fix the communication itself. Also make sure that you're being creative with the, not just that they understand you, but that you understand them. Another related idea of when you want to be creative is the way their subconscious normally works and the way that people normally view the world. Again, in the core product, in the core methodology, I talk about how the way that people normally see the world is that there's objects, that they're an object walking around in the world, in the physical world that is conscious. And that's actually not the correct way to understand the world. That's not how the world works. But our subconscious minds, the way that we treat other people, our subconscious minds ends up twisting other people into being objects as well. It treats them as conscious objects, but still objects. And so people will project who a person is onto that person rather than kind of creatively trying to see more who that, I was going to say more than creatively see who that person is, but that isn't, it's not that great a phrase or an explanation. In particular, what people can do is project based on past experiences with other people who aren't even that person onto, like, so if you meet a person for the first time, either in business or you're dating them or whatever, they can look at you and just have this sort of composite projection that is particularly a fabrication of their own mind that's not really related to you. And you can do the same, your subconscious is going to do the same thing to other people, and you need to be creative in order to understand, I don't want to say see, but understand a person more accurately. And the more you have the core worldview and the mental model of the law of implication in general, the better you are there. I explain that in more detail when I explain the whole model in the core training. I don't want to sidetrack things too hard to go into that now. And that's not the purpose of these module videos. And one last warning regarding that example is if you suspect that someone else is not getting the communication that you intend to, or if you suspect that you're not getting the communication that the other person intends, asking an explicit question is generally not that accurate. So if you just look at someone and say, do you understand? People lie about that nonstop, right? If you say, are you getting this, or is this interesting? As a matter of fact, people will actually answer more emphatically when they have no idea what you're talking about than they will if they understand what you're talking about. That's when they'll extra try to turn up the lie and be like, oh yeah, I understand it, because especially if they just want you to stop talking about that topic. So if you do say, does that make sense, and they answer particularly emphatically, then look closely at their body language. It's fairly likely that they have no idea what you're talking about. And the more you pay attention to this, the more you'll get you'll automatically by default have a good feel for whether someone's understanding what you intend for them to understand, or whether you're understanding what someone else intends to understand. It'll become more and more easy by default. But that whole example there, I kind of went off on a bit of a relationship example when explaining linear extrapolation, but that example will take you so far in life, in both business and in personal relationships, if you don't just constantly not realize that miscommunication is going on when you're not creating a space to get past that and to bridge the communication properly, and also projecting your own archetype version of an object on top of who they are onto somebody. Both can limit them and keep them from changing in a way that can be helpful, and it can be disrespectful. It could, in some cases, really hurt them badly. In other cases, it just causes mild sense of someone feeling like an object, or a disconnection between the two, and a lack of closeness, and etc. So it manifests itself in different ways, but there can be fairly negative. And overcoming that is an example of how creativity works. Right? You need to open up a space with the right questions, and then get the answers to that properly. And you don't just get answers in life by explicitly asking someone and hearing their response. Right? You have to be looking for implications and understanding the idea of implication more and more. Okay, I'll move on here to this. What I wrote here: perception versus reality. All right, this is actually going to be pretty impactful as well, very important for you. When your brain has a goal inside of it, it automatically twists the. Let's say that the goal is to be a pretty smart person, or feel like that sort of thing, which a lot of people have, or to be a little bit better than their peers, right? If that's the goal, then, or to be, feel like you're an attractive person, then, or to feel like you make enough money, or that a sales letter is good, the sales copy is good. The way our brains work is that our brains pretty much completely substitute the goal. They make the goal be to perceive that the goal has been reached, rather than actually reaching a goal. At which point, and once it's perceived, the goal gets twisted to be perception, and our brain will actually try to avoid feedback from reality that can interfere with the perception of the goal being reached. So if somebody wants to be smart, they'll start to do counterproductive things to reinforce the perception that they're already smart, rather than helping the reality behind that, which is to get their ideas straight. Maybe to accumulate more knowledge as well. But people can often be quite defensive about sales copy if you're trying, or that manifests itself all throughout the process of trying to make money for yourself, or if you're just you can imagine someone who works for this happens all the time. It's very hard to give feedback or receive feedback, right? If you're working in an office or for a boss, or same thing, it can be on your own, in your own business. It can be hard to get accurate feedback because people want to believe that they're, simplistically speaking, good, right? They want to believe that they're competent already, that they're already smart, already competent, already did a good job. What is that? Because their goal for all that is to perceive that they're doing well. because that's how your subconscious brain twists things. Your subconscious can't really tell the difference, and this seeps into your conscious brain as well. Not your conscious, the part of your brain, of course, when I say conscious brain, the part that's responsible more directly for what comes into your consciousness field. But in essence, I'll just say your brain. Your brain can't really tell the difference between perception and reality, for the most part. In a way that there's some exceptions, or that's not a perfect statement, but it's very useful to start thinking of it that way, and that in many, many cases, perception and reality is identical. Certainly, if someone's in a relationship, then if the other person wants to make them believe that they're liked or loved, that it's going to be this of course relates to the idea of bias, right? If we want to believe something, then the bias can only work if perception fulfilled our goal, our feeling of achieving goals. If reality is the only thing that could let us achieve goals, we wouldn't be biased about anything. We would just want, it would just be, because it would have to be reality based. In politics, people feel happy when a politician's elected. They feel very happy, right? It's the reality of conditions being better in the country isn't really what makes people happy in politics, right? It's more the outcome of elections, which is more based on perception. Before, when I talked about communication, a person could, you've seen this happen, I'm sure, where a person will talk to someone else and feel very satisfied afterward that the other person understood what they said, regardless whether the person had any idea, right? So the speaker could feel totally satisfied, like their goal feels totally fulfilled, and it's all based on a perception of being understood rather than the reality of it. So you can see that, and as a matter of fact, if you were to walk up to the person who felt great because they thought the other person really understood them, or maybe that they thought that this other person really liked them, and if you walk up to them and say, hey, wait a second, that person didn't understand a word you said, or that person actually hates you, or at least disliked you, or didn't like you very much, they'll actually get upset at you, most likely, right? Which is interesting, because if their goal was to have the reality, if their brain, that's the fact that they would get upset at you proves by implication that's how we can know that their brain didn't have the goal of the reality that the person likes them, or the reality of them being understood. If that was the case, the person would thank you greatly that you pointed that out. And once in a while that will happen. Once in a while you'll point something quote unquote bad out, but you'll just be acknowledging reality to someone or to yourself, and you'll feel great about that. You'll be like, wow. And that's because the goal somehow didn't get twisted. You really want the reality. Generally because you interfered consciously with the situation and really recognized things properly with reality, where you got your brain untwisted to have it focused on a goal that involves reality rather than perception. And this is how you want to be, certainly. And I think I've turned myself into a good example of this, where I'm not claiming to be perfect in this, but a pretty good example where I really do want the reality of the ideas in my brain being correct. All right, and better, and not just to believe that I'm smart. Okay, I'm not concerned with how I already am or how my brain already is, but instead I just want to get things perfect. The great thing about having a goal for perfection is that it doesn't really it forces your brain out of just going for perception. So whenever you can. Take the more you can, and this is why in the first video on creativity with creative tension and creative focus, and and actually in the results formula itself video, the first one in this module series, I had you focusing on an event that would happen after you achieved your goal in reality. If you do that properly, then that will keep your brain from twisting the goal into a perception-based goal that'll actually cause you to want to shut down and get upset at feedback from reality. So here's an important place that your brain's going to reliably go wrong. I could keep talking about this, but what you can do is to work on this for yourself and look for your own examples of this in your life. This is really important and powerful. It's a huge thing that is going to determine the quality of your life, and it can be an absolute block on you getting to where you want to be in life, and in terms of you, and also a block for you understanding for real what I'm trying to explain to you with the whole law of implication methodology and model. If your goal gets twisted into just perceiving that you understand it or feeling like you understand it, rather than setting your goal properly so it's, when I say your goal, the goal that's of course installed in your brain, properly so that it's a reality-based goal, and then you'll welcome feedback from reality instead of trying to close yourself off from feedback. One last example of this that really helped me was when I was dating and looking to get myself straight with the relationships where I kind of figured everything out. I figured out a whole plan that turned out to be correct, both in what I wanted to look for in somebody and then in how a relationship should go. And I'll talk about that in the relationship module here. But one thing I realized that was particularly helpful was, look, I'm as attractive as I am in the sense that, right now, in the sense that some percentage of girls will find me attractive and some percentage won't. And that percentage is currently fixed in reality. The only way I can change that percentage of girls that find me attractive and girls that don't is to change how actually attractive I am, right? I can't change that based on just feedback in the sense of the way our brain works. It changes its own perception of how attractive you are based on who told you recently or communicated or implied to you that you were attractive or not recently. But I counteracted that by realizing, look, this is fixed. It's not based on what I hear from people. It's based on, there's just a fixed number of people that would find me attractive and wouldn't, based on the default situation. And then I can either work to improve that or not. And when it comes to, of course, to dating, you only need one person ultimately to really want to share your life with you, and then that can take care of you, for the rest of your life and take care of that whole area. But realizing that the percentage was fixed, and the only thing I could do to make my life better at that point would be to improve on the attractiveness, not to just improve on, or try to get myself to get just the right feedback that was telling me I was attractive. A lot of people fall in this category where they just want feedback that they're attractive, and that actually makes you less attractive, right? It's the same reason why I say that often PhDs and professors and stuff, they actually they need to keep their image up. It's based on marketing and so forth. You just have to ask yourself, who was the first PhD, right? And then you realize that, what did that person name himself, or at least he was named by a non-PhD. So they need to keep up perception, including for themselves. And that will actually, that's related to arrogance and so forth. That'll actually, over time, make you stupider, right? All right, the last thing that we'll talk about here is confusing is with should. Confusing how things are with how they should be. Now, it's linearly, it's okay to plan for things, particularly if something's outside of your control. You can plan that however something's been going, it'll probably keep going that way unless you work to change it. Now, if you are working to change it, like if your sales letters or your amount of money you've been making or whatever, or your relationship has been going in a certain way, then if you're going to be operating on things to change it creatively, then stop presuming that you know what's going to be in the future. And particularly what's important is stop feeling like the way things have been up to now, this is very important, is how they should be. It's different to say that how they will be. That's a separate issue in terms of what you think the future will be based on the past. But more important is how you think things should be, because someone who's been abused, let's say, then they can take on the belief that not only do they have the damage they have from that, which is valid, but then they think that they should, not always, of course, but it's common for people that have been abused to think that they should continue to feel bad and basically sabotage their life based on what happened in the past. So it's valid if someone is abused and that does lead to problems for them. I'm not being critical of that or blaming the victim. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't help anyone to believe that you should keep feeling that way, because then whenever you have a should type of belief, then what that is, it ends up being a goal, like a moral goal in your subconscious to maintain that into the future as reality. So again, your subconscious behaves as if the way things have been going is the way things should keep going in many cases, and basically look out for this. So if you are trying to make a change in something, which involves creating something, right? Or either you're changing yourself, or you're just creating a piece of value for money making, or if you want to change how things are going at work or whatever, I could name the usual suspects, right? Relationships and so forth. Then one thing that's going to form a block or actually work in the opposite direction of your efforts is if your subconscious, and you could just check on this, just see if you would affirm this statement. And if you feel like you would, that's coming from your subconscious. And you could be agreeing consciously, but stop, because I'm showing you now how it makes no sense. It's always wrong in every case. That in order to figure out, the only thing that should be the case in life is that you should feel perfectly happy, and so should everyone else. That's the only should in existence, and then there's strategies to get there. Nothing bad ever should happen. That's literally a contradiction in terms. You literally never ever should feel bad. I'm not condemning you. You don't need to feel extra bad for feeling bad. So I'm not saying you shouldn't feel bad in the sense that you should feel shamed or guilty or extra bad for feeling bad either. That would be just another case of where you should feel bad. All right? But literally, it's a contradiction in terms. It's always, always wrong to believe that you should feel bad. It isn't extra wrong to feel bad. You should include, right? As I said, you shouldn't feel bad, including you shouldn't feel bad about feeling bad. If you feel bad, then you want to start asking creative questions about how the things could be better, and then how to get there. Perfectly fine to acknowledge reality. Acknowledging reality only makes you feel bad if your brain is making this mistake and it's accidentally set a goal for the perception of achieving the goal rather than the reality of achieving the goal. So again, acknowledging reality seems negative only because of a mistake and only because of this mistake. If you don't make this mistake, then acknowledging reality, including if someone else acknowledges reality, in terms of constructive criticism, then it won't feel bad. Now, someone might be thinking that they're acknowledging reality, but they could be incorrect. So someone could criticize you and be wrong. Keep that in mind. When I was working on developing the law of implication years ago, I didn't call it that at that time, but when I was working on developing all this, for years I didn't make very much money. I didn't really work all that much. I had my own business teaching accelerated learning course that I created for myself. And I would teach it to students at the University of Virginia that I would advertise with flyers, and they would sign up privately. But I didn't make all that much money. Without the internet, it was hard to expand. I hoped to, but when I tried to expand it, the logistics, I just didn't really make it work, and I didn't rent a place. So I just got a place on campus, a room. So I knew the University of Virginia very well because I went there, and it just ended up not working very well to expand. And I also lived there. And so I made the money I made, but I also had lots of time free. People would suggest, like my parents or friends, that I should go get a job and make more money. And it wasn't that they were right or wrong, but they were sure that they were right. It turned out that it wasn't clear at the time. They weren't necessarily wrong either. But it turned out that they weren't right, and they didn't have the information. They didn't know what I was working on. And so they were maybe trying to constructively criticize or point out things, and then in that case they ended up being wrong. So people can certainly be wrong, and you don't even need an example for that probably. So you do still need to figure out whether they're right about their criticism, or if someone doesn't like your sales letter. If you write a sales letter or an affiliate page sort of sales letter type situation that isn't a final sales letter, but it's getting people to go to a different sales letter and buy, then you don't need to please people that are not the audience for the niche or the product, and that's important. So people could be giving you feedback. If you show your friends or your family, they might not like the letter, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. And there's almost no correlation between that. So please, for yourself, for your own sake, work on noticing this you do this all the time, almost certainly. Your brain is doing this to you all the time. All right, and it's causing blocks for you in living an even better life. And also notice this, and this is a huge deal. And I remember we talked about this in communication and how generally your brain is going to linearly extrapolate things. I'm actually going to do a separate video for the money getting module. It's not going to be on creativity itself, but I'm going to try to show you how there's different types of curves. Malcolm Gladwell, in his latest book, David and Goliath, talks about a U-shaped curve sometimes, and how things don't always just work in a linear fashion of correlation. Of course, there's exponential curves, there's things that plateau, and I'll try to show you how to notice those and plan for those. I use the awareness of those types of curves when I plan my OMG Machines business. I also use it in other places in my life, and it's very helpful to have. It helps you to think quickly by default, to have those at your fingertips, so to speak. So I will talk about that, and I mention that because the linear extrapolation thing, that's kind of our default of our subconscious. So the stuff I talk about in this video is particularly fruitful for you to launch off of and to work on yourself and to start noticing examples of it, and then you can go back and see how I suggested that you deal with it in those cases, all of which relates to asking better questions that open up a new space, which is a creative process. So creativity involves opening up a new space and getting it filled in the right way, including, of course, going out and getting the building blocks, right? You're not going to come up with a good creatively successful sales letter unless you do a lot of good research in most every case. All right, I hope you enjoyed the creativity series. It probably talked about a number of things you didn't really expect or that related to creativity. Maybe at times it might have seemed too deep or whatever, but you want to get over the sense of things being too deep for the law of implication stuff. Of course, we're going to constantly go all the way to the bottom of things whenever we can. All right, this should be exciting. I'm going to be sharing a bunch of what I know about goals, and I have several slides for you. Make sure to watch this series to the very end. I have some really incredible stuff for you, and the final slide might be particularly helpful, although all of them should be particularly helpful. In each of these, we're really able to know a number of things, so it's great. Know it for certain. I also should point out that goals are so vitally important to understand because they're very close to the root of the quality of our lives. They relate very closely, of course, to the brain and to our happiness. And so, yeah, basically by understanding goals, then we are going to be understanding the brain and happiness in a totally better way. Okay, I wrote here on this first slide, exit conditions versus failure conditions. When I taught accelerated learning, people would, I was teaching college students, and they would often, or sometimes they would tell me that they wouldn't want to go for 100% on a test because then they could be disappointed. Right, so people can be afraid to go for particular goals because the problem is they figure if they don't reach the goal, then they're going to need to feel unhappy after that. Remember, we want to look at our brain as a goal-achieving mechanism, and interestingly enough, our brain then, as it pursues its goals, looks at us as something to sort of manipulate. On the way to achieving its goals. And over time, I'll show you how to pretty much fully turn the tables on that. But part of that is instead of having when a goal gets set in our brain, by default it'll do it a certain way, where basically if you either don't achieve your goal or you feel quite blocked from your goal, then that'll make you feel bad in one way or another, or your brain will make you feel bad, right? It'll just kind of zap the pleasure or pain center, the pain center in your brain. But if you are intentional about things and you understand the mental model, particularly it helps, of the law of implication, where you're not your brain and your brain's a goal-achieving mechanism and so on and so forth. And if you understand how to think more clearly in terms of feeling very confident in understanding what's true when you can see that something doesn't match. I mention that because people are quite used to feeling certain by checking a feeling that comes from their brain, and that's what they identify with certainty. and you can be learning to shift that, and you likely are learning to or have succeeded in shifting that over to, instead of needing a feeling from your brain for certainty, then that doesn't even mean that you're correctly certain. Instead, you need to see how something doesn't match within your consciousness field. All right, so having all that as background, then when you are aware of setting a goal, and you can think of it as a goal, you can think of it as a stepping stone or a strategy, right? But it amounts to the same type of thing when it's a sort of day-to-day, short, medium-term goal other than, or strategy or stepping stone in your life, other than just going for perfect happiness for yourself and everybody else. So separate from that, just as kind of day-to-day things, or how much money you want to make, or that you want to go out on a certain day, or have sex with somebody, or have someone change their mind about something, or have someone understand the directions you're giving them, or whatever it might be. Those are all what I'm calling goals, simplistically speaking, for this series. So whenever, one thing you can do is if you start to feel bad regarding one of those little goals, then you can see that as a red flag. You can also do this proactively sometimes. And what you don't need to do is set a condition where the goal is going to be still active but can't be achieved. Or maybe it's still active and maybe it could theoretically be achieved, but it's going to be very difficult. So you can actually have conditions where you want to just drop the goal altogether. And you can know for certain that you want to do that whenever the time limit for the goal is over, or the triggering event is over, like with a test. Then when you're studying, you can want to get 100 on the test. Or when you're going for an interview with your boss, you can want to get a raise. But once the interview is over, then you can drop the goal. Right? Goals don't have to just sit there festering when they're no longer appropriate. And particularly, one thing that's obvious is you don't want to have goals for the past. People can accidentally do this and set goals for the past to be different. Now, you would think this would be obvious that this doesn't make sense, but the interesting thing is, to your brain, the past actually can be changed, because your brain, which is, it's false, but it's true in a kind of a twisted way, because to your brain, the past is just essentially memories and framing for those memories that are encoded in it, and those that framing and the memories can actually be changed. So if you're dating a girl and one of you cheated on let's say you cheated on her, and then you're still together, and then she keeps feeling upset about the fact you cheated on her, then of course she has a goal for the past to be different. And the only thing that makes sense regarding that is that the framing or the understanding of that event, that could change. But the past itself, of course, can't change. And so you don't want to, again, once the test is over, once whatever event it is over, then you want to just drop the goal. And realizing that goals can be dropped is critical. To your brain, it doesn't ever want to change. To change is to die, right? If to your brain or to anything, if you change, then you fully go away and you're replaced by something else. Even if that something else is 99% similar to what used to be, you've still gone away and been replaced. And so your brain doesn't want to change its goals, but once you change your whole understanding of how existence works, then you don't need to worry about what your brain wants in that way. You can just direct it to get things right. And of course, once you understand that your brain is no longer you, then I should explain this elsewhere, but just to take a second, since this kind of came up here, it's funny. Your brain, in the normal way of thinking, your brain actually thinks that it's conscious, and then and this is by default, I'm not saying you still think this way, but by default, I don't have to say you, but people's brain, but it's easier to understand if I say you, so I'm just going to say you. So you, and me as well, before I figure this out, your brain, of course, is not conscious, but you are. So your brain thinks that it's conscious. To do that, it twists the meaning of consciousness, and then that makes sense to you because you are conscious, and you don't really realize that that your brain is so confused about the whole issue of consciousness. So once you separate all that and you just understand that your brain is a mechanism, your brain can essentially get that. To a good degree, your brain can get that it's not, you can have your brain reconfigured so it doesn't understand in the way that you understand. It just gets encoded in it that it's not conscious. And that, and then it changing is no problem whatsoever. Another way to put this, it's a lot simpler, is that once you stop identifying with your brain, then this whole impossible prison or impossible kind of spiral or whatever gets, this vicious circle gets broken. You no longer identify with your brain, and so it doesn't think it's conscious anymore. It can now change. You can just understand that it's this thing that can change. All right. Words can't change, but a mind can understand something like the brain, have a understanding of it as an object, and then what that refers to, the object that you're referring to, that can change. Right? You need a mind to sort of launder the meanings of words into an object, and so then the object can change without the meaning of the word change. It's a little bit like, as I said, if you label a folder, you need a computer to label the folder or whatever, and then or maybe a mind, and then you label the folder, and then you can change what's in the folder without changing the label for the folder. Along with what I just said, objects, again, are not definitions or meanings, and so if an object doesn't have an independent existence, is another way to help understand what I'm saying. It only exists as sort of an approximation in the mind, or as there's a number of things that can only exist. I realize I'm going on here about something a little bit different, but it's useful for me to, whenever this comes up, it's kind of useful for me to talk about it for a moment, because getting this is kind of the whole ball of wax. So just in case you have a light bulb here, just to clarify, in case you are confused about this, or just to hear it again, so you can help you explain to other people. What I was saying was there's a number of things, a number of qualities of things and such that can only exist as part of a consciousness field, like hardness and color. And actually objects can only exist as something in your consciousness field. And then I realize you can sort of encode that in a computer. You can have like object-based programming, but it has to be sort of relative to a mind that's conscious. And you can investigate that further. I'm not going to go too on and on about that right now, but I'll just state it, where there's a whole bunch of things just can only exist as part of a consciousness field, and generally people don't understand that at all. And then they ask, why does there have to be code for the physical world? Why can't there be an actual physical world just like we think there is, just like our consciousness field? Why can't that extend out for the whole Earth? Why can't it all be like it looks to us? But the reason it can't is that the way things appear to you in your consciousness field are qualities that can only exist in a consciousness field. They can't be coded for. All right, I want to retreat a little bit, from this topic now and get back to goals. You can encode for stuff that's all in one computer folder, or everything associated with a particular word or object or whatever. But I don't want to get particularly into that right now. It was worth taking a little look at how our brain works and a little bit of the background of how the law of implication methodology and mental model can help you step back and reprogram things and look at things differently with your brain and with goals, so that you have new options when it comes to your goals and your brain and how it's and make sure that you go for exit conditions rather than failure conditions whenever you spot that sort of thing coming up. It can lead to the question of, well, how do I know when to give up, and how do I know when something's become too hard, and so forth. And well, you can usually figure that out better when you're not in the heat of the moment anyway. So it's another reason to think about this before the failure conditions come up. I'll give one last example. Let's say you're playing a computer game, and I've done this before, where I'll set the goal to get through the game without my character dying, let's say. And then if the character dies, then I could feel pretty upset about that, especially like if my brain calculates that it was because to our brain I was stupid or negligent or whatever, then I might feel angry at myself. If I think it was because programmers of the game screwed up or did something too hard or had some bug or whatever that caused my character to die, then I could feel angry at them. And so instead of setting failure conditions like that, then you can kind of set that if your character dies. You can set a goal to have your character die, and then right up and you can have that goal work right up until the point where the character actually dies, in which case then you would just exit the whole goal, right, and realize you're playing a game and let go. If you're concerned that doing this is going to cause you to not pursue a goal as strongly, then when you're doing this exercise and trying to set it right, then just look more in detail about, remember my Focus Desire Faith video, you can rewatch that, and just have more detail about how much you want to have happen the event after the goal is achieved, and picture that even more clearly, and imagine difficult things coming up that will make you think about giving up, and then imagine working through those things. So nothing about this is going to make you less likely to go after your goal strongly if you add that in as well. If you want to go after your goal more strongly, then program that in as well. So you're always better off doing this intentionally and understanding all of this. And this is a pretty big deal, so if you're not seeing yourself using this, then take some notebook time yourself and work on this and come up with your own examples. Again, this is a pretty big deal in life. This will come up a lot, and understanding this will allow you to go after goals that you might have been scared to go after before because you would be scared that you'd feel upset about failure. And you won't need to be so scared of failure after this, because especially after you try this a bit and get more used to doing this correctly. Okay, I moved on to the next slide. I want to point out something to you. Okay, I wrote here in quotes, not better can mean same rather than worse. So, and this has to do with taking advantage of opportunity or feeling upset about missed opportunities or feeling rushed or feeling like you have to achieve goals faster and faster. And mostly in life, you just really don't want to be rushed. It'll really not help you. And separately, by the way, you don't want to feel busy. You want to remove clutter in your lives. I think particularly in America, I'm sure other places where busy is like a badge of honor. I think I've talked about this somewhere else as well. But you don't want that. But also in terms of missing opportunity or feeling like you have to rush and take advantage of all these opportunities. Just because you have a goal, let's say, to have a client say yes to you or a customer buy or to make more sales or to have your girlfriend or boyfriend or husband or spouse or whatever do something that you hope to do tonight because you're like, oh, it would be better if we went out. It doesn't mean that life is then worse if you don't go out. So sometimes people will have this goal, they realize there's something they want, some opportunity, and then of course they'll feel worse that, like, once they think of that opportunity, once they notice an opportunity, or if they notice they missed it, they'll tend to feel even worse than if that whole situation didn't exist one way or the other. And that is a fallacy, right? Just because things aren't better doesn't mean that they, like, maybe they're just the same as always. I once told a friend years ago, and he was upset about a girl, and also that she might even be cheating on him, and I said I said to him about this girl. I'll just make up a name, Nancy. I was like, well, tomorrow morning I'm going to wake up and Nancy might be with some other guy, and it's not going to bother me at all. And now, of course, I hardly even knew this girl, Nancy, and I wasn't dating her, but it helped to point out, but it helped him. It helped to point out that you can just feel the same about things. You don't have to, like, look around in the world for some opportunity that you're missing or something that you want and then feel bad because you're not getting it. And stock market illustration can help to see this. Every day stocks are going up and down, right? So are commodities like wheat and gold and pork bellies and so forth. And so if you had bought or sold the stock or the commodity and then rebought or sold it at a profit, if you had known, then you would have been better off, right? So every day you could be upset about 1,000 different or thousands of opportunities you're missing in the stock market. And of course you're not, right? Generally, now you might be about a particular stock sometimes, but it shows how ridiculous it is, because if you were going to get upset about every opportunity in life that you're missing, you'd have to look at the stock pages every day and just get upset about every new stock going up or down and that you didn't buy or sell. So that kind of shows the absurdity. That's an example of taking a premise, right, to the extreme to show the absurdity, to show the premise is wrong. The premise being that if you miss an opportunity, you should feel bad about it. So realize this, and this can save you a lot of pain, and it can also, once again, cause you to not worry so much about setting goals, because the more we feel kind of zapped, or like metaphorically speaking, electrocuted, or given pain, because we went after a goal or have a goal, then the more we kind of just want to stagnate, right, and just kind of stay still and feel scared. And so the things that you can do to remove fallacies, these aren't just different ways of thinking about it, right? I'm showing you actual fallacies, actual things that are knowably false that you can remove from your life. All right, I wrote here on this next slide, we don't want to feel good about starting a goal, but bad near the end and unsatisfied at the goal. Additionally, I could say we don't want to feel good about starting, but bad near the end. Even if we were to feel satisfied about the goal, we still don't want to feel bad near the end. And what I mean is, one very easy way to picture what I mean, there's countless examples, but if you're driving somewhere, then it's easy to feel kind of good at the beginning of the trip, like you're about to go, take the trip, and you feel good starting out, but then partway through, halfway through, or 3/4 of the way through, you just want to get there, right? And you enjoy the trip a lot less, and you just kind of feel like impatient. And then when you get to your goal, you might feel happy for a moment, but then you don't just sit around feeling satisfied, right? You then want to go do something else. So it doesn't even bring you that much satisfaction often. So first we want to notice that this happens, and realize we want a solution to this, where we want to set goals differently, where we don't want to predictably run into this silly issue where we're going to predictably feel not that good and unsatisfied. Interestingly enough, you can measure this in the brain. I don't have the exact research in front of me, but you can show in a number of cases where we're able to measure how they'll see that someone will reach for an object and they'll get like dopamine released while they're reaching, and then that slowly gets taken away, which makes them feel good, and that slowly gets taken away as they get closer to the object, and when they grasp the object, it all goes away. They don't get the pleasure anymore now that they have the goal. And again, it's helpful to see how our brain can manipulate us this way. And if we're chronically getting started at things and feeling excited, and then kind of losing momentum and excitement and failing to take action and follow through for goals, and then this can of course keep us from accomplishing things that might be beneficial. It can also just cause us to start manically going after more and more goals and more achievement. If we keep feeling unsatisfied after we achieve a goal, then again it makes us kind of act kind of like manic in life, where we're just constantly trying to run and keep busy and go after more and more things and never seem to feel satisfied. So let's look into this and see what we can figure out. If you want, you can pause the video and work on it yourself a little bit. It might be interesting to do that and then come back and hear my take on it, whatever works for you. All right, so first of all, one thing we can do is before we get started on a goal, we can take a look at this and walk through in the future what's going to happen after we achieve our goal, including going on a trip. Often I don't really travel all that much, and because often I could just see this happening where I'll maybe want to go somewhere, but then I'm not halfway through the traveling, I'm not going to enjoy the traveling, and then once I get to where I'm going, I'm not going to really be any happier than I would be at home. Right? I'm extremely happy at home, so it's kind of hard to top it by going somewhere else in most cases. So one thing is, if you see this coming, you can just drop the entire thing, right? You just let it go and just not go after that goal. And often you'll save yourself time and effort, and you can spend your time doing something more productive. So really, that's the biggest way to deal with this, is if you're going to feel unsatisfied with a particular goal, you can probably just drop it and simplify your life. We want to remove clutter from our lives, as I mentioned before. People's lives are just way too cluttered with stuff, and you can't keep track. Like you need to do this conscious methodology of the law of implication to sort through good and bad ideas, in your life, and you don't need to add so much clutter that you just get overwhelmed with stuff that you have to solve. Right? If you keep your life simpler and simpler, really all you need to do in life, it's kind of funny, but if you stop creating your own problems in your head, and just by pettiness, right? And then if you, let me just see something here. Okay, I had a slide about this somewhere for I think a different video, but I'll just touch on this now, and then it'll be more familiar if you hear me talk about it somewhere else. But pretty much to be happy, if you have enough money to just be for just reasonably comfortable survival, which doesn't need to take more than like $1,000 or so a month for a particular person, and you know, for a family of four, maybe $4,000 a month. In a lot of cases in America, you can be fine. Maybe a little bit more if you have a mortgage or something like that. And then if you just don't create petty problems and just so much clutter, just stuff in life going on and drama, then you're pretty set, right? And then on top of that, if you happen to have nice friendships, and particularly just a romantic relationship, you just cuddle in bed naked and for some amount of time each day, and that's pretty great. And like life is just not that difficult, right? You read a book. So you obviously have to work, take care of that, but just kind of keep that simple. Work doesn't. You can even get done making money in your life if you don't spend money like nuts. In the final thing I'll talk about, it's be pretty eye-opening. I'll just flip to it, but then I'll talk about it in more depth when I get there. Probably get to it in the one more video. I'll probably make at least 2 videos in this series. People have a goal to like themselves, and it runs their lives. And instead of trying to succeed at this, you can actually just fully drop it, and you wouldn't believe the difference it'll make for you. And going back to here, where I was, people basically just spend massive amounts of money trying to like themselves, including trying to get other people to like them, which gives them social proof that they should like themselves. Instead, it's always going to be useful to have other people like you sometimes, but only for their sake, so that you can help them. You don't really particularly need it for yourself, I guess. And there's a point where people are just going to like you fine. You don't have to try, but especially if you're congruent, you'll just have such a congruent outlook on life, and be quite happy that people will naturally like you without a problem. You won't need to spend money in order for that to happen. So I mentioned all that because really you can just drop so many of these goals that you're going to feel unsatisfied with. And it might be, by the way, that you can survive for free comfortably. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. Jesus seems to point to the idea that's quite possible. But again, until I know how to do it, then at least I'm not going to be a hypocrite or say that money is not important. But you only need enough to survive comfortably, and then the rest of it, there's not really anything you have to bypass that. Just a little. Your hobbies can be pretty. Entertaining yourself can be very cheap. You don't have to take up yachting or polo, right? You can just read books and play some games and so forth. Just kind of hang out with people for basically free. Another way to not have this happen to you, when it's not worth dropping the goal in the first place, is to fix carefully in your mind how you felt before you got this goal. So let's say it's making a certain amount of money. Let's say it's making, I don't know, $10,000 a month, which is quite a lofty goal. You can be happy with much less than that. Although the good thing about $10,000 a month is it lets you save up a whole bunch of money. Let's say that you spend $3,000 a month, and then let's say it's after taxes, you make $10,000 a month. Then you could just save $7,000 a month and be able to not have to work at your career if you don't want to, in a fairly short amount of time. But let's suppose you get to whatever it might be, or let's take the goal of just fully being financially independent. Let's say in America, maybe that's something like $3 million. If you have $3 million, then you're pretty set for your life, most likely. Of course, particularly bad things can happen after that, where maybe you aren't, but let's just say that's what you want to get. Then, or maybe this could just be meeting someone and having a relationship, right? That's pretty nice. Then if you fix clearly in your mind how you felt before you had that, like I can picture how I would feel in high school, or how I did feel in high school, and how I would have felt if I could picture what I have now in terms of my wife and our relationship that we have together, then I would feel so happy. And so a lot of why we don't feel satisfied at a goal is our brain will then go and make our new, what we've achieved, our recent goal that we achieved, it'll make that the new standard. Or we'll be looking to have that goal do something like make us feel better about ourselves. If that's what the goal is going to do, then you could just drop it. That's an example when to drop it. But if the goal is going to actually help you with surviving with reasonable comfort, then you probably can't drop that. As far as I know, I don't know how to survive without some money. And as far as I know, surviving with a bit of comfort, like having enough money to heat your house rather than just be freezing, or eat food that's relatively reasonably healthy and tasty, then I don't know how to enjoy my life as much without that as with it. It might be quite possible. And it's probably possible just through what I'm talking about, actually, is if you can imagine having an even worse situation and picture that, then it can be pretty easy to actually be satisfied with a lot less. But one way or the other, either drop a goal if it's not actually going to do anything for you other than just make you feel good about yourself, which you can drop in the first place. Or, again, if the goal is worth going for, then fix a relationship is a good example of a goal that might be worth going for. Then, like a romantic relationship, then fix in your mind how you felt before it, and just consistently. Then what I do, and I live this. This is kind of funny. I just kind of consistently feel happy, the same happy each day that I felt when I first achieved the goal, and I just maintain that feeling of happiness from achieving the goal of both my relationship and achieving the goal of financial independence for myself. I don't then make that the new normal in my mind, and then need to go for the next goal. I just sit around, believe it or not, but this is true. I just sit around feeling happy about having my relationship and having the financial independence that I have. Now, if that got taken away from me, either one, and it could be, right? I mean, we're here on Earth, or at least we're interfacing with this Earth here, and it's certainly imperfect. And certainly there's things outside of our control. So there could be any kind of disaster that takes either one of those things away, and then I would adjust and I would drop that goal, right? Like I talked about before. But for now, while I have them, then I just sit around feeling happy about them without needing to achieve something else. And interestingly enough, as far as I can tell, you can just kind of achieve this sense of comfortable survival. You can also comfortably survive without accumulating a bunch of money if you just have a career that you reasonably enjoy. I don't really have that, except for doing the law of implication stuff, which I guess that's taking off now. So I guess I can survive comfortably just purely off that as well. So that's separate from any kind of money that I have in the bank. But if you have a career that you reasonably enjoy, then great. You don't need to get out of it. You can that can be your comfortable survival thing. And then you don't need to have a relationship with someone, but then it's a lot easier to make your life worse, way worse by getting in the wrong relationship. But if you do get in a particularly good one, it's probably going to have a little bit of a impact on your life. It'll be better than you could have without it. It doesn't mean you feel bad about not having it. Just like I said, you don't have to feel bad about not having an opportunity. But if you achieve those two things, you can pretty much just sit there and be happy about those day in and day out and not need anything else. You can just entertain yourself with books and so forth and things like that, and just hanging out with people. And then you can just purely focus on helping other people be happy at that point, and on understanding even better for yourself, so that you can remove basically you just remove contradictions from your own mind at that point, and keep working on that, and then just help other people be happier, and most importantly by helping them with contradictions. People with contradictions in their mind can never be happy based on circumstances, so they can't have enough money or I got this thing from I don't know if I should laugh, but it's something called Heifer, H-E-I-F-F, I think E-R International, where they give cows for $500 you can give a cow to some family somewhere, and that can apparently support them and transform their lives. And I'm sure in some cases that works. There must be a limit to it. Otherwise, every time you spend $500 on something other than giving someone a heifer, then you've denied some family their livelihood. Which would mean that if $1 billion is spent on the Affordable Care Act, then let me see here, $1 billion, that would be $1 million. So $1 billion divided by heifers is 500. Looks like 200. I probably could have done that in my head, but it's hard when I'm talking. Looks like 2 million families, just on what's already been spent on on trying to get people signed up for Obamacare and so forth. Let's just totally round it off to $1 billion. Probably been more than that. But if it's true that heifers, and it's reasonably true, but it's not infinitely true, I suppose, because in a lot of places the government or thieves or whatever will take the cow away from people, and they won't be able to support themselves with it. But if it was true, then that'd be 2 million families that are going to starve or be in terrible poverty that they could have been lifted out of if that $1 billion was spent on heifers rather than the Affordable Care Act. So we have to at least do better with it than those 2 million. And if it ends up wasting several billion or $1 trillion, wow, $1 trillion, then we'll end up with that's 2 billion heifers that we could have gotten for 2 billion different families, which could if every family is 3 people, then that's the entire population of the Earth. If we waste $1 trillion, that's that'll take care of everybody according to the heifer theory. But anyway, I guess that was a little bit of a diversion. I have to stop here and think about what the heck I was talking about. Oh, I know. I was saying that if you just take care of your comfortable survival and maybe a relationship and get that straight, then you could just sit around being happy about that by fixing in your mind how you felt when you wanted the goal. So you kind of are always. So we basically feel happiest when we're starting out with a lot of hope towards a goal. And so if you fix in your mind the scenario that really existed, where you felt when you were starting out and how it was when you didn't have it and you were just starting, and you can just recreate that anytime you want, and then you just feel terrific about where you're at now. And this is in theory. I just do this. I'm just sit around. I walk around and I'll be thinking. Of course, I'll be thinking these days about what to put in these videos and what to explain to you. But just in the background and sometimes in the foreground of my mind, I just notice how happy I am that I'm mostly financially independent and have a great relationship. But I'm sorry, I don't mean to be putting that in anyone's face. Again, the fact that if you don't have either one of those things, then of course. Just like with the stock market thing, you don't need to feel bad. Of course, it helps you by being around people that are me that does have it and me explaining how to do it. But I'm not trying to gloat in any way. I just can't. I need to explain that. So that you can just sit around being happy, because I do that about that, and then without having, I don't have to achieve anything else. I basically don't really have any other goals at this point. That I'm trying to achieve, other than just to help people understand the law of implication and however other little things I can do to just help other people be happy and to continue to understand things and remove contradictions in my own mind. But that's all I do. I just sit around doing that. And, something can come up on a very minor, petty scale once in a while, but there's not a lot of petty stuff goes on really in my life that bothers me or that I'm really trying to go for much. I mean, of course, I'll spend time with my family and stuff there, and but little stuff just doesn't really matter much. You can just sit around being happy about achieving the big stuff over and over and over again, and just have the same thing every day. So you can kind of recreate that feeling of starting out in the way that I showed you. And so there you go. Either you drop the goal if you realize you're not going to be satisfied at the end of it, or you keep the goal because it's worthwhile going for, and you just keep fixed in your mind what it was like starting out, and recreate that whenever you want after you achieve your goal, and you're all set. All right, I have three more slides to go to with different things you can know about goals, and I'll do that in a second video, possibly a third if I end up talking longer than I expect. All right, I hope we're having fun here. I'm actually having fun explaining this. It's pretty great. All right, this is part 2, where I'm going over what I know about goals. I have a bunch of writing on this slide, so I'll go through it first. If you're unsure about how to make or measure progress, if you're trying to achieve a goal and you sit there and you feel kind of stuck, if you're unsure about how to make or measure progress, or unsure about which actions towards a goal will be helpful, and those are kind of similar things. So you're trying to progress towards a goal, you feel uncertain, or maybe you've been working towards a goal. Let's imagine that you're trying to make money online, and so you're unsure: do I make a website? Do I try to pay for people to come to visit my site with advertisements? Do I try to rank on Google? Do I try to do some other method of getting people to my website? Do I make a YouTube video? And let's say that it's been a few months and you've been working on trying to make money online and you're not sure if you've made progress or not. Plenty of people do make money within a few months of trying to make money online, but plenty of people don't yet make money. And so then there could be the question of, am I really making any progress? Right? Same thing can happen if you're trying to get a relationship, make a relationship with someone else, or a romantic relationship, and you haven't done it yet, and you're not sure if you're making progress on that, or what to do next. Okay, so I just read the first part of what was in the slide, which is about being unsure. Then the next part of the slide says understanding is always helpful. I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt myself for a second. I'm probably say this elsewhere, but I'm reading this just in case if people listen to this on an MP3, it's good for me to be a little bit clear about what's on a slide. All right, so understanding is always helpful, and always leads to good. So this is kind of the punchline of the slide, that understanding is what's always helpful, and I'll try to get into exactly what I mean by understanding in a moment. So understanding is always helpful, I wrote, and always leads to good, if we stipulate that the goal leads to good. So when I put that last part, if we stipulate that the goal leads to good, understanding might not lead to good if what you're understanding is about something irrelevant. So our brain, remember, twists the meaning of good to mean that which furthers its goals. And of course, so an evil villain in a movie might think it's good if the hero gets hurt or gets killed, right? So that doesn't mean it's actually good, but the brain twists in that way. And so I just took care of that issue by just stipulating that in this case a goal, we'll just presume that pursuing a goal is good, and that making progress is good, and we're not going to worry about that for the sake of this slide and for the sake of this discussion, right? Elsewhere you can worry about whether your goals themselves are worth pursuing or not, and we talk about that in plenty of places. But in this slide we're not going to worry about whether a goal is worth pursuing. We're just going to stipulate that it is for the sake of this discussion. Okay, so with all of that aside, and then I have one more thing to read, but I'll get to that in a second. The key here then, once we kind of brush aside some of the details that I used to clarify, the key is that understanding is constantly going to be, is like old reliable. It's always going to be helpful. And if you've gained understanding over, let's say, making money online for the last few months, then you've made progress. And the same thing with creating a romantic relationship or anything else. Then so it's often a good way to measure your progress for a while. Remember, I talked about in the previous video how it's good for you to have some sort of exit strategy, or just have the idea that you're never going to exit a goal. You'll just keep on pressing forward to try to achieve it, and maybe it won't take all of your time, but maybe you'll just keep on trying to make progress when it comes up in your life. And so something like trying to make money online for yourself, or creating a nice romantic relationship, those aren't really things you necessarily have to exit, because the overhead costs of making money online are so low. It's not like you have a brick and mortar store that you're paying rent on, and so forth. So generally you could just keep on working towards that and make either a side or a full replacement income for yourself. Since I started trying to make money online 10 years ago, I've been able to make an income that I could live off of the entire time. So that is possible. And it can lead to, and then if it's something that you really master and get to understand very well, then you can make, the ceiling is so high, it doesn't really exist, basically. You can keep on making more and more. But this has helped me very much consistently in life to understand how to get started and how to feel like it's okay, like not giving up and so forth. And also just how to do the right things that really help. And so if you're not sure how to go forward with a goal and you want to be spending time going forward on it, then just pick anything that'll help increase your understanding. So most anything that you try to do is going to help, whether you're doing some learning or whether you're taking action. Now, an objection or a confusion can come up if you wonder, well, David, shouldn't you take action at some point? And certainly, but we can understand that still in context of the idea that understanding is always going to be helpful. And then I'll read what I wrote in the last part of the slide here. I wrote this in parentheses. Taking action is a way to gain understanding and should be done as part of the feedback loop early and often, unless it could lead to disaster. So, of course, if you're going to go hang gliding or send a rocket with astronauts to the moon, then you want to have extremely good understanding before you start, so you're quite safe. Cowever, if you're going to be one of the things you might want to have to do is approach or talk to women that you've never talked before, could be online, right, which makes it easier, which is the thing that I did primarily. I also talk to people in real life, so to speak, but in person. But you want to start doing stuff in real life, right? Taking action. You want to just start talking to people, and that will help. And by the way, this applies to this course itself. Right now, while I'm making these videos, I made the first 16 videos of the core training series, and I may even go through. It might be possible that when I go through those again, I might adjust some of them, or redo some of them. Although they're in quite a good form as they are. So I made sure that I'd done a certain number of videos, but then I released this law of implication product on kind of a small scale, and to people that knew me pretty well from my teaching business from omgmachines.com. And then I continued to create the product. I'm making this video now with it already open. So it helps me to gain understanding by I gain understanding by actually making videos. I also gain understanding by having people in the product giving me feedback, but it's not going to lead to disaster. It probably wouldn't anyway, but I don't have affiliates and so forth making thousands and thousands of new customers for the product. Where if it wasn't particularly ready, or it might just become kind of overwhelming dealing with that rather than just making the content, I wouldn't be able to focus as well. So I'm careful about trying to have stepping stones and have a feedback loop that starts on a relatively small scale in many cases. But it is important to take action. So once I got it up and running, or once I got a decent amount of stuff in there, then I just made it live and get the feedback loop going. Feedback loops, of course, are great to set up. And specifically a feedback loop between taking action and then reflecting and maybe gaining knowledge. So this is a good point to point out something that I plan to point out, which is that knowledge and understanding are different. First of all, taking action is part of gaining understanding. My sense of understanding involves building or maybe creatively interacting with what you're trying to understand, and like building it for yourself. It could be in your mind where you walk through the steps carefully of what's going to go on rather than just picture highlights and pieces of information. But you're kind of building either in your mind or in real life. I gain knowledge. Let's see here. So making these videos is particularly helpful and eye-opening to me. I'm particularly needing to build the law of implication course and the training of it. When I'm doing that, it greatly accelerates my ability to see what's missing in my own understanding, or see what I need better examples of, or see what I need where I need to pause and stop and figure out to explain better, and so forth. It's also going to, of course, make me much more able in the future when I do interviews or webinars, particularly to new people that don't have it yet, to market the product. I'll be a lot more glib, right? I'll be a lot better at explaining. So if the goal is to be able to explain the law of implication better, then we could think of what I'm working on in my notebook and so forth. We can look at that as making some progress. Some of it's almost like it's like knowledge as opposed to understanding regarding explaining the law of implication itself, because I'm just writing stuff down in my notebook that when I'm trying to, if the goal is to be able to explain it well in a live setting or a not in person necessarily, but like live on a radio or webinar or something, then I need to take action and explain it like in these videos. I could also at some point take action and be doing live things even before I'm perfect, but once I'm doing something live, it'll be pretty important to do a fairly good job, especially depending on the scale. And so by doing these videos, but that's not the only thing, then I do want to step back and do some sort of reflection, listen to the videos, and then do some notebook work and so forth. So you have a feedback loop between reflection, maybe doing some either notebook work or reading something from other people, and taking action. I've followed a rule since discovering this stuff that I found extremely helpful, which I call the understanding line. I just paused and drew an arrow here, and it's quite a simple idea, and possibly a slight oversimplification, but it's very helpful. It certainly works to a large degree. And this is just an arrow going to the right. And if you imagine this is your understanding regarding achieving a particular goal or about a particular topic, then the greater your understanding, the better results you're going to get. So it's a great way to measure progress. If you measure progress with other sorts of results, like if you're trying to make money online and you see some money coming in, it might not even be nearly as good a measure of your actual progress as the understanding line itself. If you measure understanding, that could be more correlated to how far you really are along, because maybe you're stuck on doing something that'll make you money that isn't really going to go anywhere, and so you're making money, but it might end, and you might feel dejected if that's your only way of measuring it. Same thing with dating. Then you can feel like you're making progress. You get a couple dates, or maybe you start dating someone, and then it all blows up, and then you feel like maybe you didn't make progress, right? And so that's why measuring things in that way can be discouraging. But measuring with the understanding line is constantly encouraging and accurate, right? There's nothing false about it. It's actually often more true, more accurate, while also being more encouraging. So hopefully that can really help you to measure things in that way. I've had a great benefit to my life and to just feeling encouraged to continue to seek a goal by thinking of things this way in terms of understanding. And I just thought of one last warning I want to give you regarding understanding. Generally speaking, again, there's all a little bit of an oversimplification, possibly, but not much. So along those lines of, it's worked for me pretty well, keeping this a little bit oversimplified for myself. Presumably it'll work even better. Maybe I'll do some investigating in this and come up with something that I'm even more confident is perfect. But still, again, the oversimplification, I'm going to give you another one that's related, which is that knowledge is stuff that could be false, like you're reading something in a book, you're being taught something, or you're getting training about making money online, and it may or may not be correct. Understanding is more of the nature of something you've built that can't really be false. And be careful about coming to conclusions, even based on your own experience, that could be false. Like if you try, I don't know, doing something with making money online, like making a YouTube video that doesn't work out very well, or if you're trying to pay for advertising, you don't make money that way. If you make a generalized conclusion about a trend that doesn't really exist, like, oh, you can't make money doing it that way, then now your own conclusion is off too. You didn't come to an understanding that you can't do something in the future. You can't understand a future trend, positive or negative. Oh, and positive trends can be wrong too, right? If you do something well, do something and it works a couple of times in a row, or even a few times in a row, it doesn't mean that sometimes people start thinking that they're invincible, right? Or that if you're making $5,000 or $10,000 a month and people start spending money immediately, like they're making that much money, they might even have not made that much money in the past, forget about taxes, and even go into debt that way. So be careful about extrapolating conclusions. I've talked about this elsewhere, about the future, and calling those incorrect conclusions understanding. Understanding is more like you understand how you built what you built, and it only applies to the exact conditions that you've succeeded in. However, in every way that what you've done, let's say you wrote a sales letter and made sales, it doesn't mean that any time that you write a sales letter in the future that you're going to automatically make sales. And so what you want to do is realize that the perfect understanding is related to just that exact situation with the exact details that it had, and then you've gained understanding that will be applicable to other situations in as much as those situations are analogous to what you're doing. And so you want to be careful and not get blindsided if a future situation is different, or to the extent that a future situation is different. Understanding is still incredibly beneficial, even if it's just specific to the situation at hand, because there's plenty of things that are analogous. Just be very careful that when you do something, when you do the next sales letter, or date the next person, that you don't just think that they're the same as the previous one. Okay, use your understanding, but not your false or overconfident conclusions. So don't get confused about what's understanding and what isn't. Right? When you understand one thing, it doesn't mean you understand every analogous situation, every situation that isn't the same as it. Right? What's an analogy? It's something that is similar, but inherent within the definition of an analogous situation is that it also is not similar. So just because you understand the original situation, it follows that you necessarily don't perhaps understand some things about something that's different. So be careful of that. Okay, I'm going on to the next slide. I'll finish up this slide in this video, and then in the final video I will talk about something that I mentioned in the first video that I would talk about, which is the goal to like yourself, and learning how to fully drop that, and seeing the incredible benefits to learning how to, and learning how to, and then the benefits to dropping that goal. I'm excited about sharing that with you, and I'll do that in another video. Okay, but back to this. I'm also excited about this slide. It's just this one and then the final one, and that'll be in the last video that I showed you about liking yourself. Okay, I have a line of writing on this slide as well. And what I wrote here is that if you have a goal about what you want someone else to do, so this slide's all about goals regarding someone else doing something, or changing, or just performing some action that you want, or whatever. If you have a goal about what you want someone else to do, it is far more effective to focus on understanding where they are than to focus on where you want them to be. And I'll just go through and read the rest of the slide, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm reading now what I wrote. Also, be very careful about modeling. Modeling has a few different meanings, and in this case, what I mean about by modeling is that you are a model for however you think and behave, and for the people around you. And what that means is you're influencing other people to, subconsciously, in essence, to think and act the way that you act. And people often overlook how important that is. It's pretty obvious when it comes to children, but people even overlook it there, right? Do as I say, not as I do, and so forth. Especially because people, we tend to, our subconscious, or excuse me, our entire brain doesn't really give us a clear awareness of what all the implications are of our actions and our thoughts. And of course, it's the implications of our actions and thoughts that get communicated. We often find out those implications the hard way, and when people start treating us in a way that surprises us, or they start acting in a way that surprises us. All right, I said I was going to read the whole slide, and then I got stuck here on the word modeling. So modeling means that you are always influencing other people to think and act like you do. Of course, they're doing the same back to you. And that influence can be greater or less depending on whether the person sees you as a peer, depending on whether the other person's brain sees you, is less sure about whatever it is that they're copying from you. People will copy more from their peers in places where they have less certainty. Certainty is not the same as understanding. Certainty is just something that's encoded in a brain. All right, so be very careful about modeling, about the influence you have, that your own thoughts and actions and deep assumptions and implicit meanings of what you're doing and saying. And then now I'm going to continue reading. I wrote, seeking understanding, humility, respect, and activity. So the if you want someone else to, I'm now I'm now contradicting what I said I would do about reading. Actually, let me stop doing that. I'll just keep reading the rest of the slide and then I'll explain. All right. So after I wrote, also be careful about modeling, and then I wrote underneath that, seeking understanding, humility, respect, and activity. I wrote also, pay careful attention to whether you are perceived as an us or a them. And then finally I wrote, finally, let go and relax regarding feeling bad or rushed about the goal of changing someone else or having them do something. Okay, I'll skip around a little bit so I can finish explaining about modeling, and then I'll go up to the top line. What you do want to model, if you want someone to change or do whatever, then and it doesn't have to be change, it could just be that you want them to do something with you tonight or whatever. Or you want them to perform some task if they're a business partner of yours or anything like that. Of course, this doesn't apply to things that are simple where you just ask them to do something and they do it. Right, then you don't need my advice. You just ask them to do it and they'll do it. But there's plenty of times we want someone to do something, or we're thinking that we want someone to do something and we don't know how to get them to do it. Or we just want them to change regarding a certain thing. We could drop that altogether, of course. So I'm also excluding for now things where we could just drop this goal of wanting someone to change. If you're in a romantic relationship with someone, you don't want a lot of things, you want them to change. And even if there's something that you'd want them to change, you don't want, you want to accept them for the way they are until they do, right? It just might be an opportunity-based thing. So that relates to the last thing I wrote here at the bottom, where let go and relax regarding feeling bad or rushed about a goal. You don't want to be in a relationship with someone and then sit around constantly being upset about something that is a normal behavior of theirs. You need to accept it or get out of the relationship. And accept it is mainly what I'm talking about. It's absolutely crazy to be in a relationship with someone and yet not accept something predictable about them. However, you can accept it but still look at it as an opportunity to have it get even better. And if you do that, though, just kind of relax, right? But you can still accomplish it, and you can accomplish it through what I'm saying here. So you want to model, in this case, seeking understanding, which you're probably getting pretty good at with this whole law of implication course, right? You want to really understand what's actually true and good. That's what I mean by seeking understanding. And also seeking understanding about what someone else means rather than what you think they mean. Things like that. All right? So you're constantly trying to understand things rather than jump to conclusions. You want to understand, then you want to check to make sure you understand before you judge. And then once you're judging, you only want to judge what you're going to do about that anyway. You want to model humility. Humility doesn't mean that you say that you don't know something that you do, but there's one of the great things about the law of implication and the ability to know what's true is you can stop thinking that you know all sorts of things are true that you don't know are true. See, when you don't know how to know properly how anything is true, then your brain needs to have this whole category of stuff that you know is true that you don't know for sure, and because it needs to have some basis for which to act, right? And so you need to have this artificial method of knowing what's true. People think sometimes that you would get even more arrogant, or they don't think this after I explain things to them, but before they get started, they might think, oh, won't someone be even more arrogant if they know for certain how to know what's true? No, you can become a lot less arrogant because you can drop all of the so-called certainty about all sorts of things being true that you actually don't know whether they're true or not. And you can have a whole category for there's certain things that are reasonable to act upon the belief and so forth, but you don't know for certain that they're true or not. So humility is not pretending like you're not good at something that you are good at, right? Or that sort of thing. It's just things that you don't know, including about the future or how good you're going to do something about the future. I'm pretty secure financially now, but I don't know what the future is going to hold. So I don't walk around spending a lot of money or thinking that I'm big stuff or anything like that. I'm happy about achieving a goal, right, that I've achieved, or particularly I'm happy just about being fairly comfortable right now and being able to do what I want rather than what I don't want to do. But then, just not, generally speaking, feeling certain about the future is you can't really, that's not really true, right? You can reasonably predict that certain, and plan on certain things happening in the future, but you don't need to be arrogant about it. Respect is something I'll get into in other places, and I'm pretty certain I use it as an example in the core training. But of course, showing respect, and of course, seeking to understand what someone else means, and being humble. These are all respectful things as well. And activity, what I mean is that a good example of this is sometimes people have the dream, they think they can hire a bunch of employees or even have business partners and stuff, and then not do much. Like this happens a lot in the world of wanting to make money online. But really, you're going to be strongly influencing other people to take action and focus and work at the level that you are. And so be very careful in life about modeling inactivity or that you don't have to work and so forth. If you're around people that are that you want them to be taking action and working and helping your business. If you want someone to think, then be thoughtful and think through things yourself. If you want someone to go out with you or have energy to do something, then you want to have energy as well. If you're a woman and you want more romance, then being more energetic. I mean, energetic or at least proactive. I don't know what energetic, whatever. Regarding just sex, can be helpful, right? So if you want them to be active in some area that just literally involves physical effort or doing either work or just going out, then putting forth some energy and proactivity in general is you're modeling that activity, and that'll increase the energy level of people around you generally. Okay, let's go up to what I wrote here in the beginning. It's pretty easy to keep in mind what you want someone to be doing, right? Like that comes easy to you. And so you don't have to really worry about forgetting about that. You don't want to forget about what you want them to do altogether, but that's pretty easy. So the main thing you want to do is focus on where they are right now. Now, maybe I should temper this a little bit. Maybe I should even erase the word far when I say it's far more effective. It's separately true that being in the right mental state yourself can be key. So if you, but even then, actually, the mental state that you want to be in is the one, it needs to really match what, I'll give an example, it'll help you to see. Let's say you're a guy and you're going on a date, and as you're going on that date, you're thinking how much you want them to come back home and have sex with you. Then focusing on that is going to be particularly ineffective, and you're going to not really be understanding very well where they're at and what they're saying. You're not going to be paying very much attention. It'll really come across in a whole number of ways. Now, and if I would say something a little bit funny but weirdly true, is remember where you want them to be is you want to think about this at least from their perspective. So if you want them to have sex with you, then if you're picturing that you want to have sex with them, then that's not where you want them to be anyway, right? So I wrote this maybe a little bit sloppily or something. Not really. Well, I wrote it in a way that the meaning isn't exactly obvious. Perhaps that's sloppily. Perhaps it's not. But keep in mind that I could have said that, and keep in mind that that what you're picturing might not be where you want them to be at all, actually, right? So at least it needs to be from their perspective, right? So again, if you want her to have sex with you, then you need to imagine that being something that is fun and attractive, right? And having sex, which might seem a little odd, but that's still the truth, right? And if you want someone to buy your product, then if you're picturing how you want them to buy your product, or you're imagining how much money you'll make if they buy, or if you're scared that they won't buy, then that's a problem too. So really the way I should have phrased this is what you want to do is you want to focus from their perspective. You want to imagine them taking the action. But I've already covered this when I talked about focus, desire, faith, and results and so forth, where you want to picture what the world would look like after your goal is achieved. So if you're So if your goal is either one of those things, you picture what would happen right after they perform the action you want, like buying your product or coming home with you. And that's fine, but then once you've done that, then you need to acknowledge reality, right, and get a good sense of where the person's at, and think of it like leading them through a maze. If you need to lead someone through a maze, or if someone calls you and they need directions, right, driving somewhere, then you have to find out where they are, right, to start with. Sure, you need to know where they need to get to, and notice that it doesn't help. It won't help them get there if you get the destination wrong either, right? So. So if you're going on a date with someone, you want to drop thoughts. You want to have you can have the not even the end goal in mind, right? But what happens right after the goal? You want to picture that it gets installed in your brain, and then something I just realized as I'm saying this is that the examples I'm picking, because this is when this applies, is where the end goal is pretty clear to you, and you're also having an issue here with breaking it down into kind of sub goals, because it's not an easy goal for you to achieve. If any of these are super easy, then you don't need any of what I'm writing here. You just go do it, right? And so if you don't know how to achieve a goal, you need to break it down into steps, right? Into kind of sub strategies or sub goals, like stepping stones. And so you can, and once you do that, if you get the stepping stone right, you can mostly drop. You don't want to be focusing on the end. The final end result, like they come home with you or the customer buys. You can let that go once you know some stepping stones. So if people aren't going to buy very easily off a direct sales letter, then you might want to try to get their email and then talk to them from there. If you're doing a sales letter, you might be trying to do it all in one fell swoop, and then but still there can be stepping stones in terms of where the journey that the potential customer is taking as they read through the sales letter or as they watch the sales letter video. They're still going on a bit of a journey, so you can imagine, what do I want first, right? I want them to feel the problem and to identify the problem that I'm going to try to solve with my product. Right? There's a general strategy for writing sales letters called problem, agitate, solve, where first you want them to be aware of the problem, then you want them to feel the problem even more deeply, and then you want to provide the solution to the problem. So now you're breaking it up into steps rather than just picturing thinking how you want them to buy. If you're going on a date and you want the person to come home with you, then you can drop the final goal of them coming home with you. And first, if they feel like you kind of get them and that you both have a connection and that you both understand each other and that you're attentive and so forth, then that is going to be a terrific stepping stone, right? So you can get there first, and it's going to interfere if you're busy focusing on the final result. See, the thing that all this has in common is right now we're talking about goals where you want someone else to do something. Because that's the case, it's different than other goals in the sense that there's a communication issue. And when you're communicating, you really need to be able to not be distracted and not be projecting onto people. And so you need to be able to drop your other goals to the best you can and really be clear-minded, and not clear-minded in the sense of you don't have other goals that are in the forefront of your mind that are pulling on you at all or distracting you. Including what I'll talk about in the next video, which is the goal to like yourself is a huge distraction. Right? It's a huge distracting goal. So you want to be able to drop all those goals and have real communication with the other person, really see where they're at. And they might not even say that much to you if you're just paying attention. Also, if you just kind of walk through what you know about the person and walk through their day leading up to here, even if you don't know what their day was like, you can imagine it, and you'll realize all sorts of things about the person. I walked through what it was like for my wife to go shopping, because the way that she went about shopping was so alien to me as the final result that it didn't make any sense. When I shop, I want to go into a store, get what I want, and leave. In most every case, unless there are a few times when I shop like her, which is when they used to have Blockbuster Video open. Unfortunately, they're all closed now. But I would maybe just go in and browse, and I would enjoy looking at various movies that had come out, and I would keep up on what was there. or with video games, I might do that as well and kind of look through. But with clothes, I just kind of go in and get what I wanted and leave. So between asking myself, are there any cases when I would see her doing it with like a mall, where she would just kind of look in and leave and so forth, and really take a long time with the process, and have this kind of multi-step process of shopping. First of all, I would say, are there any places? First, it would seem ridiculous, but then I would say, wait a second, are there any times when I do something like that? And then I would remember that is actually how I would shop for movies or video games. And then separately, I just imagine being her, and imagine like doing her. I imagine actually physically looking like her, having her body, and then I imagine doing the actions that she would do. And then it made much different sense to me how she likes to kind of perform reconnaissance, right, and see what's out there, and so forth. She once said something fairly early on when I knew her. We were in Russia, and we were in a store, and we were in a shoe store. There was all these shoes on all the shelves, and she looked around and looked around. And then she looked at me, and totally with a straight face, like it made perfect sense to her, which it did. She said, "Oh, I guess it's not the season for shoes." And it was such an alien statement to me. I find it very funny even now to think about it. But I just look around, there's all these shoes, and she looks at them, and she looks at them. She's like, "Oh, I guess it's not the season for shoes." But to understand that, you have to kind of get in their shoes, so to speak, and really just kind of walk through. Imagine that you're them, and physically, the physically part is kind of a shortcut to help get your brain primed and thinking about things from their perspective. Just kind of helps. And then imagine performing their actions, and then think why you're doing that, and so forth. So it doesn't have to be where or not only doesn't have to be, but this isn't about just like grilling the person. You don't want to put them to the third degree or make it like an interview either. Let me remind you also, you're on a date or something, and someone asks you a question, they don't even necessarily want much of an answer to it, right? They might be asking, if you put yourself in their shoes once again, or imagine being them, don't just put yourself in their shoes, put yourself in their whole body, right? And they might just be being polite. Maybe they don't want a whole big answer to something that they ask you. Okay, final thing for this video and this slide is I say pay careful attention to whether you're perceived as an us or a them. Now this might be the last thing I'm going to cover, but it's very, very important. One way that brains sort, and I can't prove that every single brain on the planet does this, but they probably do, is brains develop a category of us and them. And one of the first questions that a brain is asking and continues to ask about any particular person is that person an us or are they a them? If they're a them, now this is also leads to a number of unfortunate circumstances, especially around the world. People that are particularly have a tribalistic mentality, they particularly don't care about thems. One of the measures of a culture, or particularly an individual person, is how individuals care about or treat people that are thems. In America is pretty divided, and culturally there's a lot more anger these days, and so forth. So it's not as nice a place as it could be, but there is an element, or at least a subculture in America, or plenty of Americans who do have more caring about people that are thems than in most other countries. I don't say that. I don't have any kind of pride. I don't associate myself as an American or not. I don't care. I don't associate with my own brain, right? I'm not going to associate that, oh, I'm an American, I have all this, I have a goal that America's better than other places at all. I say this just to illustrate what I mean and to illustrate the effects of it. And there could easily be other countries out there that are even better at this, no question, right? And by the way, it makes it, interestingly enough, having diversity within a country, maybe it helps with people seeing thems in a better light. It's an interesting thing. However, it actually also causes strife inside a country. It's not really an advantage in and of itself to have multiple tribes. Like, it doesn't help Iraq to have the Kurds and the Shiites and the Sunnis. It might help in some ways, but in other ways it makes it very easy for people to do a lot of hatred and fighting and stuff like that. How people think about them. This is a little bit of a tangent, but it helps to explain what I mean here. I'll relate this to goals in a minute and achieving our goals from other people in a moment. But you'll probably find this interesting regardless. So in Russia, where I spent about nearly 5 months, about 10 years ago, because that was where my wife originally lived. In there, thems are that people just basically could hardly care at all about thems. When people don't realize this distinction, they might go to a place and they might have family there, or for some reason be treated like an us, and they'll think that, oh, these people are so nice, they're even nicer than in America. Interestingly enough, in America, us's aren't treated as well as a lot of other countries. There's more of an extreme difference in many other countries. And again, there might be better countries than America. I just don't know every country. I live in America, so I have to use that as an example. But there's an extreme difference in some other countries, and Russia is one of them, where if you're an us, they'll do so much for you. And so it's so much about who you know. If you know somebody in a particular government agency or whatever, then you can bypass so much and so much problems. But if you don't know them, then you're treated horrifically, right? Like a real object where there's no caring whatsoever. It's pretty shocking. Having this great disparity between us's and thems, well, particularly not the disparity, but particularly treating thems as if they don't matter, makes it so hard for a society to function. It makes it so hard for an economy to prosper, by the way, because things that we take for granted, like credit cards, mortgages, or also the post office, just don't function in Russia very well at all. Their post office is terrible. Their national, and it's basically because, in my opinion, but I think I'm right about this, but I think I'm right, but I said it's my opinion as opposed to I'm certain. Then the reason for it is pretty much primarily based on their attitude towards thems. And it really, really hurts their economy. It makes it very difficult, and there's so much theft, especially of strangers. Right, whenever there's a chance to steal or swindle strangers, they will do so. Excuse me, not every Russian all the time, of course, but it's much more common there. And Russians will, and interestingly enough, people that live in a culture like this, they tend to think that Americans or people that live in a culture that has less of a difference here are naive. And it's not the same as being naive. It's just if you're, society actually functions better to care about thems much more. Ideally, we would want to treat us's and thems identically and treat them all very well, right? Treat them all as we would treat ourselves. Actually, love them as we would love ourselves. We don't want to treat other people. The golden rule is a horrible rule, right? We don't want to treat other people the way we want to be treated. That's ridiculously stupid and can even be illegal in many cases. To treat someone as we want to be treated, right? If we, particularly sexually, right? If we want to have sex with someone, then it doesn't mean, of course, you can finish that sentence, but. I take it to the extreme just to show you how ridiculous the idea is. We don't want to treat someone like we want to be treated. We want to treat people like they want to be treated, as long as we're able to do so, right? As long as it's something that we're willing to do and not too much of a sacrifice on our parts past what we want to sacrifice in that case. Now, the way this relates to you want someone else to do what you want, then it's very important to be an us and not a them in their mind. So you want to do things and say things and communicate and act in a way where they're going to categorize you as, again, an us, as one of them, one of their group. Now, part of that is what group is primary in their mind. Right? People, the same person will behave differently depending on what their brain is primed with at the moment. So if someone just came out of church, then if they identify you as a Christian, you feel like more of an us at that moment. Or if you're talking about being a Christian, if someone is thinking about politics and voting, then even if you're both Christian, but one of you voted one way and one of you voted a different way for radically different candidates, then you could at that moment feel like a them. So this isn't a static thing. It's something that can fluctuate based on what the person's been thinking about, and also how you present things and so on and so forth. So you want to pay attention to what you think that they're focused on in terms of a group. You can, of course, bring that out in people. Of course, if someone's making kind of a patriotic pitch, then they first make someone really identify with America, and then they talk about how they're an American too, right? And just be careful about, and you can work this out for yourself and think about more and more examples where you can trigger feelings like you're a them rather than an us. And instead you want to, of course, be an us. So that's extremely important when you're influencing someone. And remember, this is the law of implication. You want to do this implicitly, right? If you're just trying to be explicit, then they can, explicit, quote-unquote, explicit communication is not very effective, right, compared to making sure that you're implying to them what you want them to get, that they're getting the meaning, and the meaning that they're getting, not what you think is the meaning. All right, I'll end this video here, and I'll complete this little series about goals in the next video. All right, I'm pretty excited about this video, which will be all about the goal to like yourself. Of course, that touches on the ideas of like whatever self-esteem and so forth, and different thoughts that people have about that. But what's very unique is what I'm going to try to show you is not how to like yourself, but actually how to drop the whole goal of whether you like yourself or not by seeing how absurd it is, and how no matter how you end up trying to achieve this goal, you end up losing big time, where it'll very possibly be shocking to you at the dramatically inefficient and negative effect this has had on your life, counterproductive and so forth effect. I'm realizing that I'm probably going to make a fourth video where I cover some extra things about various topics regarding goals in the brain, maybe touch on a couple of things I could have even elaborated on more in the previous slides and so forth. So I'll probably do a fourth video as well, but this video will be fully dedicated to this, and I kind of want to have a video that I'm only talking about this, rather than kind of cover some random other things in this video. All right, because of the different mental model that we can develop with the law of implication methodology, then when we realize that we're not our brain, then we can realize that the goal to like ourselves, our self can be understood or constructed to be your brain, body, mind, soul, if you have one, that sort of thing, which is, none of those are you. Those would also all be places where your memories or things that you understand or maybe skills or something you accumulate, all sorts of things are stored. Even including a soul would basically just be some sort of brain that wasn't physical in the sense of being part of the world, what we normally think of as the physical world, what I talk about as the code for the physical world. That would just be sort of like your body or brain after you died on Earth, if it exists. I strongly suspect that something like that does exist, but that's not relevant. I'm just pointing out that all of that, it's not relevant for right now. It might be relevant in other cases. But because it's something that I don't, I might talk about in a different section when I talk about perhaps some ideas that border on religion and so forth. Although, anyway, I get to that idea about a soul more from a logical standpoint, again, by it being a little bit absurd if there wasn't one. But regardless, all of that would be your self, okay, your brain. We'll just keep it simple, not worry about the soul one way or the other, just talk about your brain and body. And when I say your mind, I'm kind of talking, mind is a little bit like, it's not a perfect analogy, but it gives a sense of like if your brain is like a computer and your mind is like software, or your mind is like the ideas themselves, we could say, are part of a mind, whereas the physical neurons and so forth are part of your brain. None of that is important to distinguish for our purposes here. So you can just jumble all those together: your mind, your brain, your body, and even a soul. That's all a self. Excuse me there, a little bit of a cough. Usually I pause it in time, but not that time. All right. So also things that you possess are also a bit of an extension of yourself, and sometimes you can identify with those too, like your car or your bank account or your job. And all of that between your body and brain, mind, all of that, yourself, and then your possessions and so forth, that kind of forms a bit of an extended self. And the question of whether you like that or not is surprisingly irrelevant and extremely costly and misleading in trying to pursue liking yourself. You see, you don't need to worry about either liking or loving yourself. To like something, remember, your brain likes things that help it to pursue or help it to further its goals. That's literally liking to your brain. And that's really the only sense, and that can be the full meaning of whether you like something, is just whether your brain calculates that the object, or the person is helping you further your goals or not. And if it's doing both, then you feel like you both like it and don't like it sort of at the same time, or depending on what you're focused on. An example of where you might feel both is like a person who if you want to be, or you want, let's say, a girlfriend, and you want someone to approve of you, then you might like your girlfriend if she does that, but then when she does the opposite, then you might feel like you dislike her, and then people get in these kind of rubber band or bouncing here and there, like about how they feel about somebody, right? Because you both want things. You want the person. Your brain wants the person to help them pursue the goal, but then often they seem to be getting in the way of the goal, and then you again feel both liking and disliking. To love something is not. People use that. The idea of love is just an extreme version of like, or a stronger version of like. And of course that's a meaning of the word that's used culturally. I'm not denying that. But in terms of a useful understanding of a concept, then it's good to understand love as something that you can only choose to do for a being that's conscious and that can feel happier or less happy. And if you would love a conscious being or person. And that if you did, you would want them to be happier rather than less happy. Right? That's love. And then how much you're willing to sacrifice for that, if such a thing had to happen. If many times you don't have to sacrifice anything in order for someone to be happier, but if it was the case that you had to, then how much you love them will be based on how much you'd be willing to sacrifice, or how much effort you might be willing to put in for that person to be happier. All right, so now if we look at that, then liking yourself would have something to do with whether you think that your own self is helping you further your goals or not. And of course you could feel like, oh gee, I'm stupid. If someone says like, oh, I'm stupid, that means that their brain again is concluding about again yourself, which is just the brain, body, all that stuff, mind, and so forth. Then I'm going to try to stop repeating what I mean by self, but make sure you keep it fixed in your mind and don't. These words are used commonly in talk and in a way that's kind of blurry or changes meaning. And so try to remember that I'm referring to how I constructed the meaning in the beginning of the video. So if you're, and I'm not going to try to say everything exactly perfectly in terms of you and your brain and all that right now. So if, although usually I will. So if your brain is trying to decide whether you like yourself or not, or it calculates, it should tell you to like yourself or not, then it's kind of deciding whether or not your brain, your body, yourself is helping it pursue its goals, or whether you're kind of getting in your own way, or whether your own stupidity is making things harder for you, or whether your attractiveness is helping you, or your social skills are helping you further your goals or hinder your goals. And that's it's a question that it's not helpful to worry about. The goal should be is to remove contradictions in your mind, in your belief system, your actions, and so forth, and to gain understanding of how to have more good stuff, more good, how to achieve goals that are good to achieve. A goal, as I talked about before, a goal that isn't good to achieve, you can just realize that and drop it. And then if for some reason achieving a goal would necessarily lead to more actual good, actual happiness for you consciously, then you would want to gain understanding of how to reach that goal. And so great. So you can do that, and you can remove contradictions. So you can gain more correct, useful, true understanding of what leads to good, and you can remove contradictions. And that's it. Including if you're worried about being attractive, then you can just, if it's true that being more attractive is going to actually make you genuinely happier. Now let me point out that it's very easy for people to get confused about what makes them happy. Just because your brain gives you a rush, gives you like a dopamine rush for doing something, doesn't mean that it actually makes you happier. For example, cocaine to a drug addict, or maybe to anyone, I haven't ever taken cocaine, but cocaine might make you feel happy, or owning a pet might make someone feel happy, might give them a dopamine rush. but overall it might make them less happy, right? It might detract from their lives. It might be the case that owning a pet makes them happier, and everyone else around them happier for their net for their life. That's possible. It's also possible that's not the case. It might be more like cocaine. It might be more circular, where the pet helps you like yourself better. And yet, if you were to drop the whole question of liking yourself, then all of a sudden life just becomes so much clearer and easier, and so forth. And I'll get to that. I'll try to show you why that is. First, I'm just helping you understand what's going on with this goal of liking yourself. So, okay, so if you have a goal to believe that already yourself is helping you further your goals, it's this kind of weird, nonsensical goal, right? You should already know that it has some useful stuff. Yourself has some useful stuff, and then it has some incorrect ideas, some contradictions, and then there's some understandings about what would lead to good that you don't have yet, right? So, it doesn't matter what you're. I realize that in general it might help. It tends to, in some cases, it tends to help our progress by acknowledging reality, or to knowing where we're at right now. But that's fine. You can want to know whether an idea in your mind is correct, or you can want to know whether there's something that you could understand that you don't yet. And you could also want to know when there's ideas or skills that you have that are correct, and so you keep those skills or you keep those ideas. That's all fine. But you don't need to have a goal to think that the way you already are meets some arbitrary standard. Do you see? Like, the idea of whether you like yourself or not is just whether you meet some arbitrary standard right now, this minute, of how good a job you're doing at furthering your own goals, right? Or how helpful yourself is in helping you further your goals. That goal is going to get twisted right away into a goal to perceive that you're helping yourself further your goals, that you're good enough or whatever. Instead of the reality, it gets twisted into a goal for perception. And so then your life becomes this struggle, this race, and this so much effort to try to be receiving inputs, receiving feedback that you're doing well, that you're achieving that standard, you're living up to your standard. People will wake up in the morning and not be able to go to bed at night feeling good about themselves unless they've accomplished a certain amount. How horrible is that? How horrible is it to get up in the morning and not be allowed to go to bed happy unless you've accomplished a number of things during the day? But that's generally how people think. It's terrible. You should be able to be happy throughout the day without having to earn it every day. If there's things that you need that are necessary to do in order for you to be happier, like maybe to earn some money for a comfortable living or whatever, then just set those goals themselves on purpose. But you don't need to feel extra bad about not progressing towards those goals. People spend so much money, basically all your money past what it takes to survive comfortably, which in America is probably around $1,000 a month or so for a particular person. For a family with 1.6 kids, that would be, I guess, and they're married, that would be, I guess, $3,600. But whatever, of course that can vary or fluctuate. But generally speaking, whatever you need to survive with reasonable comfort, then almost anything past that, you're just spending money trying to like yourself. And if you just drop the goal, then you would be happier and not have to spend all that money. And including people spend so much money to, quote unquote, impress others, so that in order to get feedback from others to help them like themselves more. You can care about what other people think of you without worrying about liking yourself for their sake, right? If you need to, I talked about it in one video about how the biggest factor in whether a student learns from a potential teacher or speaker. The biggest factor in whether you'll learn from me, unfortunately, is whether you like me or not, whether your brain calculates you like me. You can overcome that. You can look at things radically differently and get past that. But because that's a big factor, then if you want to help somebody understand things better, such as if you want to help them understand the law of implication, then it helps up early on for them to like you. And so for their sake, you might do things a little bit to help them like you, but you don't really have to spend very much on that. Often it backfires anyway. You try to spend money to get someone to like you. It often has as much chance of working as it does of not working. what I mean by spending money, maybe you get a better car, maybe you dress in more expensive clothes, maybe you go to a particular restaurant, I don't know what, get a particular house, just all sorts of things that people buy. Jewelry. And as I said, people get pets or have children, and doing it until you drop the goal of liking yourself, you'll never know if you really want to have a pet or a child for the right reasons, right? And so just having a pet because you like how they get excited about seeing you, then the problem is you often won't even treat the pet that well. Like you'll want the pet to do that, and that'll be kind of your highlight, but you won't be thinking about the pet. Or the same thing with a child. And people will project it and care. They'll try to they'll have all these dreams about their child, but mainly because if their child achieves those things, they'll like themselves more. Well, that's going to prevent you from really seeing clearly regarding your child and what's best for them, because instead the hidden goal is for you to like yourself more. Trying to like yourself will also just cause you to be miserable, in just so many ways, right? As I said, you'll often be upset with yourself because you haven't accomplished enough, or and the trouble with spending money on liking yourself, you might think, well, what if I make a lot of money? Well, generally speaking, people don't just make money for the sake of because they exist, right? They make money because they do stuff that other people want them to do. Personally, I'd rather do things that I choose to do, and that might involve helping other people. But maybe I can choose ways to spend my time that'll help people even more than if I had to do something for somebody else. It might be the case that I can make a business where I'm helping people and make even more money, but I couldn't risk trying to make that business work if I didn't have a stable, secure income that was just taking care of my basic needs, right? So even the idea of making more, I don't even mean just giving charity or volunteering to help people or whatever, even a business that can help people. As you see with the law of implication, I've made this a business because I think that it's likely that I'll be able to get more people to use the law of implication if it's a business. It'll just give me a lot more infrastructure, and other people will be more motivated to let people know about it, and all sorts of things. I'll be more able to spend all my time on it rather than do other things, and so forth. So I'm not just talking about doing charity to help other people, but it could be business. But it's often hard to do a business if someone's spending so much money on helping themselves like themselves. And no one realizes they do that. But once I'm pointing this out to you, you can step back and say, wait a second, why on earth would I buy this if it wasn't just because I wanted to I like myself more? And then if you're not spending money on that, then if you do want to have create a business that can help people and make money, then you'll have more money, you'll have more security, you'll have more time in order to do that if you're not wasting a lot of money just trying to like yourself. So normally the way people ask this question is, how can I like myself, if they ask it at all. People are doing that implicitly all the time. If you listen to people's conversations, it's often a little conspiracy between the two people to like themselves more, to kind of prove to themselves and the person they're talking to that they make this little group amongst themselves to feel superior to other people, right? Like, oh yeah, they'll judge Kim Kardashian, and in doing so feel like they like themselves more, like at least they're not as silly as Kim Kardashian. I'm not calling her silly, by the way. I'm talking about people that are judging Kim Kardashian, or anyone else, right? They'll judge, or they'll I don't know. Just you can hear people. They're this little goal to be superior or better than their peers. Of course, generally it's not a goal to be super duper superior, but just like a little bit superior in most cases. And so the goal to be superior or feel like is a manifestation. It's an example of the goal to like yourself. And we intuitively understand that other people have this goal too, which is why we're very careful not to be critical of people explicitly to their face in most cases, or if we do so, we're scared. We're like, oh, don't be offended, but I want to suggest this, right? The only reason someone could be offended about criticism would be if they have a goal to like themselves. And as far as I can tell, there's literally zero benefit to this goal. It doesn't help whatsoever. Instead, switch the goal, as I pointed out, to getting yourself as perfect in terms of ideas and understanding as you can, to growing and understanding, removing contradictions, getting more good ideas, filtering out more bad ideas from your mind, and then taking action on those things. And you can certainly acknowledge reality in terms of noticing if there's an idea that's bad, or just noticing if you feel bad about anything, then that must mean there's a bad idea in your mind, right? Partly, or in nearly every case, people can do things to hurt us, but mostly there has to, as far as I can tell, there has to, in most every case, either in every case or in so many cases that it's practical to usually operate this way. There's also an idea in our mind that's allowing that to happen. There might be some exceptions. I'm not downplaying the fact that other people, by infringing upon our property rights, if they were to like come cut off our arm or just hurt us less than that, or take our property in any way, that I'm not downplaying the wrongness of that at all. It's quite wrong to do, but generally we can. That's if we're feeling extra bad about it, on top of however bad that might be, then that's something that we can probably figure out in our mind to understand better. You will have a far easier time in your relationships, like in your business and romantic and any other relationship, if you drop the goal to like yourself. It'll be you'll see so clearly. Like, it's such clutter in your mind, and such goal clutter where your vectors, your arrows of what you're trying to accomplish are all over the place. It's so much easier to make money if you could just drop about liking yourself and just directly try to make your business work or to succeed in your career. It's so much energy and time and focus and money goes into this goal you wouldn't believe. You drop it, it's like you have so many more hours in a day and so much more efficiency. You can still recognize that realistically other people will have a goal to like themselves, and you can still absolutely appreciate when people give you compliments or say nice things or appreciate an understanding that they gave to you. That's nice, and it's nice for them. Like, if they're saying that, usually it's because it made them feel nice in some way to notice that how you something you've done, and you can appreciate that, right? Because it helps them. It gives you some feedback on how you're doing. By the way, if someone criticizes you, I'm not saying that. Of course, they might be wrong. Their criticism of you might be incorrect. So keep that. This isn't about any criticism someone gives to you. You just accept it and presume that it's correct. But you can fully appreciate and enjoy anything about yourself that is helpful or good, right, or useful or correct. Right, enjoy that. Just fully enjoy it. It's great. Just like I say, I enjoy things that I have. But you can enjoy something. Something you can enjoy it without it meaning that if you don't have it, you need to feel worse. It's like that. I talked about this on a different slide. Remember with the stock market analogy? Right. You can fully enjoy something, and just make sure with your brain it's not encoded as. Once you realize that not taking advantage of an opportunity isn't bad, for the same, and I illustrated that by saying, what are you going to do? Be upset every time a stock goes up or down, or a commodity goes up or down, in any stock market, including the Japanese one, right? The Nikkei or any place. Of course, that's crazy. So you can fully feel good about something, about an opportunity being taken advantage of, without feeling bad, without that meaning that you have to feel bad about not taking advantage of an opportunity. Or in this case, you can feel good about being complimented. It doesn't mean that you have to feel bad if someone finds something about you that could be changed, or that you find something that's just simply a way that you've been operating that's just bad, right, or counterproductive or contradictory. So if someone gives you a compliment, you don't have to look superior and say, I don't care about liking myself. So that compliment means nothing to me. You can just fully enjoy it. With anybody, including children or whatever, you can show people, and should show people, respect. You can show them love. And you can stop worrying about weirdly enough, whether you like them. Because whether you like them is a matter of whether they help you further your goals, right? Just show them respect and caring. Now, if someone is helping you further a goal that you're working on, sure, you can encourage that, right? And you can even appreciate it, right? So you can certainly appreciate people or objects, whatever, that help you further your goals, no problem. but letting go of, and so you can, basically that's the extent to which you can worry about liking other people, right, is appreciation for if they're helping you further your goals. That's great, that's fine. But generally speaking, you don't need to worry about your child's self-esteem or your romantic partner's self-esteem. If you're showing them respect and love, and when you drop worrying about how they're helping you further your goals all the time, especially if you drop the goal of liking yourself, then it's so exhausting for your partner, your romantic partner. If you have this goal to like yourself, it's exhausting for them. Think about it. In order for you to like them, they need to be constantly helping you like yourself. Did you work through that? Does that make sense, like logically? So if you have the goal to like yourself, it's exhausting for your romantic partner because they need to keep helping you with your goal. They need to keep helping you further your goal to like yourself in order for you to like them. Because for you to like them, you need to feel like they're furthering your goal. And if your goal is to like yourself, you have to keep doing that. It's exhausting. So it's so nice and relaxing and safe and wonderful for your partner if you drop this goal, and then they can just stop with all the helping you like yourself stuff, and it's so much less effort for them, and then you're modeling that behavior, so now you can spend so much less effort on them, and your relationship becomes so much less work. I'll talk about this in the relationship section, but my relationship with my wife, it's not just that it's good. The reason I say it's so good is that it's so effortless. I just don't have to do hardly anything, right? We spend some nice time together each day, both romantically and then, kind of intimately, physically, and so forth. I don't mean each day, but I mean on average. We spend, maybe on average 2 hours a day, half each, right? Half kind of more like physical intimacy, and about maybe an hour on average doing some other, just kind of relating with each other, talking. Anything that's basically romantic, right? That kind of thing. Something where we're not talking about just business, some sort of thing there, but we're just kind of relating and spending some time together. And that's about it. I mean, that, and I don't, go on dates or obviously sleep with other people. That's it. That's, I'm sorry, maybe there's a few other things. Maybe obviously we split things financially and live our lives together and so forth. There's lots of wonderful benefits and integrations. But actually, in terms of what we have to do, none of the other stuff is stuff I have to do. Essentially, we spend time together. It doesn't make any sense to have a relationship where you spend no time together, right? And then I don't go off, obviously, with some other woman. And that's it. Everything else is pretty much just because it makes sense at the time, but not something that I have to do, including literally it's Christmas. I don't have to get her a gift. Actually, it might be shocking or appalling to you, but I actually didn't get her anything for Christmas. I often don't. We get each other stuff consistently just when we see something, and we give each other gifts and do plenty for each other. We're wildly happy. Everything's great. But I didn't wake up on Christmas in the hole and negative and have to make up for it. Have to give someone a gift, give her a gift, or else she'd be angry at me. Or even on Valentine's Day or her birthday, we'll be completely happy regardless of whether there's a gift being given. I often will give her a gift for those things, but I don't have to. I've not done it. I can testify to you for sure. Probably half the times, even literally on Valentine's Day, I think, where we're just completely happy, right? Of course, once in a while things will come up, nothing to do with gifts, but just where there'll be something to discuss, or we'll be snippy with each other here and there. I don't mean that it's perfect every day, but we hardly. It's about probably about once every 6 months that we have kind of a difficult, serious, half a day or whatever, where we're trying to work through some issue or something like that. It's pretty rare. And we don't just have little snits very often here or there. If they do, they get dropped within a few minutes, just to give you a bit of a sense of what I'm talking about. So much less effort in life. You spend so much less money. And you remember, we have such an impact on the people around us. So if we drop this goal, then it helps model for them to drop the goal, which makes life so much less exhausting in trying to help other people like themselves all the time, too. And then we can't help them improve as well, the people around us, because we're always worried about offending them, and so I mean, I'm still careful, right? I'm not critical of the people around me. Don't get me wrong. I'm always trying to improve them, but I'll tell you, like my business partner Mike. I mean, he's particularly really open to if there's something that we need to change, and something that he's doing, or a way that he's thinking about things. He's great at letting me mention those things, and he'll be open to looking at that and changing. But of course, I'm smart, and I am constantly appreciative and pointing out things that I do like as well, so that I'm kind of ahead of the game always. I don't have to, the minute I realize that there's something we want to make a change in, or that I want him to do differently, I don't realize, oh wait, I need a 5-to-1 rule where now I need to praise him 5 times. I'm already ahead of the game, right? And so that way, I'll still probably say something positive along with something that I would want changed, but I'm not so behind that I need to do it all right that moment where I'm like, okay, let me list 5 good things about you and then say what I want changed, because that's a little bit obvious, right? If you have to do it all at that same moment. All right, well, hopefully this will start a bit of a feedback loop with you and with us, where you're learning to drop this major thing that's crushing you in life. And I will, maybe if people, well, I don't know, I might have explained this perfectly for most everyone, or it might be where people have questions. Definitely write to me if you have questions about this, or you have difficulty applying it, or you have an objection that's confusing you, and I can continue to clarify if I get some feedback that more clarification is needed. But I will end this here and hope this will be very helpful for you. Take care. All right, I'm excited for this video for you. I was going to make a 4th video on goals anyway, but some people have expressed recently on Facebook comments and so forth on the Law of Implication website about wanting to have a great 2014. So I particularly have put it into overdrive for you for this video. I've actually done 2 outtakes, about an hour long each. I don't know, this video might be shorter than that, but I really want to get this right for you. And I've spent about 2 days really working on it, besides recording it, but also just working on the ideas and getting it straight for you, and the slides and so forth. So this video, in addition to everything else with the goals and the whole Law of Implication methodology, should really arm you to do wonderfully in 2014, or of course whenever you're hearing this video, to move forward very powerfully. And so I'm kind of directly going after that in this video. What I'm picturing for you is that, imagine, just for the sake of example, that it's the beginning of 2014, and according to like the results formula where I talk about in the beginning of the Money Getting series with focus, desire, and belief. What I'm picturing for you, from my perspective, to make sure that I'm clearly motivated for this video, is you are, it's metaphorically, right? You're looking forward to a goal that you really want to reach in 2014, and you have a determined look on your face, and then you look at that goal, and then you see that the goal itself is a bit of an illusion, and then you look more carefully, even more determinedly, and you see an even more clear and better version of that goal, and then you shift your focus to that. And then you move forward powerfully, smashing through obstacles that are in your way, gaining momentum, and having an eye open and an awareness when you start, and then as you continue to not take yourself out completely, like to wipe out in some way, where you either, of course, we don't want you to fully die, but also run out of money, or just like hit an overwhelming sort of obstacle that just kind of stops you, and not just stops your goal, but somehow hurts your life or whatever. We don't want that. But otherwise, that you're just really able to go for it and smash through things and hit that correct goal. So that's what I'm imagining for you. In order to get there, here's what you need. You need to put yourself at want, need, whatever. But to get there, you need to put yourself in a position to be absolutely ruthless. But that's going to take clarity on multiple levels. There's two issues that come up that prevent people from being properly and absolutely ruthless. Now, if you are, and I'll tell you what they are, if you are properly ruthless, if you're ready to do within the right boundaries whatever it takes to achieve your goal, then you will achieve your goal not only faster but easier, and the difference will be very large. Much like I mentioned once or twice before about under hypnosis, because your muscle fibers work against each other, I don't mean even major muscles like your triceps and biceps oppose each other in a sense, but actually muscle fibers just in your bicep will oppose the main way that you're trying to lift. And under hypnosis, they'll be more aligned, and you will be able to lift more. It doesn't mean you can lift 10 tons, right? So there's still could be a limit to what you'd accomplish in a particular time or how much you can lift physically. But under hypnosis, you'll always be able to lift more easier. So that's a little bit of a parallel example, just to understand what I mean, when it's always true that if you can put yourself in a position to be absolutely ruthless and be ready to do whatever it takes to achieve a goal, then it's actually going to be easier and faster. People are scared that if they're to do whatever it takes, they're going to have to work harder for their goal because, if they don't, if they really, it's kind of counterintuitive that if you're willing to do anything, that it's actually going to be easier for you, but it will be. Now, I said there's two issues that people run into. One of the main issues is that people, by default, you're probably driving with the brakes on. Much like with your muscles, you probably subconsciously and in your environment, which your environment also tends to have be reinforced by your subconscious, meaning that you'll gravitate and allow things you'll either gravitate towards or allow things in your immediate and even farther environment, and you'll also be aware of it and allow it to affect you. That's pretty tied into your brain as well, and so your environment isn't totally separate from the ideas in your mind either. So on various levels, you likely, by default, have brakes on while you're trying to go after a goal. It's normally how people try to accomplish things, is they're hitting the accelerator and the brake at the same time. And the way to do that is to clear out things properly with the right simplification and planning ahead of time. The other problem that people run into, for people that have a little bit of an easier time just kind of barreling forward and going after things in a somewhat ruthless manner in life, they tend to have a different error, which is being overly reckless, where let's take imagine driving a truck, and you're going on a road and there's obstacles in the road, like maybe a chain link fence or a wooden fence or whatever, but then there's also some twists and turns that are treacherous. Then if you go too slowly, you run into the first problem, where the obstacles will stop you instead of you just smashing right through them where you hardly notice them. So you want to make sure you're able to smash through obstacles. However, you also don't want to be taking a risk of driving over the cliff. So someone who thinks they're so smart and good at life and good at achieving goals because they're driving fast and smashing through obstacles, they might be going a lot faster than someone who's getting stopped by obstacles, but then they will often in life just end up over the cliff in one way, shape, or form. So we don't want that either. What I want to show you how to do in this video is a methodology for being absolutely ruthless, being able to do whatever it takes for a goal, but being able to do it within the right boundaries that you create for the situation. That'll enable you to avoid both problems. By having the right boundaries in advance, you can take the brakes off and not be scared about that, but without risking taking yourself out, without being reckless like some people are. It is fairly common with entrepreneurs where some people will really take a lot of action and they'll say, oh, look at all I've done, but they'll be bankrupt. And they'll say, oh, well, this happened, but they have all these mottos and they're all ruthless and so forth. But it doesn't help if they just keep taking themselves out as well. So you don't want to. It's very important to do neither of those things. I apply this consistently throughout my life. This is how I operate these days, based on the law of implication, and it's a major reason why I've had the success I've had both in my relationship with my wife and also in business. Right? And in the last year and a half, I've created a business from scratch called omgmachines.com with 2 partners. And on several levels, I was completely ruthless going after what we needed to go after, including customer success, by the way. When I speak of ruthless, remember I'm talking about boundaries as well. And so we're not looking to hurt people and so forth, as I'll explain. or to take advantage of people and so forth. And so results tend to be relatively easy for me to achieve, and I could achieve some fairly big results, especially compared with myself. Right? For me to make between like $500,000 and $1 million in a year personally, profit is extreme. Right? I for years made like between 10 or 20,000, really closer to 10, from like the age of 20 to 30. And same thing with relationships and so forth. But once you understand how to be ruthless, you can really make life so much easier and achieve wonderful things. I'll give you an interesting example pop to mind that involves Jesus, and it's something he said that is a wonderful example of ruthlessness. And so I'll just read it to you. It's from, there's a couple of places where it's in the historical record of Jesus, in either Luke or I think it appears in Matthew as well. You can Google any of the phrases if you want to find the exact reference. It says, Jesus said to another man, "Follow me." But that other man replied, "Lord, first let me go and bury my father." But Jesus said to him, "Allow the dead." You would expect, right, before you read on, in normal circumstances, like if someone's talking to their pastor and they say, "I need to bury my father," the pastor would be like, "Oh, of course, do that," right? Or if we're trying to do a business or something like that, and so it's like, "Oh, I need to go bury my father." "Oh, sure, sure." But Jesus said to him, "Allow the dead to bury their own dead, but as for you, go and proclaim everywhere the kingdom of God." So that's an example of ruthless, but in a very wise way. Another person also said, "I will follow you, Lord, but first permit me to say goodbye to those at home." Right? Again, seems pretty reasonable. But Jesus said to him, "No one, after putting his hand to the plow and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God." So I switch back here to this slide, the original ruthless slide. So there is Jesus saying things that are quite counterintuitive, right? If you kind of stop and don't already know what he's going to say, and it's not how people normally talk in life. But by approaching my business in that way, for example, where I worked basically every day straight for a year, including my son was born. He's about 1.5 years now. So he was born right about the end of May, which is right around when we were starting to create the content for what we'd eventually go on sale with OMG machines for the first time in the beginning of September, or early in September. And so we were starting to create things then. And my son had great difficulty sleeping, also burping, and even eating when he was a newborn, and really for 10 months. And it was extremely difficult. Even without knowing anything about that, people would say to me, "Oh, you have a new son," and they would kind of laugh, which I think is obnoxious. But they would say, "Oh, you're not going to sleep for a while, are you?" Like it's some big joke, right? To be trying to start a business and then not be able to sleep. However, my response in my head, or even to them, would be, "I'm going to get sleep," and I did. My wife had to handle that, right? And I had a lot of being ruthless takes planning in advance, knowing what your boundaries are and what you're willing to do and not do. I supported her financially. I got groceries and so forth, because it's very difficult to go out with him or anything like that. She was getting 5 or 6 hours of sleep a night for months at a time, which is just way too little for her. For me as well, I need 8 or more hours of sleep to function. And if a baby doesn't burp, then you think that might be funny, except for when it happens, in which case you have to, it's like doing a triathlon, you have to just like bounce them around and stuff for an hour or so, trying to get them to burp. If they don't burp, they don't sleep. If they don't sleep, you don't sleep. And again, that's cute for the first day or so, but if it goes on for months, it's the most effective form of torture, right, is sleep deprivation. And it wasn't even a normal kind of situation of a baby not sleeping. It was worse than normal. It was worse than normally bad. It was particularly difficult. But I got sleep. Not only that, but I had full focus on the new business that I was creating. And I'm not saying I'm not talking about what someone else should do, but the fact is that we were able to build the business. I was able to not only do my part, but the reality is, by the law of implication, what happens if I use that as an excuse to not take things as seriously as they need to be? Right? I didn't work every day because I wanted to. I don't wake up and create work for myself. Trust me. I only work because I have to. I don't enjoy doing things for a career that I'm doing for money, like because I have to. I want to do things that I choose to do. And so it wasn't something that I enjoyed. It wasn't a niche that I particularly liked or anything like that. There was really nothing about it that I particularly innately wanted to do. I was just doing it for the money. It was very important to me that the people that were buying our product or taking our coaching and training would be successful. But I'm not a workaholic. There's nothing about that. Purely, and this is an interesting lesson with goals, is that if you, not only do you want to set in your mind what you want, but you want to continuously have a comparison in your mind with what you don't want. And even more so, I don't want to work for someone else at a job. And it was, going to be this, so I need to make my online business work. I was already had success before that, but this was going to take my ability to get out to a whole new level, and the ease of making income in a good way and working with terrific people to a whole new level. And so I really focused in. It was time to do that. And I got sleep. And how did I get sleep? I got sleep by having a separate bed on a separate floor of my house downstairs. And of course I spent some time with my wife and so forth. That was, again, it was a very busy and difficult time, so we did our best. But at night when I was sleeping, or not at night, I sleep at kind of at random times. I'm sort of like an artist. But also because I don't have a fixed schedule, and because our son would wake up and make noise throughout the night and so forth. There's no way I could sleep unless I was separate on a different floor, and so I did that. And so whatever it takes, but that made it, all told, it was far easier to achieve my goal, instead of it being 2-3 years later and I'm like, oh, making money is hard and blah blah blah. Right? I went after it with proper ruthlessness, with the proper boundaries in place. As I said, I supported my wife in a number of ways that she needed it, but I wasn't just up there not getting sleep and holding her hand and so forth. I was making the business work, and every time if the phone rang and one of my business partners needed to talk, and whenever I had to do something proactively, which was constantly, and create things myself, I was doing that, and it was a priority. It was really an absolute priority, unless there was some like major medical emergency that was urgent, that for some reason needed me and not just an ambulance or a taxi. Right? I'm not a doctor, so even in that case, I might have just let them handle it and focus on what I needed to do. But of course, to any extent that there was something with an absolute emergency that was urgent, of course I would do that. But again, that's my red flags. I don't drive over a cliff, and I didn't sacrifice my relationship in any way with my wife. Now, what some guys will do, I heard of 2 people recently that are friends of a friend, where they thought it seemed like their wife wanted a lot of money and stuff, and so they worked and made that money. And then, unbeknownst to them, their wives just arranged, their wives didn't have to work. They just took their time, felt neglected, felt like they were the victims somehow, and went and took most of their money, like got a divorce and left them and took a lot of their money. So that's another example of you don't want that reckless ruthlessness where you're driving over a cliff, where these guys made plenty of money, but they neglected their relationship. Now, here's how we do this. The only way to do this is to plan things properly in various ways in advance. So you can't just be ruthless through the law of intention, because the law of intention is not a real law, right? It doesn't work. You can't do it just through emotion and that sort of thing, through effort. You do it through the law of implication, where the only way you can cut loose and go after what you want with absolute momentum is to clear out obstacles properly and have safety flags up. So you got to get to this point where you can be absolutely ruthless, but the only way is through the law of implication, which involves clarity, and I'll go over that now. All right, I'm going to cover this in enough detail that you can follow it, and you should, and your life will be way more powerful and easy if you do, but not so much that I'm overcomplicating it or so forth. So, and it's pretty easy to understand. So first of all, pick your battles, right? If you watched my first video on creativity where I talk about creative focus, there's one thing you can have your creative focus going towards. When I was building my OMG Machines business, I couldn't have my creative focus going to my family situation at all. All right, if I even did it 1 day out of 7, then it would, even then, could really hurt my momentum. And then it could have been way harder. It could have been twice as hard, which might have meant that I would never achieve it. Maybe if I take my momentum down from 100 miles an hour to even 80, maybe I run into an obstacle that I could have only bust through going at least 90 miles an hour. Maybe I get totally stopped. And that absolutely happens in life. So I was going to go forward with full momentum. Again, I have some red flags up. If people absolutely need me, I can take care of that. But I wasn't going to be trying to have these ongoing nagging problems of other places. There were enough ongoing nagging problems with trying to create a business, and that was going to fill up. So that was my battle, and I was going to fight that battle and no other ones. If someone tries to pick a fight with me in some way or anything like that, even within business, but it's not taking me straight to where I'm trying to go with building the business that I'm trying to build, I'm not going to get involved in that fight. Right? If I have to surrender, even I might do that. If I'm going to fight, I'm not going to fight because someone else picks the time and the place. I'm going to fight. And of course, this is also metaphorical. If I'm going to try to solve a problem, it's not because the outside world picks the time and the place. The outside world can't tell me what's urgent. All right, I'll decide what's urgent. I'll decide what I'm going for, not external circumstances. External circumstances might change the situation so that something legitimately becomes urgent, but in most cases, people in your life or events in your life are trying to quote unquote tell you something's urgent when in fact it's not. All right, unless it's going to fully take you out, you probably can just surrender at that moment or defer it or postpone it until a time when you're ready to win before you fight. If I fight, a person does not want to be fighting against me. Not because I'll necessarily win, they might defeat me, but I'm going to be having absolute ruthlessness if I'm going to go after something. Absolute ruthlessness. It's not emotion, it's not BS. I'm going to plan and do what I'm about to show you, and I'm going to put myself in a position to go for it fully. And so even if someone were to defeat me, if it was some case where I'd have to be against someone else, of course I don't want to be against anyone else. I don't really have issues. I don't look at life that way where it's me against other people. However, if it was that case, maybe they would win, but it would be a pain in the butt because again, I would have this full kind of, not reckless abandon, but absolute ruthlessness. So my point in saying that is only this. Unless I'm willing to approach things that way, where I'm going to win before I even start, because I'm ready to be absolutely ruthless based on planning and the circumstances, then I'm generally just not going to try to fight. Unless, again, that thing that came up would take you out. If it would, then you might need to. And if you need to, then you might want to just fully switch. Drop your main goal that you were focused on and fully go and take care of the thing that was going to take you out with absolute ruthlessness, and then go back to your original goal. Okay. And by the way, this can apply to family stuff versus business stuff, which comes up all the time for people. Probably the number one thing holding people back in business is they feel like they have to attend to all these issues with their dating relationship and family life. You can maintain a wonderful relationship while going fully after business if you do it right. But you can only be creative and really go after, with absolute ruthlessness, one thing at a time, as far as I can tell. Maybe if you find a way to integrate the goals so they're kind of intertwined properly, but it might be overly complicated, overly tricky, overly cute. There might be circumstances where that does work. You can decide that for yourself and work on it yourself. All right, now, so you pick your battles. As part of picking your battle, or kind of related to that, is decluttering and simplifying. So you want to clear out your life and your mind of goals that are not as important and factors that are less important. My life is really simple. On most days I have 0 things scheduled, and yet I work consistently throughout. Basically I work just about every day at this point. These days I'm not really working so much to make money as my business works pretty smoothly at this point, my other business. But right now I'm working to create this for people and for you, and then I'll be working to spread the word so that the world can be made perfect. This is my kind of master plan, this whole law of implication thing. And hopefully you will join me on that to some degree or to a great degree. All right, so to that end, because I'm going for that, I keep my life very simple. I don't pride myself on the number of friends that I have. I don't go running off to do all sorts of family stuff. I know how much time I'm going to spend with my family, and if I can spend more time and I want to, then I will. It doesn't limit me, but that way it doesn't just pop up when I don't want it, when it's going to mess me up on going after a goal that I need to go after ruthlessly. And right now, there's so much suffering, needless suffering and problems that I can help with to such a great degree. If I can spread this, that I'm going to go after spreading the law of implication and explaining it properly. Spreading it both within one person's mind in terms of explaining it well, and then spreading it into more minds. All right, so you want to declutter and simplify your life. Let me put a diagram that'll help here. It helps to build on a diagram I showed you before, if you've seen the video where I did so. So I talked about vectors, and this helped a lot of people where I pointed out how your mind, your goals, your immediate environment, and your more distant environment can have factors in it. I added this phrase, these can also be thought of as factors. If you're going after a goal, there's things that are going to help you in your mind, beliefs and other goals, and people in your life, and circumstances like with money and what you currently have your time devoted to, and just what's around your immediate environment, even things that you look at, and what your maybe habits of ways you entertain yourself, or what you believe will help you with work and so forth. So you have all these factors and vectors. I showed you this already, and of course you want to get these aligned in one direction. You have so much more power, just like muscle fibers. However, not all these factors, this is overly simplified in a way that I can help you see something if I give you 2 more slides. I took about half the vectors out at random. So I took this original slide with the vectors and I just deleted about half of them at random. And this can represent vectors that you see, including if you stop and think about it a bit. Although at first when you stop and think, it's just kind of surface level obvious stuff. As you dig deeper, you can potentially be aware of most or all of the factors. But at first you'll only see some of them. Now, and then let me skip to the next slide, and then I'll skip back. On the other hand, and then I went back to the same slide, and I removed another about half of them at random. And not the other half, but just at random again. So there's some overlap in 4 quadrants, in essence, where some vectors actually matter. They're actually important, and some are more important than others. So some you see, and they matter. Some you see, but they don't matter. Some you don't see, but they're very important. Some, again, goals, beliefs in your subconscious, etc. Right? People might have a number. People generally have a number in their subconscious of how much money they think they should make based on mostly what people made on average when they were growing up, right? Or maybe what their peers make. And depending on whether some people want to be a little bit better than their peers, some people want to be just not quite too far behind their peers. Depending on that, then that number might be adjusted a little bit. But that's about so that would be an example of a goal that a lot of people aren't aware of, is to kind of hit that level, but not higher, not lower. And the way to work through something like that is to walk through things clearly, right? You imagine what will it take for you to hit that number, or maybe you're already at that number, and then you ask yourself, well, what if I made $5,000 more? How would that be? Right? Would that be better? What would that take to do it? And you keep working through that, and then you'll bust through. You'll have more clarity. Clarity is always what's going to help you to break apart things in your subconscious that you want to break apart. Sometimes your neurology will take time to catch up with that, meaning that there's sort of like 2 buckets. One is, or 2 issues going on. One is whether you affirm a belief, whether you feel like, and this can also be subconscious, whether subconsciously you feel like you should feel a certain way, like whether you should eat cake or not if you're trying to lose weight. And then separately, there's the issue of whether you kind of have a wired up habit. The habit will sometimes have to take time to degrade, depending on how you frame the issue. You can, I don't want to get too sidetracked, but you can reframe the issue so it's categorized differently. So that, like, maybe if cake really is framed as something that's particularly gross, even subconsciously, then you might not eat it at all, just by changing the framing. However, sometimes it's difficult to do that quickly and effectively. So realistically, sometimes it's going to take your neurology time to catch up. But if you're going to have a full mental block if you think you should feel a certain way. So at least with clarity, you can get rid of this feeling, including the subconscious feeling, that you should make a certain amount of money, and then but then another part of the feeling will take time to catch up, where you're still kind of wired up that way. But your brain, things that don't get reinforced through believing that you should feel that way will degrade over time. And the more you have experiences where you're reinforcing the better habit or belief, then it'll happen more rapidly. Sometimes people ask me about that, or they say, oh, I want to change this thing in my subconscious. How do I do that? Right. The way to do it is first get clarity on whether you have beliefs that are reinforcing it, and then once you get rid of those beliefs, then at least worst case over time it'll degrade, and through having positive experiences in a different direction, a different habit or something. And then you can also work on the framing. That's more of something, though, for a different video. All right, so you have these vectors that actually matter. I started talking about that because people wonder, how do I change the vector from going in this direction and going in this direction in my subconscious? And I addressed that a little bit there. But just by everything I'm talking about will help you do that. Everything in this video will help you get things going in a direction better. And clarity in general is always going to help get vectors going in the right direction. So certain things actually matter. You want to figure out what those are and get them straight. There's ones you'll see, but then you want to think more deeply. With law of implication, you don't just look at the reason for something. You have to look at the reason for the reason, and the reason for the reason, and for the reason. That's how I kept digging and digging, and came to understand that the most important question to address was, how do we know what's true, or how do we have a method for thinking with perfect accuracy? Unless we address that, then we can't know anything else. So when I realized that, then I figured that out and then built up from there, and it was a radically life-changing thing. All right, so with this illustration in mind of vectors you see, vectors that really matter, and then this original vector slide, now I'll go back to what I had here, and we'll continue on. So pick your battles, declutter and simplify. Oh, and so if you declutter and simplify things, that's why I went over to that slide, it's easier to see things that you previously were missing. Don't try to get clarity with a crowded, cluttered, complex plan or mental screen or whatever. Or, don't have 100 goals and try to put them exactly in height order, right, or importance order. It's much easier if you have 3 or 4 goals that are going on, or 2 or 1. Then it's a lot easier to see what's important, right? You see, so this is where the ruthlessness comes in. Naturally, your brain's not going to be distracted by other little goals. If you're really clear on what you want and you're going for that fully and only and ruthlessly, then that implies to your brain that other stuff is not important. So you don't have to identify then every little goal or belief in your subconscious. Those just get steamrolled out of importance by really focusing strongly on one thing that you want. Remember, when you are actually, I'll get to that. I'll finish my sentence when I get to focus. Remind me of that. All right. Then, now this is very important to figure out your boundaries. If you don't figure out boundaries, both moral and also just practical boundaries in your life, such as, for example, that, like, what if you're okay? So these guys where their wives left them because they felt neglected, or maybe the wives were just purely evil, and maybe they were just partially evil and also felt neglected. But one way or the other, that the guys that happened to, they probably didn't have the right boundaries protecting their relationship. So I make sure that on average we try to get to where we're spending about an hour a day romantically. I'll talk about this more in the relationship module, but about an hour a day sort of romantically, which kind of means like you're just talking. Most of that means my wife can talk about what she wants to talk about, although for sure she's happy to talk about things if there's something interesting to me. If it's of kind of importance, it's not all that satisfying for her if I'm just going to talk about a video game or something like that. That is not really something that I do, because it neither qualifies as romantic time nor as sort of sexual type of intimate time. So about an hour of romantic time, and then about an hour of a kind of sexual, more close type of, or intimate, whatever type of interaction. About an average of that each day. That could mean none one day, half an hour another day, an hour and a half another day, 2 hours one day, right? Like, so, but it just kind of all, I don't mean like I have a stopwatch at all, but just have that as a general guideline. And I'm not, like, I don't time it, but it just have that general sense. But if I had no specificity, then that can cause, it makes it much more difficult. So there's nothing wrong with having some specificity there. It would be a little weird to have it like a stopwatch or time it. I wouldn't do that either. But by not even having specificity in my mind or any sense of how much time was going, then all sorts of bad things happen. Either guys end up putting way too much focus into their relationship, which is okay if that's what you want to go for ruthlessly, but it's not okay if you're trying to succeed in your career, because you really won't be able to do it in most cases. The other thing they'll do, though, is not protect their relationship with boundaries. They'll drive off a cliff and not give their relationship enough attention. And so if you have a good boundary, I was able to focus with absolute ruthlessness on my business while having my relationship protected. And not just protected so my wife won't leave me, but protected for myself, where I wasn't upset and miserable because I wasn't having the if I was feeling too lonely, right, and so forth. But by having that amount, I was able to not feel lonely. My relationship was able to stay great. It was a very difficult time for us during the actual 10 months when Chance didn't sleep or burp or very well or anything like that. But our relationship fully stayed intact. There was no sense of leaving each other, or no one was secretly plotting, to get away or anything like that. And if it ever became particularly difficult, we needed to have a discussion and make sure that we did spend enough time together, then I'd have a red flag. I might spend a day dealing with that, right? And 10 months into it, I spent about 3 days really focused on dealing with the sleep situation, which essentially necessitated a different type of ruthlessness and boundary, where it just got to the point where he was old enough. When he was very young, only a few months, you want to meet every single need, and they want them to feel like that's the way the world is, because that's important. But then at 10 months, if they're not sleeping through the night, it's just critical that you don't hear them cry. And so I had to get my wife downstairs, and that took a lot of focus for me, because it meant that I wasn't able to sleep easily or well at the time that I wanted to, because I would need like kind of uninterrupted, not stuff going on where she's waking up or going to bed at a different time than I would naturally do it, and my schedule's all over the place. So I spent about 3 days really focused on making that happen, and then everything got way better. So again, another red flag, and then I approached that situation with the proper amount of ruthlessness, made sure, of course, that our son was safe, and we tried everything else first. But there came a point when the right answer, and it was the right answer, and it worked out wonderfully for everyone. It's no good for him, our son, if his mother doesn't get sleep, right, for months, and she's just destroyed. So it was going to be far better for him if we let him cry out and learn to fall asleep by himself than to just have his wife and father kind of devastated, and their lives kind of destroyed and devastated by that. And again, it was successful, my intervention. And I'm not trying to take all the credit for it. But much like with my business, it has nothing to do with taking credit. Greg and Mike individually were probably more valuable than me. Clearly, we couldn't have done it without. There's no question that they couldn't have done it at all without either one. If either one of them wasn't fully doing what they were doing and doing it very well. However, my role was critical as well, is all I'm saying. So it was critical that I did what I did. It's always going to be the case in life, right? When you go after a goal ruthlessly, it doesn't mean that you're the one solely responsible for accomplishing it. In a lot of cases, it might be that other people are just as critical, or even more critical. But still, it could be the case that if you don't do your part, that it wouldn't have been accomplished at all. And so that's what I mean about approaching the situation with my son Chance learning to sleep through the night. I approached it with a ruthlessness that was necessary, and everyone was better off for it. Had boundaries, make sure he was safe, made sure that another type of, and there's boundaries in terms of kind of external stuff like that. Then there's moral boundaries, right? Make sure that it was pretty much the last resort, right? If there was a different way to do it, I would have loved to do it that way, or at least it was the next best resort, I suppose. Someone could drug their child or something like that, but of course, I can't imagine a situation where I would do that. If it was that or something even worse happened to him, I guess I would, right? But that's never come up, and I presume it never will. And even if something like that seemed to come up, I would continue to search for a very long time, unless it was just an imminent great danger. And I'm not trying to talk about that topic specifically. I'm just giving you a sense of, I'm trying to explain this idea of boundaries and then being ruthless. So you want to figure out your moral boundaries. If you don't figure out your moral boundaries, then you're going to be double-minded, right? Which means you're going to have subconscious things working against you, sabotaging you. So with my business, one of my moral boundaries was that we had to be going for customer success in a pretty strong, it's impossible to define some of these things perfectly, but basically when going for something giving it a reasonably strong focus, like saying something like doing everything reasonable to do that is fine. It actually works. It's really not overly vague to say I wouldn't say doing everything possible, because that's innately a silly statement. Instead, doing whatever's reasonable, whatever's reasonably possible to do. And there's a lot that's reasonably possible to do to make sure your customers have the best chance of success. And I think we've done that, and we've gotten way more success with our customers and members than is typical for our industry, by a factor of probably like 50, maybe a factor of 100, depending. Which provides a bit of empirical evidence of that. The boundary of doing everything that reasonably possible to ensure success of your customers is a fine boundary that'll actually be effective. You can flesh that out a little bit, and I recommend doing so by thinking it through a little bit, like examples, and saying, all right, well, let me think of some examples in advance, right? So in our case, it was important that we provide the training in advance. Before we went on sale, that we had a lot of the training done, if not all of the training done. If it was sold as a complete product, then it would be fully done. If it was sold as an ongoing coaching, then at least would be literally months ahead with the content on that. And that it would be very clear to me, for example, that Greg, which it was, he's amazing, had both the knowledge and the motivation and the integrity to create the training that he needed and to do what he promised he would do. And he had a lot of opportunities naturally to show. I use a kind of idea like a stepping stone idea, and this will be very helpful for you. What you want to do in order to, when you're planning, if you're thinking about something and if you come to a conclusion, like, oh, this woman's wonderful, she'll be a wonderful wife, or that, in this case, Greg Morrison, our coach, would be a terrific coach with energy and integrity and knowledge, and he's brilliant at what he does. And so that's a conclusion. Now, if I'm going to act on that conclusion, then I should be willing to use that conclusion as a premise and come up with a natural stepping stone. So when I say use it as a premise, so if it's the case that Greg, and it turned out to certainly be the case, that Greg has great integrity, brilliant at what he does, and lots of energy and motivation and proactivity and so forth, then he would create videos ahead of time with the training, and he'd be willing to work with me because I have a good amount of expertise, because I taught accelerated learning for 10 years, and because I really focused on doing a great job with that and having customer success there, that I have a lot of expertise with how people learn and what's necessary. And so if I needed him to redo a video, or I strongly thought it would be better for people, then would he. Now, I would never do that just to test him. I created no artificial circumstances to create a test. I don't do that. What I do is I find natural circumstances that would happen a certain way if the premise is correct. So first, it's a conclusion. The conclusion is Greg, has integrity, proactivity, and so forth, brilliance. Then I take the conclusion and take it as a premise. So it's the same statement, but I'm kind of moving it over, so to speak. And then I use it as a premise to think, all right, what would naturally be something that Greg would do if that premise was true, or if that conclusion was correct? And then when that comes up in real life, then I notice whether Greg does it, and he kept on doing it, right? So that leads me to believe. It doesn't mean I know for certain, but now it's reasonable to act on it, right? So part of customer success in that case, and part of my planning and my boundaries was that I didn't want to bring a new product to market anymore where I hadn't thoroughly tested out the coach, because I'd done it in the past where there was plenty of evidence to think that the person would fulfill well and do a great job, but then they wouldn't. And so it was time to not do that anymore. So that's an example of a boundary, and a moral boundary, where I would have been kind of self-sabotaging most likely, or my subconscious would have been working in different directions, that means. And I cleared that out by knowing what I was and wasn't going to do. So I was going to do everything reasonably possible, everything reasonable to ensure customer success. So you want to figure out your moral boundaries ahead of time, and then you won't be self-sabotaging. Which, when I say you won't be self-sabotaging, of course, what I mean is your subconscious won't be going in various directions without you noticing it. And then also figure out red flags, figure out things that could take you out, such as with my relationship, what I would do to attend to that and make sure I wouldn't lose that or have that degrade to a really bad point. Also with money, I wasn't going to spend a lot of money to invest in the business. You don't really have to with online stuff. And so one of my things that keeps me from driving off a cliff is I mostly wouldn't spend money unless it was a clear, I can clearly link it up to where it was necessary and related to profit. So I wouldn't be looking to do a lot of things that maybe had some theoretical way that it would end up helping us make more sales or get more affiliates to promote us. A little bit of that, right, starting out, but not stuff that I just couldn't connect at all. That it was just pure kind of pure theory in the sense that, I mean, pure theory is fine if it's good theory, but if there's no reason to. People often just spend money constantly when they're doing business on things that they just have this theory that it'll help them make profit, but I really want to be able to tell that it'll make profit very clearly, or else I tend to not do it. And that's different than how a lot of people operate, but it works very well. And again, it allows me to be fully ruthless without driving over a cliff. It also means that I'll have money still saved up to smash through a boundary, an obstacle that comes up later that will take money. I think that's clear enough. I won't go into examples, but that's helped me a lot in the past to operate that way. One quick simple example is I didn't have Mike run off and do a whole lot of trips to like conventions and so forth to meet affiliates, but he did do one, which was great. But then after that, it was more of a not necessary type of thing. And mostly there has to be a clear connection of how we need it, and it's going to clearly bring us money, not just kind of try something and do a lot of stuff. When the time go flying off somewhere, when the time comes, those 3 days turn into like 6 days where there's nothing else can get accomplished, because by the time you're having to plan for the trip and then take the trip and travel out there, travel back, you're losing it's a massive cost. And whereas there's plenty of clear ways that those 6 days could have been used to make direct profits. All right, then once you've done all that, then you just want to focus and in an absolutely ruthless way. And I said to remind me of something, and thank you, you've done that. One thing you want to do is keep clearly in mind the not only a scenario like from the result formula of focus is our belief of what will happen after you're successful, but do make sure you do that, and make sure there's the law of implication. Make sure you're speaking to your brain in its language, which means you're implying to your brain the right thing. You're getting the real result you want, which is your brain to get your goal. Your brain's language is scenarios. It's fine if you write it. It's helpful actually if you write it on a piece of paper, by the way, as opposed to just think that you have the goal. But then clearly picture a scenario that would happen immediately after you achieve your goal. Right? That is how you speak in your brain's language. But you want to do a second thing, because you need to keep your motivation at its peak level consistently. And the way to do that is weirdly simple, and that is to fix in your mind what it would be like if you don't achieve your goal, or before you've achieved it, what it's like now. So remember what it's like to not have the money, or what will happen if you don't make your business work. When it comes to my relationship, one thing that relationship books seem to fully ignore is the motivation. They focus on you kind of motivating your partner, like making your partner like you and love you and all that. But they tend to ignore your own motivation for doing that, for wanting to be in the relationship yourself. I don't. That's vitally important. So I keep fixed in my mind how I would have felt if I met my wife back when I was in high school, like if I'd been shown what my life would be like after I accomplished my goal of meeting somebody. I would have been wildly happy. So I remember and I also compare with if I didn't have the relationship that I have. And I compare it with not having it. I don't compare it with some fantasy version of her that's even better, or some fantasy version of someone else that I fabricated in my mind. Right? That's going to ruin your motivation, and it's total fantasy. It's totally false. It doesn't exist. What does exist is what will happen if you don't get what you're going for at all. Now, that brings me to remind you of another red flag to have that's very important. I've mentioned this in a different way, but I want to make sure you get it in this way. It's critical. Remember, I talked about exit strategy. It's critical that you know in advance what is going to cause you be such a great opportunity that you're going to abandon this goal for a supposedly better opportunity. This is deeply important for obvious reasons. So if you're going to get in a relationship, decide in advance when you're going to leave the person you're in a relationship with for someone that seems better. Of course, that should be just never, right? There might be an extreme circumstance where you get out of your existing relationship and start from scratch, but you probably would never want to just be looking to trade up, right? But figure that out ahead of time and understand why, get clarity on that. When it comes to a business opportunity, people are just running after this shiny object, that shiny object. We try to keep them from doing that with our business, and we're fairly successful, and we're pretty shiny ourselves. But we don't tell people you can push one button to make millions, and so if someone's going to fall for that, then they're going to fall for that, and they get the results they get. But by the way, I was mentioning to Mike, and said something that he found kind of interesting, my business partner and my closest friend. I pointed out that if someone's going for like push button millions, like let's say they want to learn how to make money online, then basically they're going for some sort of offer where people are telling them they could be an affiliate marketing someone else's product. It's generally not about creating your own product, right? And generally it's not about doing consulting for search engine optimization offline. Or not offline, but it's called offline for some reason, if you're doing consulting for another business. But generally these push button millions type of offers are these things that where doing some kind of affiliate offer, or even if it's like in real estate or some such, then constantly there's no caring about the end customer. In like this. Okay, so here's what I mean though. It could be misinterpreted. So let's say you're a person who wants to make money online. You're like a prospect, right? And then you hear about push button millions. Here's how you can make millions online. You buy that product. While you're buying that product, you, that customer, aren't thinking about the customer of the product that you're being an affiliate for generally, if that makes sense. And so the customers that are allegedly getting ripped off, right? There's a general idea that people that buy like how to get rich quick stuff, they're getting ripped off by evil gurus. And I'm not saying that isn't the case. However, they're opening themselves up for that because they don't have the right boundaries themselves. If they were focused on the success of the end customer, where they were going to get their money, if they were thinking about how they would create value for other people, then they wouldn't buy those offers in the first place, most likely. You see? So by having the right boundaries, they would avoid getting pulled off for these other opportunities. Right? Same thing in business, same thing in relationships. figure out ahead of time when you're going to go after a different opportunity, often the answer will be, I'm not going to, or there's some time limit. I'm not going to do that for 2 years. I'm not going to try to look for a different opportunity. I'm going to focus on this. If you're going to do that, of course, you want to plan. You want to make sure you're going after the right thing. Remember, my original vision for you was that not that you go after the first goal that you think of for 2014, no matter how shiny and good it looks, but that you examine that goal and then look for, maybe there's a slightly different goal. Maybe it's still about making money, but maybe the totality of that goal and your vision for how you're going to make that money, maybe they end up being different after you think about it more clearly. And then when you go after a goal better with the right boundaries, you're just so much better off in every way, right? If you're going after, if you put very little thought into the goal itself that you're going after, then you might realize halfway through correctly that it's a pretty crappy goal, and then you're going to be confused and tempted to go off. And then if you operate that way constantly, right, then you're always running off after a different goal. And it's not really necessarily because you lack motivation. Maybe it's because the goals themselves were actually inherently, by the law of implication, right, implicitly, not very great goals to go after in the first place. Or maybe your vision for, or your general plan, which would be kind of small and limited, or kind of just a highlight reel like I talked about, where you're just seeing a few bits and pieces of what you're trying to go after, and that's your goal regarding like a business plan, then it's not good. It's not very appealing, even if you did achieve it. And then if you keep doing stuff like doing that, then it's going to make sense for a good reason for you to keep shifting gears and never get momentum, right? And the way to not have that happen is to think through your goal. Think, okay, if I achieve this goal, then walk through what will happen after that, and will it really be worthwhile achieving? Secondly, think, okay, wait, remember, declutter and simplify. Think more simply about what you really want. What are you going to use the money for? Why do you want money? And so forth. And then think, was my original goal about how to go make that money, is that an overly restrictive strategy? Maybe I don't need to decide my strategy for making money as if it's a goal. Maybe the goal is just like financial security or independence. Well, then you don't even have to say that it has to be your own business at that point. Maybe working for someone else is the way to go. So maybe you just set the goal in a more generalized fashion. That's actually okay. But you still want to work out a strategy ahead of time. But your goal might be more general. You don't have to include or assume a strategy, an overly restrictive strategy within your goal. Now, you might, as you think about the goal more, you might think, yeah, I really do want to do it my own business, and that's fine. And then you get clear on that, and then you picture that more clearly. But for starters, simplify what you really want, and then that'll allow you to be smarter about what strategy you're going for. All right, I have some more to say to you, but I'll end this video here because it's gone for nearly an hour, and then I'll get into a little bit more instruction on the process for doing this. All right, this is part 2 of showing you how to go after a goal in an absolutely ruthless fashion. And in order to do that, mainly you need to plan to be able to do that and then have the awareness to do it. All the other videos I've made regarding creativity, the results formula, and goals can lead up to this point that all give you important ways to declutter, simplify, pick your battles, have your boundaries focus, have your goals set right, have great creative tension, and so forth, and creative focus. Now I'm going to continue to give you some instruction about how to plan. The way to plan is to use the 4 perspectives. This will cover everything you need in order to get a sense of how you're going to go after your goal. And remind you that some sort of framework of a plan. What you want to do is get a sense of what you know starting out. You're not trying at this point necessarily, before you start going ruthless and start going kind of as fast as you can within boundaries and with red flags, the proper red flag setup of when you're going to exit, when you're going to switch to a better opportunity, and possibly never, by the way, on that, and so forth. But in trying to create those boundaries and get a sense of your goal, you want to get a sense of what your general plan is. You don't need to get super detailed at this point, but you want to be accurate. And you see, you don't need to be detailed in order to be accurate. You can have a generally simple plan. With my OMG Machines business, I had a general idea of how things were going to work starting out, and then I went after it ruthlessly from there. And I'll actually give you a specific, I'll give you specifically, if you're looking to make money, the elements that you're going to need. But first, let me just cover the 4 perspectives. All right, now what these are kind of places to stand conceptually in order to take a look at what you're trying to achieve and approximately how you're going to get there. And there's essentially four perspectives you can kind of stand from and ask questions from to get a sense. So this will give you a system. Without this, you're not going to have a system. And this is probably the best system for getting a general sense of a plan. And it doesn't really matter what order you go in, and there's going to be one of these you probably gravitate towards, but the critical thing is to do all 4 of them, not 3 of them. 3 is better than 2, 2 is better than 1, but to do all 4. You'll probably notice that you tended to do one of these more than others, and you want to, again, do them all. It's quite important. Another thing about everything I've been teaching you up till now has also helped you to be flexible. Clearing out clutter helps you to be flexible. Understanding that you're not your brain, so you don't identify with your brain, which makes it harder to change, makes it harder for you to be flexible. But this will really help your flexibility. So again, you can go in the order that you want to, but you want to cover all these perspectives when you're analyzing something, including a general sense of a plan. Remember, the simpler your plan, that can be great. There's no problem with it being, I'm not going to say the simpler the better necessarily. There's kind of a U-shaped curve with, if it's overly simple where you just have one sentence or something, that might not be enough. But there's a point where you have the maximum amount of detail where it's still fairly simple, that if you were to try to make more detail, you can imagine this also with if you're trying to create the relationship you want, then you want to have enough understanding of what that might look like to picture it, what it would look like right after you achieved your goal, to get a general sense of what you want to do, and then to go ruthlessly after that. But if you start to get overly detailed and complex, you'll probably put things in there that you don't actually, that are irrelevant, that are just add complexity and constrict you and actually reduce flexibility by over planning and over deciding, oh, I want this, I want that, I need this, I need that. All right, so one of the things you can do is get a sense of what you need. So in this case, you're sort of standing, if we imagine a maze, it's kind of an easy way for me to explain these 4 perspectives. If you're trying to solve a maze, then if you just sort of get a sense of the maze and take a look at it from above, and also just think about what you might need to get through it, or that sort of thing. If you're trying to make money, then you want to figure out what are the things that you need in order to do that. All right, what resources and people and relationships and just whatever. So this is the top-down type of thinking. It's also called, you can think of it as a high-level view, or you're asking the question of what you need or want, what resources you might need, and so forth. Bottom-up thinking is the one that I gravitate toward the most, and I tend to do best in places where that's most neglected or where it's the most effective type of strategy. But I make sure to go through and make sure to use all 4 of these perspectives on purpose. So bottom-up or upside-down thinking, you're crossing off dead ends. If you're trying to solve a maze, then if you just start to look at where the maze dead ends, like in the middle of it, and you just kind of go real quickly back from the dead end and cross off the entrance to that dead end, if you do that quickly, then that often can greatly reduce the time that it takes. If you were to try to solve the question of, if you have a tennis tournament with 128 people in it, then how many matches are needed in order to determine a winner? Let's say it's single elimination. How many matches are needed to determine a winner? If you try to do that using like step-by-step thinking or reverse engineering, or just kind of looking at it from top down, then it might take a while to solve that. But if you realize that in order to have a single elimination tournament with 128 people, there have to be 127 losers. There's one loser per match, so it's going to take you 127 matches to do that. So sometimes crossing off dead ends is the quickest way to arrive at certain types of answers. To many people, this does not come very naturally. To plenty of people, it does. But it doesn't matter which of these come naturally. As you start using them, you'll get better with them. And it's critical to have this as one of your perspectives that you look at. All right, look at things that can take you out. When I say take you out, right, I mean like take your legs out from under you, like cause you to run off a cliff, or metaphorically die, or get totally stopped, or screwed in life. You can ask like what types of things that people might think you need that you don't need. Maybe you can notice that spending too much time on Skype or Facebook, just kind of schmoozing with people that might promote you or that might do this or that, that's probably going to not be a great use of your time. Generally speaking, people are going to help you and in life if they perceive you to be strong and that you can help them in the future, right? So that it's not really so much how much time you've invested in schmoozing with people that determines whether they're going to help you. It's more a matter of whether people think that you're going to do something for them in the future. Same thing with whether people are going to buy, right? If you think mostly it's about whether they think that you're going to help them in the future, right? Their product is going to help them. Okay, front to back or step-by-step thinking. You may have heard me say at times that what people do instead of this is they picture a sort of highlight reel, or they have these various kind of credos or mottos, like I want to under promise and over deliver, or the customer's always right, or when they're going to get married, then they're just thinking of a few highlights of what's going to happen, or just to go date someone, and someone says, oh, I want to date you, and they're like, oh, that's terrific, let's start going steady or dating or being exclusive or whatever. And they don't really think it through step by step of, all right, so we start dating, then I wake up in the morning, or like each day, what is that going to mean to the other person? Am I going to, in many cases, the person perceives that we have a new kind of at least half-time job, like a many-hour job per day, doing things that they want us to do. And that might not occur to us. Instead, with people who just kind of view planning as a highlight reel, highlight reel like REEL, like a little home movie, of the highlights of a vacation or something, or these days maybe I guess we can call it a Facebook wall or something instead of a highlight reel, but just kind of the main points. Or people will decide to go on a trip based on a few mental pictures in their mind rather than walking through what that's going to mean days ahead of time in terms of planning, in terms of opportunity cost of what else might have come up during that time that they can't do now. Of course the travel, and then the trip itself, the expense, the alternative use of the money, and then the recovery when they get back from the trip, and so on and so forth. Pretty eye-opening things happen when you use front-to-back thinking, just working through actually step-by-step, and again, you can catch your brain when it's just trying to do like highlights, skip around from step to step, and skip from step 1 to step 7, back to step 3, then maybe picture step 13. That's kind of naturally how our brains do things. So you need to be careful, and it can help to maybe have a notebook to kind of help to direct your eye and your hand and use these kind of multiple senses of holding a pencil, looking at the paper. It's kind of kinesthetic, which is like feeling based, and then visual based, and so forth. You can even talk out loud while you're doing it if you're alone. Or these days, with Bluetooth, you just wear a Bluetooth and talk to yourself, and probably nobody will know the difference. They'll probably think you're having a great meeting with someone on the phone. Another way you can use this is if you're writing any kind of sales letter or even a resume. If you walk through the situation of the person that are reading your sales letter, or the person that might be reading your resume, and imagine what their day is like leading up to that point, and then imagine what their day will be like after they do or don't buy, and things like that, then you'll get a lot more insight into a person than otherwise. And so it's weirdly unnatural to do actual step-by-step thinking. So just watch out that highlight reel and that skipping steps in your mind, skipping over things. That's your red flag to say, wait a second, David told me to do front-to-back thinking. Do it step-by-step thinking. Don't skip any steps whatsoever. There's no and in step 4 magic happens, or that kind of thing. And you'll be amazed at what you'll see, what'll become visible. That's a creative process. If your brain wants to skip over step 4, it's like, oh, let's just be vague there. And you say, no, that's wrong, that doesn't match. I want some clarity there. Remember, you don't need to overthink things. but you do want to check on each step and make sure that there's not like a magic thing there that is supposed to happen that you have no ability to do or no plan for. And this can help you catch goals that that are not going to be efficient for you to go for, or strategies. Goals also get broken down into kind of smaller stepping stone type kind of goals, or that are also similar to strategies. We can call them different things, right? But we kind of have these like if your goal is to make $20,000 a month, and then if it's kind of like a goal, it's hard to say is it a goal or a strategy to then make an affiliate-based website, right? Or to try to create a product. And you might have a goal to create a product. So that's kind of a sub-goal or stepping stone or strategy, but you might notice that it is or isn't a good strategy to follow if you think carefully step by step through it. You'll probably save yourself lots of time and resources by doing this, rather than thinking. People think that it's a shortcut, and people don't think this on purpose, but their brain is gonna. Our brain constantly tends to think that it's a shortcut. You just skip over steps and be vague conceptually in our minds. It's gonna feel like you're moving faster that way, but you're not in nearly every case. Finally, there's reverse engineering. There's the idea of you can ask, well, what's the end result? And then let's say, again, you want to make $20,000 in a month. Then you can say, all right, well, what did I do the day before I got the contract that got me $20,000? Or the day before, what was the last action I took before I went live with a sales letter or an affiliate website or whatever it might be? Did some real estate deal, or got a raise at work, or got a second job, whatever works for you. What did I do right before that? All right, well, what did I do right before that, right? And walk backwards. And so that's a good way to check your step-by-step thinking, because you might have missed something by going forward. Also, if you feel stuck by going forward, a good thing is to do this kind of back-to-front thinking. Sometimes skipping over something is an effective strategy, but you don't want to do it out of laziness or out of vagueness. If you're truly stuck, then try working at things from a different angle for sure. That's what I do in general in life immediately. If I approach things from one angle, this is part of ruthlessness. You try it from one angle. If you run into an obstacle, you try to build up a lot of momentum so you don't run into obstacles every second in the first place. But if you try to have enough steam and momentum and power that every little thing isn't stopping you. But once that's the case, then if something real seems to be in your way in the direction you're coming from, just come at it from another angle, another angle, another angle. Right, so this is a four perspectives. This covers everything in a sense, but there's also sort of like an infinite perspectives or infinite angle idea that you can use alongside this, where just approach from another angle, approach from another angle. If this attack strategy doesn't work, attack from a different side, different method, different angle, and just do it fast. Right, the minute you're truly stopped, you don't need to ask whether you're going to feel frustrated or whether you're going to give up and all that. You're ruthless. You just come at it from a different angle, come at it from a different angle. Keep attacking. By the way, when I say keep attacking, there's certainly times to consolidate. I don't exactly mean keep moving forward at all times. For sure, you can imagine this just in a like a war situation. If you take over a country, you don't necessarily want to immediately take over the next country, right? You might want to consolidate your hold on the country that you just took over. I'm not advocating any of that, of course. I'm just a quick example of what I mean that comes to mind. So if you if you do a product launch, you don't immediately necessarily want to hop over to something else. You might want to solidify your delivery of their product, your relationship with your customers, and so forth. That is still moving forward, just great. Like consolidating is a way to move forward. It is a way to approach things from different angles. So when I say attack from different angles, I don't mean to just keep blazing forward and not consolidating. Those are two separate things. For those of you who do want to make money, I can tell you right now that there's 4 things you need to take into account, and only 4. There's not a fifth as far as I'm aware of. And so you just need to deal with all 4 of these things. You don't necessarily need to shine. In any area of life, it's kind of funny, you don't need to knock everything out of the park. Mainly you need to knock one thing out of the park. Like you need to really rock and shine and do great in one area, have one kind of unique selling proposition or whatever it might be, or one real strong strength. This is including in terms of a relationship, like for yourself, for attracting and keeping somebody else. If you have one thing that they really like about you, then you do that, and then the thing that goes with that, that's key, is then you don't let anything else take you out. Right? This is also that bottom-up thinking. You want to be not not worse than like okay, and moderate or good enough in every other area, and then as long as you're really good in one area. It's fine to be terrific in multiple areas, but it's hard to do that simultaneously sometimes, so don't feel like you have to. But do feel like you have to be at least moderate and good enough in every area. And if I don't say that, then what people will do is they'll think that it's all just additive, where it's like if there's 10 different things that matter to customers potentially in a business, then or just these 4 things in general, people will think that if you get kind of like a 1 to 10 numerical rating in each of the 4 things or each of the 10 things that might matter to customers, and then you just kind of add that up or average it, and that's how well you're doing. That's not true. You might think that every time you go below like a 4 or 5, then you start losing like 10 points for every point that you go down below there instead of 1. And then also if you never go, the first time you go to like a 9 or a 10 in one area, you get like 50 points. But then the second time you go to a 9 or 10 in another area, you don't get that many. You just get like linear points. So it's not linear at all when it comes to that stuff. Constantly this idea repeats itself throughout life, just constantly. So shine in one area and don't get below like a 4 or a 5 in every other area on a scale of 1 to 10. And that's generally your maximum efficiency. And then you can work to make improvements from there, but hit that first. So what I wrote on this slide is product, traffic, conversion, infrastructure. These are the 4 things you need to worry about in any situation that you're trying to make money, even if you're working for somebody else. If you're working for someone else, you probably need to add value in a very visible way to your superiors. That might not be making more money for the company. It might just be pure like kiss ass, right? It might be pure perception of you get paid. This is one of the reasons why I like to take care of money and not have it be done with and not really have to focus on it too strongly personally, is because you don't get paid for actually providing value. Unfortunately, you get paid for providing the perception of value. Now, reality tends to catch up with you in many cases. So, there's also a sense of basic morality, and so I am not advocating the not providing real value. I think that's important. However, realistically in life, you get paid for the perception of value. And so you have to determine, particularly if you're in a working environment for someone else, whether you're getting paid. Generally, what your boss cares about is your boss, not necessarily the business. Now, if the business is constructed properly, then what's good for the boss is going to be pretty good for the company, right? That's how I design things. The law of implication, right? Of course, the vectors should all be headed in the right direction. That isn't always the case. If you're in a company that's not designed that way, then you want to be aware of that and do what you need to do. In OMG machines, I was very careful to design the vectors in each vector, each incentive that's on Greg and Mike and myself and our customers and our prospects and affiliates, and make sure they're all basically not at odds and all pointing in the right direction, in the same direction. And because I did that intentionally and I'm fairly good at it and I understand the law of implication, I did quite a good job of that. I'm not saying I did a perfect job or that it couldn't be better, but it's definitely quite on target, and it helps us so much. And not only does, we're both making a terrific profit while having very successful customers, while continuing to build loyalty, brand kind of respect and reputation, while not burning ourselves out, while liking each other more as a team, as individuals, all the time, and so forth. So it all really works in the right direction. So you can think through each of these things, and you need to have a plan for all these things. Now, if you're working for someone else, traffic is what that's going to mean is that anyone that's going to be responsible for you making more money has to notice what you're doing. Conversion means this is fairly obvious, right? In an online business, then there has to be some product that you're promoting. Ideally, I'm really a fan of making your own product, by the way. With the law of implication methodology, you should be able to do that, because you should be able to be far more creative than people normally are, and just far more practically intelligent, and far more able to get results, to see what people need, and what they perceive as valuable, what they're going to perceive as valuable. Now, for the law of implication product itself, it isn't my idea of what I think people most perceive as valuable. Definitely people want it, and they're already purchasing it even before I have a sales letter. Quite a large number of people are. However, it's kind of easier to sell something like search engine optimization or speed reading where it's kind of clear how people can connect the dots to how it's going to get them money or sex or make them like themselves more or that kind of thing, or whatever else they want in life. You solve some clear problem that they know that they have. Showing them how to solve all their problems, is less realistic and not what people are more overtly looking for. So I have to be more creative and determined in selling it. If I was making a product purely to take care of my financial situation, and when I did that, then what did I go after? I went after search engine optimization, because it's so easy for people to see how valuable it is, because it is very, very valuable. It's even better than generalized showing people how to make money, because it's so provable, it's so clear, it makes so much sense to people. The thing is, you need someone that can really deliver that product, which means there has to be someone focused on it and continually be focused on it, with a plan and a system to improve their system and adjust when Google adjusts and so forth. So we had that particularly with Greg Morrison, who does that for us. But then I was going to make sure I protect that product and put it in a position to thrive. Apologies to Greg for referring to it as a product, but of course I'm fully joking there. But I wanted him as a person to thrive in being able to create the product and continue to provide the product of coaching. Mike also helps greatly in providing the product, and I myself am putting some of this teaching in to further make the product good. And we also have a Fletch as well, who's doing a terrific job in doing coaching as well, and he makes 5 figures a month on his own, or more than that. So terrific. So we improved the product. We improved it tremendously going into 2014. So it's called Project X now. We simplified down to just one product, and it all works even better. So terrific. Traffic you need. Traffic is fairly obvious. If you have an online business, you need people coming to your website. You can get that through search engine optimization. You can get it through all sorts of various sort of like viral trickle methods, like posting on blogs and forums. And you can even put posters around your town, by the way. Don't overlook that. I survived for 10 years, from like the age of like 21 through like 30. And mainly what I did for money was teach accelerated learning, and I got traffic by having people look at physical paper flyers that I put around campus. Let's see here. So that's traffic, and then conversion. You need a process by which people that notice your offer are going to then decide to buy. So you need to get good at that. I'll be doing some teaching on that in Law of Implication. We do teaching on that in our omgmachines.com business, and a significant amount of that came from me as well, working with Mike to provide the final product. We have something in there called Red Carpet Conversion, where I've worked very closely with Mike to give some instruction, but I'll give some even updated instruction in here in the money getting section. And then infrastructure. You need a way to, if you have your own product, particularly need a way to accept money. PayPal sometimes makes it easy these days. I don't like to rely only on PayPal. I've had tremendous benefit in having my own merchant account through a local bank, which is now kind of a almost regional or national bank. Great bank, BB&T bank is the one that I use, and they kind of knew me. Bank of America turned me down, which was silly, because I was dealing at the time with dating products and then make money online products, and it was about 5 or 6 years ago that I applied for that. But then my bank that knew me and that I'd been banking with for years and years, they accepted me just fine, and I get a great rate with them. They don't treat me like a criminal like other places tend to do. With skepticism, I can put up a sales letter. I don't have to get it okayed with them or anything like that. They just pretty much keep their hands off and process my stuff, and it all works great. So of course, understanding how to use various software, web applications. If you're online, if you are working for somebody else, then this is your skill set, right? Now, in one sense, your product is like, you could say you, generally speaking, your skills, that's product. I don't know, you can decide what infrastructure means for that. Maybe just making sure you have a car, making sure you have the right clothes and dress. I don't know, you can apply it how you want to working for yourself. But certainly with an online business, you need to have a plan for this, and because this can really halt you, this can really sap creativity. So having this kind of thing in place, and you don't need it to be super powerful. You don't necessarily need to spend a lot of money on it, but if it's there and taken care of, then it's not going to sneak up on you is a big problem. An interesting way to look at this that just occurred to me, if you're working for someone else, is also just your having your life in order, where you're not getting called away on like your family and immediate environment isn't just wrecking you and taking you out as well. So that's another way to look at the infrastructure of your life. Okay, let's move on here, and I'm just giving you a little bit more instruction on how to plan to go for things with absolute ruthlessness. So you want to install and may have a plan to maintain your goal. Remember that you maintain your goal by fixing in your mind your reason why you don't not want to achieve your goal. You want to remember what it's like very clearly to not have your goal, and have a mental picture of if you don't get it, what you'll lose out on or whatever, right? You're trying to make it really clear to your brain what you want to do and keep that motivation high. You want the creative tension high, like I talked about in the first creativity video. So install and maintain the goal. Then you want to have an initial plan, and we just talked about how to do that with the 4 perspectives and so forth. Then what you want to do is generally enter into a feedback loop. And I say immune system. An immune system is sort of a way of dealing with big problems when they come up, right? This is why in my relationship series, I'm going to talk about how it's very important that you have a relationship with someone that's not just going to shut down on you with reasonable things that are going to come up in your life. Where if they're just going to get upset and refuse to discuss something or refuse to solve a problem that's going to eat away at your relationship, then you don't have an immune system for dealing with things. So you want to make sure that you have some way of dealing with things that can come up. One interesting thing with omgmachines.com is I was in essence able to single-handedly make sure I could fulfill that function, because the idea was that, and both my partners demonstrate that they have no problem with this, which is fairly rare, but that I would be able to pretty much design things and make the final call about everything. So if I were to have to discuss things with them and get their permission for various design things, anything that is directly them doing a task, I'm not tyrannical, of course. I discuss it with them, but even then, they're very willing. I always come to them with reasonable requests, and they're basically always willing to do what I suggest in practice. So I'm watching out for what's going on. If Mike's doing the interacting with customers, and so there's a terrific feedback loop and a ruthless feedback loop. I actually have that on a slide to mention as an example. One example of a type of feedback loop that gets created, let me see here, is face-to-face sales. So in our business, we of course make sales online with an online sales letter with webinars and so forth. However, Mike, who mainly is the one that spearheads that, he mainly gets the promotions in the first place. He mainly takes charge of webinars, even though Greg is pivotal on that, and Fletch comes on them and does a great job. But I don't get on them at all, by the way. And I do that, again, it's part of the law of implication. I'm not quite in the trenches the same way that Greg and Mike are. And so what I'm trying to do, is not quite the same thing that the people that we're coaching are trying to do. So they're not really trying to duplicate. They're benefiting from my design, and I certainly understand online business very well, and I have an online business, and in that way it's all real. And I've had many successes with it with online business over the years. But because I'm not in the trenches doing search engine optimization and so forth, then it's not really going to be helpful for people to get around me in that way. At least not at the time. Now that I'm doing the law of implication training, then I'll soon get around people more. But for now, I'm just ruthlessly focused on creating the training itself. Anyhow, so Mike is doing a lot of the selling. And so in part of that, in part of his ruthlessness regarding that absolute ruthlessness, he, first of all, answers all the customer service emails himself. We have not one other person that does it. When we were dealing with ClickBank, where you have to give refunds and so forth, then I had my wife, who doesn't get bothered by that sort of thing, and she's not really so emotionally invested with the business that it's a big deal. Again, following the law of implication, I didn't want Mike exposed to that, where you just have these kind of ridiculous people that are essentially pirating your stuff on ClickBank and then asking for a refund when you've delivered everything that you're supposed to deliver and your product is effective and so forth. So it wasn't like we had a lot of that, but still, if you hit 5 or 10% and you make 1,000 sales, that's 50 or 100 people. It feels like a lot when you're in your email box. So I insulate Mike from that sort of thing as best as I can. But then he's in there, and he's doing face-to-face sales, meaning that people can email him and ask him questions about a product, and he'll discuss it with them. He's literally gotten on the phone with people, even for an hour at times, prospects, not even customers, and talks to them, and we'll sell them on what we have. Again, honestly, and by just explaining to them what's in it, because we have something terrific. And by doing that, there's so many benefits. First of all, we make more sales, but then also a lot of people that interact with them get to know us. They feel more positively that way. Then they're more inclined to succeed. Furthermore, Mike is getting to know prospects. Mike knows the prospects in our niche probably far better, far better than very possibly anybody in our niche, and either nearly anyone. I can't imagine that anyone knows prospects better, because Mike interacts with them on a much more ruthless and detailed and real and actual level than most any other guru or promotion type person does. And so that level of ruthlessness, it just pays off so greatly. However good Mike might naturally be at conversion and sales, then he's way better than that, based on getting in the trenches and being ruthless in the way that he does with actually doing this. And we've noticed this for just years and years, even dating back to when we had a business, Mike and I, our first online business, had to do with selling videos on playing and demonstrating Magic strategy. Magic is a card game, strategy card game. It's probably it's either that or chess is the most popular strategy game in the world, with millions of players, and a lot of people take it very seriously. And so we had a business doing strategy for that. And I noticed back then that doing the willingness to do face-to-face sales for that, even though it was just like a $50 product or a $7 a month product, depending on, we had two different things. One was a continuity, one was like a one-time ebook type of situation with videos. That somehow it was just very correlated to how much money we'd actually make if Mike was willing to get in there and do face-to-face sales with people or not. And so I noticed that early on, and it's incredibly true. And we're one of the only businesses, I believe, that actually does that. And I'm so grateful to him for doing it that way. So, and that face-to-face sales is an example of a feedback loop, right? Where he's getting feedback by talking to actual people, and then he's learning, and then he uses that feedback. He uses what he learned, and then he gets in there again, gets in the loop some more. It's an upward spiral. So you can't have a feedback loop or growth unless you have an initial seed, right? Without a seed, you can't have a tree. Without a trunk, you can't have a tree. You just have a bunch of random branches. So there has to be a starting kernel that's clear. And this is a mistake that, just a pervasive mistake people make. You can even see it in like stock trading. If people want to do stock trading, then if you don't have a plan to do it, you can't improve. You just kind of operate at random. So changing, just merely changing, or if you have a sales letter and then you just try one thing and try another, then you're not really gonna, it's not growth. Now, it is okay to play around with different starting points, totally different places to start in order to have your kernel. So you wanna, it's perfectly valid to have kind of a goal and a process to create a good starting plan in the first place, right? So that itself can be a process that can take you weeks or months. Right, is to create a plan, a kernel of a plan. So you can ruthlessly approach just the planning part of your situation, depending on how clear a plan you might have, or how qualified you might be to make a plan to either make money or have a relationship or whatever it might be that you want to accomplish. Losing weight. If I was going to go, I'm maybe 20 or 30 pounds over, I guess probably an ideal weight. It doesn't seem to really affect my life at this point in a negative way, but at some point when I have the creative focus for it, maybe I'll work on dropping that. And then the first thing I would do, before I went straight to creating a kernel of a plan, I would try to get a sense, and I would read books, and I would get a sense of what's going on, and I would try to create an initial kernel, and I would have a plan for when I might stop with that plan if for some reason, or I would just go for it ruthlessly, and I would go for it ruthlessly up until that point, and so forth. So feedback loop can apply to creating the initial plan, but even then, your kernel then would be what? It would be your initial clear picture of your goal, or what happens right after your goal, that scenario. So that's your kernel there. Then you have a feedback loop for creating the right kernel of your action plan, we could say. and then you want your action plan to be just a kernel, a starting point, and then have a feedback loop based from there, where you have an upward spiral of kind of doing and learning and reflecting and getting in there and interacting with things and having a whole plan for that, and having a whole process or system for that, and then having a way to a feedback loop and immune system are quite similar, and the idea would be that you both want to have a feedback loop for improving, and you also want to be able to get feedback if you're going in the wrong direction, and where you can correct that, right? And so both a feedback loop for moving faster and stronger in a positive direction, and for making sure that you're not getting off track or heading off of a cliff. All right, that concludes everything I have to share with you on being able to put yourself in a position to act in an absolutely ruthless manner. I want this to take you through right now, if you're listening to it, or when I'm recording it, it's about to start 2014. It's December 30th right now when I'm recording this. Of course, you can apply it to things other than January 2014, but I want you to have a terrific year. Figure out the right goals. Don't just start with the goals that first occur to you. Your first impression is not necessarily the final answer. Keep digging until you get your goals right, and then get yourself in a position to go absolutely ruthlessly after them and steamroll the obstacles in your way. And I look forward to hearing from you and your successes in this coming year. Take care, guys. I'll see you in whatever the next video you watch is. Hey guys, in this first video for conversion, I'm going to do something a little differently than I usually do. I'm actually often going to not go too deep. My understanding of conversion is quite deep, but I want to give you a somewhat non-deep summary and framework for how to do conversion. And now this is going to be fairly unique material. Of course, some things I'll say might have been said somewhere else, but this isn't going to be the somewhat typical rehashing of Robert Cialdini's influence or Claude Hopkins' scientific advertising. I believe I have those titles right, or whatever else. But one good thing about the framework I'll give you here is that it will help you to use some of the more sort of random shotgun advice that like kind of scattershot advice that you'll get from other places, including it'll help you to we give you a number of templates. Mike's done a number of interviews with people who have products as part of launch jacking and so forth in the monetization section in Project X. And we also have the red carpet conversion section in Project X. It's all very valid. I've helped work on that, and Mike has, and Mike's terrific, of course. But this is going to give you a framework that's going to likely help you tremendously when it comes to conversion. I'm also not going to really pause in this video and tell you why I'm qualified, but I think as we go on, you're going to understand that I know what I'm talking about. Later on, I can discuss things more somewhat randomly and talk a little bit about my past things that I've done and that you can learn from and so forth. But here I just want to go through the framework. Okay, I switched to the next slide here, and I want to quickly cover how, in my terminology, the difference between conversion and sales. They're basically synonyms, except we can think of making a sale as a bit more of a shallow plan that is or event that's not very long, without really full thinking involved, and you're just sort of looking for one event to happen. And it's more of a conversion in the way that I'm using it, a little bit more of a full thought out, planned ahead, a little bit more or a lot more long-term type of action, or not process, but I'll give you an example. So Project X, for example, does not we don't offer refunds. We also are careful about making it clear that a payment plan is a payment plan, and as opposed to, like buying a refrigerator, we even say, as opposed to a subscription that can be canceled. So and then now, in order to make a sale when you give no refunds, and you make it a payment plan, not a subscription, then you're hitting a higher threshold that we had to hit for you to say yes, right? So it was more of a conversion. A sale could have been, oh yeah, we'll give you a refund. We're kind of wishy-washy about everything, and because we just want to hear like good feedback. Like we want to get over one hurdle and that's it, and we're not really looking past that. So that's an easier benchmark is to make a sale because it's a shallow type of thing. Instead, we went for a deeper sort of conversion, and that is something we do constantly, and I do constantly, where we'll get upsell percentages. An upsell is after someone buys one product, buying the next one. Now, in the case of Project X, it's our only product right now, so there's no upsell. But when we've done upsells, we will hit well over 50% of the people that buy the first will buy the second, which is absolutely outrageous and unheard of. It's totally atypical, and there's ways that we do that. But that's another example of what I mean by conversion. Generally, people only think in terms of sales because they're scared. They don't really know what they're doing when it comes to conversion. They might even be good at it in a sense and be successful with conversion. There's plenty of people who have businesses and make sales and convert, but they don't really quite know how they did it. And so they're a little scared when they're doing it, and when they don't have a clear framework and process. And let me point out here, just to see the benefit of thinking through conversion a little bit more thoroughly than just trying to make a sale. There's at least three. There might be others that I'm not thinking of, but there's three drawbacks in the like kind of short term, mid term, long term. Basically after the sale, there's at least three drawbacks to offering refund for Project X, and for plenty of other products as well. One drawback would be that the customers who don't refund end up essentially paying more, right? They're kind of paying for the people that do. So our better customers are paying for our worse customers, paying more because of people that are refunding. Is one drawback. Another drawback is that we need to keep on selling after somebody purchases, and that distracts us from being able to focus on teaching. So our focus and motivation would be split, and Greg's and so forth, and Fletch and Mike, a little bit like if a president doesn't convert when he wins, if he just makes the sale and wins the presidency, but there's no quote-unquote mandate, or there was no clear message, positive message of what he would do, then he might spend the rest of his term campaigning still, rather than doing anything useful. Now, of course, if they had terrible policies, maybe you'd rather they campaign than do anything quote-unquote useful. But you understand what I mean. So we don't want to have an ongoing campaign when we're trying to help you and teach you and give you what you need. It's much easier for us to focus, and they're two different things. Trying to keep up make a kind of ongoing sale of having you not refund would genuinely be distracting. I have a lot of experience with this, and it really detracts from the ability to actually teach people properly. So that would be a second drawback, and a third would be a sort of like burnout and negative situation that would happen with Greg, with Mike answering emails, and so forth, where the typical situation with sort of gurus and so forth in our niche is that they don't like their customers, and they sort of run away from their customers. They're afraid of their customers, and so forth. Behind the scenes, when they're talking, it's pretty clear that that's how they feel in most cases. And we don't have that because people that are our customers, they've agreed to no refunds up front, and so we really appreciate that. We take that seriously. You're right. You've made it clear that you're serious in a different way than people normally do, and that's great. And so it starts our relationship on this much nicer footing. So those are the benefits. And so in order to do that, and I'm sort of in essence in charge of conversion with OMG. Mike ends up doing a lot of the front work for it, and he's great at it, and he absolutely does conversion and crushes with it. But ultimately, it's my responsibility. I do a lot of the scripts and a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that you don't see. And so just to speak in a vacuum, not really referring to my partners one way or the other, since I'm the one making this video for you, I had to make sure you are converted in a different way than just making the sale in order to get us on ready to win before we start, where we're over the refund situation. Okay, and then another thing that you might want to that we want to convert you for, and not just make the sale, not just get you to make the first payment or spend money and say, yeah, I bought, but we want you to be ready to consume the product. there's a general idea among people that sell information or teach that the students don't really care about or won't even really open the book or watch the videos, and we don't have that attitude at all. We expect people to watch the stuff, but a lot of that is how we do our original conversion process. Is we're not just converting for the sale, but we're converting for consumption, and we're converting within as much as we can do in the initial sales process or conversion process. We're converting for success as well, right up front in the actual sales process before you even get started with the training. Then this is all built into the conversion as well, as best as I can. And I could totally try to make the sale in a different way, where I was just trying to get people to buy, but instead I go for all this as well, and we're wildly successful despite these sort of quote-unquote obstacles. But then, and I'm not trying to create obstacles, it's just we end up being far better off by doing it this way. So something to keep in mind as we continue forward here. Okay, here's our main slide. And then what I'm going to do is put each of these 4 lines on their own slide and explain them and show you examples and elaborate on what I mean. But there's 4 things that are going to form your entire framework for conversion, and then it's just a matter of understanding each of these better. But this is your framework. This is, in a overly simplistic way of saying, I guess, all you need to know. But this is all the framework you need, and then you can fill it in more and more and more. The more you fill in with understanding and details, the better you'll be at conversion. But it's a very nice confidence building and competence building thing to have the proper framework. And that's what you're getting right now. Forevermore, for the rest of your life, you will have the proper framework. You'll be on the right playing field to make sales, which is a tremendous thing in life to be able to do. And this won't just be for online business. You can use this any time when you are doing any sort of conversion, including if you have a religion that you want to move people towards, or if you want to either build or maintain a relationship in a certain way and at a certain level and so forth. It's all a similar process. All right, so the first thing, and this is kind of a bit of an amateur mistake. I made it plenty before I realized. I've been doing this for 20 years. Since my 4th year in college, I've been supporting myself basically through sales that I make, direct sales that I make. And interestingly enough, for basically a product that either I make or I'm in a joint venture with, not really where I'm selling someone else's product. I haven't been selling cars or this or that. I've been doing basically what I'm doing now, where it's my own business and my own product as well. I have not always been the product creator, although much of the time I have been. All right, so the first thing is the benefit, and I put benefit/solution must be immediately clear. It's a very easy mistake to make. People might think that instead you want to gain attention. When I first taught, my first thing I did to make money, I did it for about 10 years, was teaching accelerated learning. And I did it on the campus of University of Virginia, where I had gone to school, or where I was still going to school. I started at my last year of college there. And I put up flyers and I held information sessions, which are basically sales presentations, and then I was able to get a classroom on the campus to do it. I wasn't affiliated with the university, but I just taught privately on the grounds there. So sometimes I put up flyers and I would try to be clever or get attention, and that, interestingly enough, wouldn't be effective. What was effective, sure, you want to get people's attention, but essentially you don't want to sacrifice being clear about the benefit that you're providing or the solution to a problem that people are looking for and that sort of thing. So in that case, it was like cut your study time in half, right? Teaching how to read faster and do other things regarding accelerated learning. So either cut your study time in half or read 3 to 5 times faster, okay, and memorize better, something like that. Those are essentially the 2 headlines that constantly worked. And whenever I deviated from that and put something that wasn't very clear or was clever, or this, if I said like this really works or something like that, or if I don't even know, I don't think I'd personally tried this, but I'm quite certain that if I put, I might have even tried it once, if I put something like be sexier or sex, right, which is an attention getter on college, but it converted worse. Okay, it didn't get people to the information session, the sales presentation, nearly as well as just being clear. I tend to come up with most subject headlines that go in emails, and a lot of the framing of things, and kind of the seed material, the general content. And when I come up with the headlines, by far the first thing I'm looking to do is be clear. I'm not looking to be clever as my first thing. And this is particularly helpful for people that have less experience with conversion, just start out. There's a lot of people, interestingly enough, especially if you hit these other things decently, especially these two, are going to purchase your product if you get it in front of people. If you just tell them what it is, or they'll put, buy the affiliate offer. If you just get them over there, right? So at least by your baseline should be getting those people that know what they want and they want to buy something. So go for the clarity, not cleverness. And I'll explain more on another slide. All right, now I put in a way that stands alone, and what this takes care of is you want at least one thing. Okay, a few things. So when I was teaching my accelerated learning course, I was the only guy doing it on campus. So it was super easy in that sense. I still had to, it wasn't easy to make sales for plenty of other reasons. But people had to want to pay for a course, that was just private, that didn't give them any degree or anything in the first place, and so forth. Which were problems. But one thing that I had, it was easy to stand alone because I was the only guy offering it. And sometimes that'll be the case, right? And so if your offer is just unique in that space, and it wouldn't matter if someone else is offering it somewhere else on a different university, on that university I was the only guy. If I wasn't, then I would need to stand alone in some other way, right? You could stand apart, by the way, just in time. You could give someone the same offer that they've seen, but if you're offering it at a different time, right? Just like if someone comes out with a movie that they want to come out on a week when there's not too many other major movies playing. It doesn't matter if there was a blockbuster that came out a couple weeks ago. What mainly matters is whether it's coming out that weekend, right? Debuting. And so you can stand alone a bit in time, where if you're the only offer that someone's seeing in some time period that is enough to distinguish it from others, depending on the niche and the industry, then you're okay there. So you can just be alone in space and time, and I'll elaborate on that some more. Otherwise, you obviously want what's called a unique selling proposition. But just having something that stands out, you can be mediocre in most any other way, and then I'll get to that, and then this line. So you can, what you want to do, you want to stand out in some way, and I'll cover that more in depth in the slide for this one. Then you want to make sure you don't have things that disqualify you. The appearance of incompetence, dishonesty, unlikability in various ways. You don't want to be sort of below like a 4, maybe a 3, often a 5 on a scale of 1 to 10 in various categories. Right? If you had a restaurant, I know no one has a restaurant here. I'm just saying, for example, to see what I mean. Or of course you can apply this to a website where you don't want. Most everything about your restaurant can be just sort of a 4 or a 5 if you have one thing that stands out that people like and want. It's a mistake to think that you need to stand out in more than one area. It's also a big mistake to try to be like a 9 or a 10 or 8 or 9 or 10 in like 2 areas and think that makes up for being a 2, a 1 or a 2 or 3 in other areas. You'd much rather be like a 9 in one area and a 4 in like every other area than be like have 3 9s and 3 2s, right? Because once you're disqualified, that's it. It doesn't matter how many 9s or 10s you have, if that makes sense. So that's key. And then finally, once you have just this in place, you want to be clear about either a benefit or a solution to a problem. Sometimes people will say the benefit within the benefit, you sell feelings, whatever. The point is that the person that's the prospective customer, they need to immediately recognize that this is something that they potentially want for whatever reason. Either because they know they have a problem and you're providing the solution in a clear way, or because you're providing a benefit that they already know will solve a problem of theirs or help them take advantage of an opportunity they really want. Or you're kind of hitting an emotional button that they connect to a more logical benefit that provides a solution. But one way or the other, some sort of thing that's clear that what they want. Okay, we can get, again, you can get more and more into this, understand it more and more, but I just want you to understand basically what I'm saying here. All right, then you stand alone. That's why, instead of saying stand out, that's why I put stand alone, because I didn't really exactly have to stand out when I was doing accelerated learning. Since that time, I've done plenty of sales and products where I did have to stand out in a different way because there were other people. Obviously, with OMG machines, there's other people selling, advice and training on how to make money online, right? And so in that case, it's not as simple as on campus, but I put when I was the only person teaching speed reading. So, but standing alone is more correct, more clear, because you don't need to stand out if you're the only guy there, and that happens sometimes. Or if you're the only guy that's just in the particular space that you're in, right? If you're in like a, I don't know, some kind of niched community or forum, and you're the only person with your service on a forum, then you don't need to stand out from people that aren't in that space, right? You just need to, since you're standing alone. All right, you don't want to be disqualified. So once you've taken care of these things, then it's a matter of frame and context. And this is where people say tell a story. After people say problem, agitate, solve. Where in a sales letter you first kind of make people feel more aware of a problem, and then you make them feel even more connected to the problem by agitating and then solving. The agitating part is like the frame or the context. Of course, plenty of time whether or not somebody wants something or whether they'll take action that moment depends on the whole context of the situation, right? And so this is where you're going to spend a lot of your time, is on the frame and the context, once you hit these things properly. But this is the entire framework. So now it's just a matter of understanding this more. And there's plenty of work for you to do. I'm not giving you probably ever many templates here in this training place. Mike actually gives you a fairly large number of templates and examples throughout his training in both the monetization and in the conversion section of Project X. But it's a wonderful feeling to feel like the work that you're doing is taking you in the right direction, and to feel like you're gaining understanding. This also will mean that you have a plan, a generalized plan, which will allow you to improve. Often people will do conversion attempts, but they really won't get better because they don't really have a centralized plan or framework that they can use as a kernel to grow from, right? So with this framework, this will allow you to improve in a different way from now on. All right, so now let's take a look at each of these individual things in a separate slide with some details. Okay, so regarding the first item of the four, the correct benefit solution must be immediately clear, right? So I wrote a bunch of stuff here as kind of notes to myself and for you, so I'm just going to read this first. You want to get not just in the prospect's shoes, but conceptually speaking, you want to get inside their entire body, their friends' bodies, on their forums, on their Facebook groups, or maybe Quora, which is a place where people ask questions and get answers, solutions to problems and so forth. It's a website. You want to, and then not just get in their body, not just get there, but walk conceptually speaking through their day. And sometimes you'll actually talk to people, and so you'll kind of walk their day by them just talking to you. And not just their day, but maybe their year, or that week or month, depending on the situation. And then when you're doing that, when you're walking through their day, don't just kind of look forward, look around you and see what's going on to your right and to your left, so to speak. And then don't stop with one type of archetype of a prospect, or one even actual example of a prospect. Then do it with different types of people. Now, in one manner of speaking, I could have talked about this in the final thing about the frame, but really, no. I'm trying. In one sense, it's a simple idea to say that the correct benefit or solution must be immediately clear, but you really want to understand the problem, the solution that they're looking for, the prospect is looking for, and how they're going to recognize it and so forth. In one, this will a little help you with a couple of the other parts of the framework too. If you do this, then you'll be better able to see how to stand out alone to them. You notice what would stand out to them, what wouldn't, if you're going to need to stand out. Again, sometimes you're just automatically standing alone, so I wanted to point out with that terminology of standing alone that you don't need to stand out. But if you do, then this process will help you see how to stand out to them and also see what would cause this person to dismiss something as incompetent or not what they're looking for. So this is a little bit of advice for the whole situation. But including this is mainly the way to figure out the how to what the solution, what the issue is. Like if let's say you have a website where you are you're an affiliate with Regal Assets that we have kind of an pretty exclusive agreement with, and you're selling gold, like people that are literally looking to buy physical gold, have it shipped to their house. If you help bring a lead to Regal Assets and that person buys gold, then you get a substantial amount of money for that. So if that's the case, though, if you're doing that, if you have a website where someone types in gold IRA or where should I buy gold, if they type that into Google and your website comes up, then you have to figure out what is the benefit that they're looking for. If you're just like, hey, Regal's great, or buy gold here, that isn't, maybe the benefit they're looking for isn't to be able to buy gold. Maybe they already get the fact that they want to buy gold, but what they're looking for, their problem is they want to find the cheapest place to buy gold as long as it's trustworthy. They want to find some optimal combination of trust and cheapness, because one way or the other they're going to get gold, right? Unless they get swindled, they're going to get the same gold at the end if the person's trustworthy. So they want to get it as cheaply as possible. So then by getting on their forums and by thinking through what's really going on, if you were going to buy gold, you would probably realize that. So you would know what benefit to say. Same thing in my niche with omgmachines.com. I need to know what solution people are looking for, and generally what you were looking for probably had something to do with you wanted some training and probably some personal access to somebody who's currently making a lot of money online, and then you also wanted that to be particularly duplicatable. And what Greg does is particularly duplicatable because it's search engine optimization based, whereas what I do to make money online is a little bit less duplicatable. It's a little bit more esoteric or abstract. So I don't put myself front and center and say, even though I make a very large amount of money, I don't put myself out there because it's much harder to connect the dots between that you can learn from me when I'm making a sale, right, when I'm converting. At this point, now that you're inside, I'll help you as well, as Greg will help you. But I don't try to make the sale based on me. It's a lot easier to do. Even on Mike, we don't try to do it that much. We mainly do it on Greg because it's much more clear to people. As well it should be. Like that's why we have Greg. That's why I think search engine optimization genuinely is the way to go for certain. If you're getting started or haven't yet had success online or want to expand your success, it's such a great place to be. Very reliable and just there's not really a lot of risk or startup cost and so forth. It's reliable if you have Greg, I would say. So again, the benefit or solution needs to be clear. And the final thing I wrote. So you want to know your prospect very well. And then you also want to know your product very well from as many angles as reasonably possible. If you're doing affiliate marketing, as a lot of you want to, then you want to know the end product that you're promoting. Of course, you want to know the prospects well, but then you want to know the product that you're promoting as well as possible, and from as many different angles. Okay, I'll move along so I can continue to just give you the framework in this video and not get too deep. All right, a little more random font sizes here. We get bigger, smaller, and so forth. But and then so the next thing was in a way that stands alone. And I pointed out a little bit of this already, but you can be alone in space, like if you're the only person in your particular little place that you're in. You can be alone sort of in time, where you're the only type of offer they're seeing in a time frame that kind of makes sense in that niche. Like if it's movies, if you're separated by a week from another blockbuster, if you're receiving an affiliate promotion, then hopefully they haven't been promoting anything else for like a week or so before you. And if you're looking to convert a local business so you can do SEO work for them, if they haven't been approached very recently by someone of your type, then that's helpful. Then separate from that, or to supplement that, then if there's some aspect where you have a higher quality, but it only has to be in one clear way, right? It doesn't have to be that you're generally higher quality, right? You just want to be higher quality in a clear way for people, and then just be competent at kind of a reasonable level. Worst case of 4, ideally at least like a 6 or so on a scale of 1 to 10 in other areas. In essence, I do this with you in these videos. I don't go for a super amazing looking presentation, right? I also don't do a picture-in-picture live thing of myself, but what you have, you can read it, right? It's okay. It doesn't detract from the presentation that I just use a pretty simple PowerPoint situation. And you can hear my audio clearly, you can see the words clearly, and then I try to stand out with the quality and thoroughness and correctness of the ideas that I share with you. So that would be an example from this. If you're just quite unique, if you come up with something that people haven't seen before, now the drawback to that is that they are less likely to know that they want it. But sometimes you can come up with a unique solution to a problem that people know that they want, and it might be a little less clear for them to connect the dots, again, between solving the problem and this unique thing they haven't seen. But sometimes that can work fine for you to be unique. But I want you to also see that you don't need this. By listing all these different ways to stand alone, even if you've heard all of these things, what I'm pointing out is you really only need one. You just need to stand alone in some way, not in 4 or 5 ways. And weirdly enough, if you try to stand alone in too many ways, it can backfire on you. Mostly by eating up too much of your resources that you could have spent on making sure everything else was at least a 6. Right? You'd rather take a 3 up to a 6 on a scale of 1 to 10 in some other area of what's going on with your business than take a 6 up to a 9. And you could also be using the time that you're spending trying to have more than one of these things on working on your framing and context, which is very important. So just pick one. Another way that you can stand out that we do with OMG machines is with the level of our, we don't even have really testimonials. We have a little bit of that. We have success reports or earnings reports where people are actually testifying to exact numbers they've made and they continue to make. And then you even update those with making even more money. And that's, of course, very powerful. And that's but there was a reasonable chance that that's what made us stand alone to you when you were looking for something to do. We had the original thing where there was a clear benefit, like we made sense to you, but then we also stood out probably in the sheer number and quality of our earnings reports. And then we have our sales letter right on this blog page that has not just comments but Facebook comments, which are particularly hard to fake, right? And people that reach out to those folks sometimes, they don't get inundated, the people that put Facebook comments at all. So please put one yourself. But people do their, prospects do their homework, right? And we charge a significant amount for our coaching. So I would say that's the way that we try to stand alone, and so I don't try to do it in a lot of other categories, right? We do offer, proof. A lot of the other stuff ends up being more like context and framing, but we kind of win off of our demonstration of proof. Our proof demonstration would be something, and we did this actually early on with OMG machines before we had earnings reports. Then what we used was we could demonstrate rankings. We still do that, but we really focused in on making that the way that we stood alone early on, where Greg just ranked for so many sites and we showed just so many. We probably showed less to you when we less just sheer number of rankings when you saw us, when in the presentation or webinar that you saw that to decide to hop into Project X, than we did like a year ago. That we would show maybe 20 websites a year ago because demonstration was how we would stand alone. Now we have the earnings reports, we have a different way. And again, instead of putting effort into demonstrating so much that way, we put effort in other places that'll help in better ways, more efficient ways for us. Including, of course, just delivering the product itself rather than having to focus so strongly on our sales. We can put more effort into the product, which then it creates a nice upward spiral with our earnings reports because we have so much focus to put into your success after you join us that, of course, by putting more focus in, we're going to get more success from our members, and they give us more earnings reports, and so we continue standing alone in this particular way. So it's a great place to move to, is to sort of success reports appropriate to your niche. Of course, they won't always be earnings reports depending on what you're doing. Even if you're an affiliate marketer, you should realize that you can do that. You can actually get testimonials from people that buy the end product if you have a way to have some contact with the people. And you can even somehow help them consume and succeed with the end product. Even if it's a manufactured product, you could have a way to interact with people, again, your prospects, your people that end up buying based on your affiliate intervention. Like if you have a website taking people over to a final sales page of someone else's. Again, you can find a way to interact, help them consume, help them succeed with the product, and then actually get testimonials for yourself as an affiliate for that product, but that you get to take advantage of, that are only for you, and that other affiliates that you're, quote unquote competing with won't have that type of proof. And then you can say, hey, if you buy through me, then you'll also get to have me there with you, helping you with this, and look what's happened to other people who've done that, that sort of thing. So that can help you with your affiliate marketing. A silver bullet is basically just another word for the stuff that I've already been talking about. Some little particular unique thing about your offer that's really impressive to people. Sometimes people will say, this is all you need to convert. This is the secret to conversion. That's why it's so important that you have this video and this framework, because then you're not going to run off just getting all obsessed with one detail of conversion. You'll see how details fit in with the framework. What a silver bullet's going to do for you is take care of the second of the 4 parts of the framework, and you only need one. So if you have some other thing that lets you stand alone, you don't even really need a silver bullet, believe it or not. A braingasm is just another example of the type of thing. If one thing you can have is a sales letter. You could have no proof, none of these other things, but if you, in a sales letter or sales video, can give someone a realization or help them see something in a way they had never seen before that feels useful to them, and they're like, wow, I never thought of it that way, and I like that. That's really cool. I learned something. Then you've done a braingasm, helping them have a braingasm, and that can be your USP. That might be why they buy, in terms of this aspect of the framework. You still need the other parts of the framework, but you only have to fulfill this in one way, and that can be your way if you don't have the other ones. This is a little bit of a last resort, but it certainly can be effective, and people often use it. But again, let me point out, you don't need this. Sometimes people think, okay, I need proof, I need demonstration, I need to be unique, I need a silver bullet, I need to have more quality, right? And I also need a braingasm. You don't. Basically, you just need one. Okay, moving on to the next slide. The third of the 4 parts of the framework. You don't want to appear or imply ever that you're incompetent. Check your links. You can screw up once in a while, but try not. But it's better never to, because the more you check and make sure you don't screw up, the more you have leeway if you ever do, right? So don't spend your get out of jail free cards whenever you don't have to, and don't not check and don't spend them by not checking. Something might come up where you appear incompetent. Anyway, our server didn't go down, but the entire major hosting company that has millions of websites served on them went down just yesterday for a couple of hours. So ideally, the good thing is we don't look at generally incompetent in other ways, and so generally if that happens, people our members aren't already upset with us or feeling like we stink, and then that's like the last straw, or they get upset about that kind of thing. Generally they just figure that probably most people assume that it was just an issue with the hosting company and not with us. So my point in that is that things will come up outside of your control. Save that for when you want to have a couple of get out of jail free cards, and don't try to not only not be incompetent but check. And incompetence can be an appearance. Now think about just how you dress. You don't need to dress fashionably in order to not be incompetent. You can just fit in with the crowd, and that can be fine. Remember, in the second part of the framework, this is the third, the second part was where you want to stand alone in some way. You only have to do that once, not over and over again. As a matter of fact, if you try to stand out and now in this case I did mean to say stand out, not stand alone. If you try to stand out in too many ways, it can actually backfire on you, because this is the law of implication, right? The implication of trying to stand out is that in more than one way is that you're covering up for something, right? Like, what are you compensating for? So you just need to dress your website, so to speak, in a competent manner. That might mean different things in different niches. And it could be a little better to look a little bit more, and go more for like crisp and clean than like super graphical and so on and so forth. If that's really your thing, that can try to be your way to stand out. But it's not that strong a way to stand out as to be super like graphical with your website in most cases. And then again, people can kind of wonder what you're compensating for if it's not your main way to stand out. But don't look. Okay, and this relates to what I wrote here in parentheses. Plain doesn't mean ugly with your website. You can have a fairly plain-looking website that converts fine. We're a little bit fancy, here at OMG Machines. We got some little cartoony graphics, but they kind of help with the frame. You can definitely use your look and feel as part of the framing and context I'll talk about next time, and we try to do that a bit at OMG Machines. It's probably not all that important for us to do or whatever, but we did it, or we didn't spend too much on it or whatever. And it's nice to just kind of have framing things here and there. But worst case, it's better to be plain by far than to be ugly on your website. Okay, so you don't want to appear incompetent in any way. You, depending on your ability to write in a good fashion, proofread, maybe even, I don't know, even read some books. Just if you read a little bit, you can just get more competent writing and recognizing good writing. So literally, just if you find yourself where you're making websites and affiliate websites and writing some sales copy, then literally just reading some novels and such, then can just help you recognizing what reasonable grammar and writing looks like. Even if it's not like a great classic novel, still it's probably competent writing in most cases. You might say, like, oh, come on, most of the stuff today isn't competent. It's competent in the way that I mean, where it's not sounding just, and it might not be, but in a lot of cases it'll be competent in the sense of just the writing at least flows reasonably, the grammar is there. It's not, one way to be competent when you're writing is to have short sentences that aren't just too long. So keep it short, keep your sentences short, your paragraphs short. And you don't need to keep your whole website short, but keeping sentences and paragraphs short is a nice little shortcut. And then just proofread more and more, or get someone else to help proofread if that's what you need, depending on your your education level or your general ability to write in English. Because you can do everything else right, but if your writing looks like you're incompetent, then that could just take you out. A lot of these things in this part of the framework, this third part of the framework, you could just do everything else right and just make no sales if you're taking yourself out. And it's interesting because because that's the case, people can get the wrong idea with conversion. Or you can have so much knowledge about conversion, you can be so close to doing so well, and you can be right on about to cross the finish line with making a lot of money. And this might be all that's holding you back, and that's great. And you might just be ready to give up, and all you need to do is go through and remove all the things that would be disqualifying you, and you might just be fine. Interestingly enough, I have an attitude towards conversion that's very helpful. It's constantly useful, and that kind of proves it to be true in this case, because its only purpose is to be useful. Is that I have this attitude that essentially a sales process either converts or it doesn't. Many people have the attitude that that it's sort of more of a continuum of little incremental improvements when it comes to conversion or something like that. It's not that that's true or false, but they miss this important truth. Like, I don't really ask how well something converts so much as just does it convert. Because the other thing is, because I can convert, if I have something that makes sales in the first place, then I can do the rest. If it's something I myself created, then I can continue to improve it if I need to, or improve on the whole context of the situation so that it makes even more sales. But it's really just a case of is it making anything more than like an absurdly low number of sales or not? And if it is making an absurdly low number of sales, then you just check through the framework. The first thing that could be totally blocking you is if you're not clear about what the heck you're selling, okay? What your solution is, what the benefit is. The second thing is if you don't stand out in any way. The third thing is if you're disqualifying yourself. And interestingly enough, like the fourth thing that we'll get to isn't really going to prevent you from converting. That's more where you can get better and better. It's your opportunity to improve your results. But really, you're generally, if you hit these first three parts of the framework, you're actually going to convert. I've really, believe it or not, I've just never failed. Like for 20 years, I've just made money every time I try to do something and I put any kind of focus on it whatsoever. I did before that with some network marketing. Actually, even during those 20 years, I did a little bit of attempts at network marketing before the internet. And prior to teaching the accelerated learning, right before the last 20 years, I tried doing some door-to-door selling over the summer with something called Southwestern, where they get college students to go some other place and do this door-to-door selling of these study guides. And I failed at that. I didn't do well. It felt to me like there was nobody home. I don't know whether that was correct or not. They kept telling me that if you thought that no one was home, it was all in your head. But I just felt quite strongly, it seemed to me, that it wasn't in my head, that just people weren't there. So I really didn't actually sold the stuff okay when people were home, but they just were hardly home. But since I started with accelerated learning and excluding a bit of a foray into trying to do some network marketing is not online, right? It's like I was trying with a company called Free Life. There's plenty of network marketing companies, like Amway is the biggest one. But when it but online, I've never had a problem. And then with accelerated learning, actually with accelerated learning, I had a couple of years early on where I fell flat, or semesters, particularly in the spring, which is the second semester. I fell flat, which helped me learn a lot of lessons because I needed to do it in order to eat and pay rent. So it kind of forced me to learn how to convert for sure. But then overall, I was successful, and online, I basically just always made money from the beginning because I'd already learned my lesson for 10 years. I'd been doing my teaching both by putting up flyers and by doing sales presentations that the flyers would get people to. They were called information sessions. That's a good example of framing and the fourth part of the framework, right? You call it information sessions better than calling it a sales session, especially on a college campus. It kind of speaks in their language. But I would just get so much feedback. And then, of course, my students themselves they'd be there with me week after week for like 5 weeks or 8 weeks. And so I also learned how to get actual results from people that were learning, which is something that a lot of people don't have that experience of. Often people will sell a book or sell a course. They'll never see whether people are using it or succeeding. But I had people coming back week after week, and if they didn't succeed, then they'd be right there in front of me telling me they didn't succeed, and that I couldn't escape it, so I had to make it work. All right, I meandered a little bit perhaps into discussing things, but hopefully that was helpful, and I'll continue on. If people feel like you don't care, that could disqualify you. Inspecting means there's a phrase that's pretty helpful. People respect what you inspect. For example, if you're an affiliate and you do webinars, or affiliates that do webinars for us, if people just do multiple webinars, or at least particularly if they at least have looked at the product carefully, and their prospects can tell whether the affiliate is taking things seriously or not. And that's a very important factor in whether they buy. They want to know, is the affiliate serious? If the affiliate's not serious, and they figure, why take the offer seriously? So that kind of disqualifies the whole promotion. So inspect something. I talked a little bit about this when I said look at the product from multiple angles. So again, if you come across like you don't care or respect the product, and you show respect by inspecting the product, then that can just disqualify you from making a sale. If you don't respect your own product, if you're an affiliate, you don't respect it. If you're trying to get local clients but you don't seem to respect yourself or really know what you're saying, if you haven't prepared, then that can disqualify you. Not showing up. For example, if an affiliate does a webinar and they don't come on the webinar, but you can metaphorically, if you're doing an affiliate promo and you don't really show up properly, if they don't really get contact with you, right? At some point, they should probably be seeing you on a video of some sort, or at least it can be, you know, a picture of you and you talking to them personally. But if you're talking impersonally to them, you don't need a picture, although it's got to be helpful. A picture of you as a person, like people sell and draw attention, like pictures of actual faces or draw attention better, and they make us feel more of a feeling of connection. So the more you show up, the more when you write about your little sales thing for the, I say sales thing because you might be getting people over to another sales letter, but you can call it a matchmaker page, whatever an affiliate promotion might be. The more you show up, the better. And basically, if you don't show up, then that can just fully disqualify you. Incongruence means, this is definitely a word, interestingly enough. However, it's funny, the spell checker on this didn't pick it up, didn't have that already inside of it. Incongruence means that what you are thinking and feeling is conflicted. It's not, doesn't really match what you seem to be saying. So if you're saying buy this product and you don't really believe in it, or you're thinking I want to make the sale while you're telling them to buy, that's actually incongruent. You want to be feeling like you want to take the same action that you want your prospect or your prospective customer to take. That action is to buy your product. You can see this in a kind of a funny way with dating. If a guy, let's say, is thinking that he wants to have sex with a girl, that's actually incongruent with if he wants her to have sex with him. He basically, you can kind of finish the sentence, or I'll just go ahead and finish it so I'm clear, because I want you to understand this concept. But basically, he needs to kind of imagine being the girl and wanting to have sex with him, right, or himself. It's not exactly that he should want to imagine having sex with himself, but he needs to imagine essentially being her buying the product, which is, you know, having sex with him. So him thinking that he focused in his mind on wanting to have sex with her is actually incongruent with the sale that he wants to make, which is for her to have sex with him. So keep that strongly in mind. You want to be careful about that mistake. It's easy to make, where you're thinking of making the sale while you're telling them to buy. So you have to really feel like you want to buy. And Mike is great at this. Mike really feels like he wants to buy Project X, or what he's selling for good reason. And Mike, by the way, is very congruent. He's my closest friend. I know him. I talk to him for over an hour a day, often like 2 hours a day. What he says, he lives it. If you could hear us talking behind the scenes about either sales or how to improve the product or your individual successes or how to help people become more successful, you'd like us. You would like it. For example, we don't refer, when we're talking just among ourselves, we very naturally don't refer to people that join even our email list or anything as leads. We refer to them as people. And that's not just like a credo. It's not like we just decided to do that one day. It's also natural for us. We see people as people. We don't see them as numbers. And so then we're more congruent, right? And it's more true, by the way. The great way to be congruent is just to see things accurately and then be selling something that's reasonably of reasonable quality, or and so forth. So it's just, but that's how we think and act. We think of people as this is a little bit, it might not sound like too big of a difference, but I refer to people as members, not customers. That relates to the whole shallow idea of sales. Is when we want people to be successful, it's an ongoing process. A member is kind of a more long-term thing. A customer is sort of someone who performed one action once, right, or like a transaction. Whereas a member is again like a more ongoing, permanent type thing. And so generally, if you're incongruent, that's bad. If you're generally unlikable or timid, then that can disqualify you. So that can give you a little bit of an overview, and you can think some more about that. I need to move on here for the sake of time, even though I guess I had infinite time. But I try, at this point, I try to keep videos usually to half an hour, 40 minutes. We're already at 52. But let's continue on to framing. Okay. Try to speak quickly here and just do quite an overview, the best I can. Anchoring, priming, and triggers is the first thing I wrote. Now, I talked about testimonials before. Testimonials can be, and they are for us, like our kind of way to stand alone. They can also, if they're not your way to particularly stand out, they can just be something that's more on the periphery, as more of a frame or a context that helps you. All right, let me give you a study. It was pretty fascinating. Let's say you, and I'm saying let's say you, but this is actually done. So they gave and it was duplicated. They gave college students this is a psychological test, right? A psychological experiment. They always, whenever they do psychological experiments, particularly on college students, they always tell them that the experiment is something other than what it really is. And so in this case, they tell them that they're trying to take a jumble of 5 words and come up with a sentence of at least 4 words out of those. And for half the kids, they just gave random words. And for half the kids, they gave words that had a lot of words associated with the elderly, like Florida or arthritis or wrinkles and that sort of thing. And the students who had word jumbles that included these words associated with the elderly, then they told the kids to walk down the hall to the second part of the experiment. But the real experiment was how long it took the kids to walk down the hall. And the kids that had the words that were associated with the elderly walked down the hall significantly at about 70% of the speed of the students that didn't have the word jumbles with words associated with the elderly. So it had a very measurable impact on their walking speed, and that's called priming. A good now, sometimes people just kind of gurus talking about conversion will just sort of compile a bunch of little clever things that have to do with sort of psychological anomalies or tricks, or even, like, I don't even want to call them tricks, kind of illusions. And these things, I find the field of cognitive illusions to be fascinating. There's a great book that I'm reading now called Thinking, Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. I'll just write it here. Okay, I wrote it here. Thinking, Fast and Slow is the name of the book by Daniel Kahneman. The program is telling me this is spelled wrong. So, and there's a whole number of books on cognitive illusions that you can look at, and you'll learn more of these things. That book, Robert Cialdini's Influence, will have these things. And so often gurus will just kind of compile a bunch of random stuff like this and give it to you and tell you, hey, these are the keys to conversion. It gets a little complicated trying to keep too many of these in mind. And so, but they're really fun to read about, and as you get used to using more of them, it's helpful. It's definitely useful. There are pretty much 2 things that I always do, and that have to do with sort of cognitive illusions. One involves triggers. Because another experiment that's been duplicated in lots of different ways over and over again is that if you give someone a number in a way that is totally unrelated to the next, and then you ask them like how much the money they'll pay for something, or even ask them to estimate the number of jelly beans in a, like if you say to someone there's 10 million or 10, I don't know how many, 10 billion, 10 million, I don't know, fish in the sea, and then you say how many jelly beans are in that jar, right? And you tell another person and you take another group and you don't anchor a higher number first. Sorry, I said trigger. I should have said anchor. If you don't give them a number, then the number of jelly beans that they estimate will be lower, and significantly so. And same thing with purchasing. I will always, unless I'm really not trying to make a sale once in a while. With the law of implication order page itself, I actually didn't do that. A little bit on purpose. I just wasn't using any sales process at first, just to have people in there that particularly knew that they wanted it as the only people. And it's actually still that way, I believe. I might have put something in there since. But I will always say a higher number before I give the price. And it doesn't even have to be a number associated with the product or the price point. It could, just be a number that has nothing to do with that. Although usually I'll just do it in context with numbers of prices. What you don't need to do is say like BS, like this usually sells for $99, but today you can get it for $69. When in fact every day you can get it for $69. I don't do that. That's incongruent. And the trouble with that is it'll make you some sales, but it can just take you out if you get caught. And I don't find it to be worth it. And also it can reduce trust in you and reduce customer success later down the road. And so I'm not just trying to make the sale, right? I'm trying to have a conversion where the customer is both successful and if I have more quality items that are good for them, then they'll buy those as well. It's funny, sometimes people talk about calculating lifetime customer value, and then people can use that to The idea is you can use that to figure out how much you can pay for a lead. Not a person, of course, a lead. But that makes no sense because your how could you possibly calculate your average lifetime customer value? Like at OMG machines, if we try to do that, then just ask me next year and it'll be a lot more, right? The average. So it doesn't make any sense. It kind of arbitrarily cuts the time period off right now, whereas our folks will buy stuff for years to come, the same folks. Throughout 2013, for probably about 8 months of 2013, we hardly focused at all on getting new leads, and therefore didn't get a whole lot of new of course, new people on our list. And we just kept on making sales of our own products, so certainly some affiliate things too, but mostly of our own stuff to people, with just making tons and tons of sales without new people, just because our existing people were coming up with quality things that people were going to benefit from, and then people would purchase. And my point there is lifetime customer value doesn't make any sense. If you asked us what it was in June, then it would be a smaller number than what it was in November. So lifetime customer value calculation presumes that you're no longer, that the customers or members or whoever, people die out on your list after a certain point always, and that doesn't happen with us. So we don't really have a concept of how much that might be. It's high enough that we can basically pay anything for new people, and it'll be worth it, although we don't have to really pay for it in the first place. We have other ways to get new folks. All right, so the one thing I do that I was telling you is the anchoring of the higher number. I always do that. That's simple to remember, and it absolutely has an effect. So always do that, whether you're talking about getting a local client consulting job or whatever position or client, and then if you're making an affiliate sale or if you're selling your own product, always do this. Next, always understand the following. All right, I believe this is in a book called Inevitable Illusions by an Italian author, although it's in English. I think it was originally written in English. It might not have been. It might have originally been written in Italian and then translated. Regardless, it's called Inevitable Illusion. I believe it's in that book. I don't have that book on hand right now. It kind of got accidentally loaned out into the nether. But I'm very clear on the. I might get some details wrong, but I'm very clear on the concept. Essentially, an experiment was done and duplicated where they asked people, what's the likelihood that it was either that we'll invade China or China will invade us in the next, 20 years or some such. When you first saw this, you might have thought I was going to talk about invading China. I'm not. This is just a psychological exercise that was done, or experiment. And people put some percentage, it's fairly low, right? But it was whatever percentage it was. Let's suppose they said the chance was like, I don't know, 0.5% or 1% or 3%, whatever. Then what they did, it doesn't matter what the actual number was. Then what they did is they gave a different group of people a scenario that involved 7 steps that each was kind of a little bit easy there was a smaller step and a little bit than a full-scale invasion, and kind of easy to imagine. It's at least plausible. Like maybe we have an issue, I don't know, with currency, trade tariff wars, and then I'm just making this up, but I'm just giving you a sense of what they did, right? And then, or maybe there's something with Taiwan and then that escalates and so forth. And so they had 7 specific steps leading up to one of us invading the other, us invading China or them invading us. And so the end step was identical to what they asked the first group, what the percentage of that was. The fascinating thing is, when asked what the likelihood of all 7 of those steps, so they weren't just asked the likelihood of the final step, and they weren't asked the likelihood of one of the steps happening. They were asked, what's the likelihood that all 7 of those steps will happen in that way? And the likelihood that people gave was significantly higher than the likelihood that a different group gave of just the one event. Now, it's logically necessarily true that the the probability of 7 specific events happening in order is wildly lower than just one final event, right? And yet, based on how our brains process information, and they will reliably get things wrong in certain cases. And in this case, they made they obviously they were tricked, right? The brain was tricked, and it came to the conclusion that it was far more likely that all 7 steps. So that had to be wrong, right? It can't possibly be right. It doesn't matter what the actual likelihood of China, or whatever the invasion of China with China happening was. We know that it couldn't be the case that people that it would be more likely that for 7 events. It should be wildly less likely, and yet it was way more likely that people judged all 7 events to happen. So that's fascinating. And now the problem that I have in conversion, hopefully you'll have in conversion, is helping people to see the truth, right? That's my whole issue, right? My whole thing in life now is getting people, including you, by the way. I hope that at this point you'll just take my word, not make me. I will, of course, do a whole sales process at some point for law of conversion once I'm done creating it. But hopefully you won't wait for that. You'll benefit now and just freaking get it. It's not $1 billion. It's not $1,000. It's less than $100. It's $99 to get. And so please just go ahead and get that. There's a link wherever you're probably watching this video over to the order page if you want. Plus there's 2 more videos where I explain the whole law of implication much better. So do that just based on my word, please. All right, you should trust me enough at this point just to go do that. I'm not trying to get more money out of you. All right, I'm trying to make the world perfect, or at least you can say greatly improve it at this point with the law of implication, getting the word out there. It's going to incredibly help you next year to have the entire thing. Anyway, so hopefully when you are doing conversion, you are helping to see people to see something that's correct, right? Like when I'm trying to convert for the law of implication at some point, then I'm trying to help people see the truth, which is that it's worth $1 billion if they had it, not just 99, that it's the best thing they can get, period, in the case of law of implication. In the case of selling other products, it isn't necessarily the best thing they can get, but if it's the truth that it would help them, then you want them to see that. And by the way, part of that is showing them genuinely, not just as a trick to wink wink get everyone to buy, who it's not good for. And not even just as a sales mechanism, but it'll actually tend to help you sell if you genuinely say who it's not good for. But that's part of congruence and the frame and so forth, where it'll make you more trustworthy if you actually behave in a trustworthy manner. Then people will perceive you as more trustworthy. Go figure. So this invading China thing, you can use it to sort of trick people, but in essence, one thing we do is we use this in our earnings reports, is we take people, when people are naturally skeptical of testimonials, right, or earnings reports. Now, at the point where you have a person on video, and with as strict as the Federal Trade Commission is now, they're pretty trustworthy to begin with, these earnings reports. But what we do to make them sort of both trustworthy and also just have more emotional impact and make more sense is we walk the person who's giving the earnings report, the testimonial, whatever, through them explaining step by step, starting from before they had the product and so forth, and get a little bit. We might not go through every step, but Mike really is great. Mike really understands as well, and by leading people through steps, then it all the bottom line here, it's pretty simple, right? It all feels much more believable to somebody if you give them a progression of events or a progression of logic or whatever, connect the dots and so forth. And it, like, of course it's common sense in a sense, but it's fascinating to hear how powerful effect it is on the brain to just be taken through steps, each of which is plausible, and then it just, again, the experiment with this shows that it has even much more impact than we would even think, because of course people should have whatever number that people would normally, whatever the average number is for what people think that the likelihood of the invasion with China happening, it should have been 1/millionth, of the probability of that, of all 7 events happening, or 1/billionth or whatever. And instead it was more likely in people's minds. So it's so powerful if you just take people through plausible steps. So I always do this based on this kind of cognitive illusion idea, and I always do the anchoring. And then you can read stuff like this. You can read anything you want on cognitive illusions. You can read Robert Cialdini's influence, and you can gain more of an understanding of priming, like I talk about. Triggers are like anything where there's like a stimulus and then someone feels a memory or association to something else or an emotional trigger. Then of course it's all the same type of thing. And then finally, I basically covered this already, that you want to, I mentioned this before, right, when I was talking about taking yourself out in congruence. So another part of the frame, and I can go on and on for videos, and I very well might, at least for one more video, on talking about frame and context. As a general strategy in life, paying much more attention to your peripheral context of whatever is going on with a goal, or in this case sales, than you normally do, will tend to be very helpful for you. Sun Tzu's Art of War, right, the famous ancient book, is, if you look at each of his chapters or suggestions or strategies, pieces of advice, they all have to do with paying more attention to context. People tend to just see, or our brains operate in a way where they tend to put much more weight on the thing that's like in the middle, like the immediate context rather than the peripheral context, and you'll be better at strategy and achieving your goals and so forth if you pay a lot more attention to context than comes naturally. Then it's kind of intuitive at first. So pay attention to your own mental state. You want to work yourself into sort of a buying frenzy for the product itself, not into a selling frenzy, but into a buying frenzy. And again, you just want to generally be congruent in as many ways as you can, where you're aware of the product, where you can see how it helps people. And if you're scared of getting feedback from people that buy the product, or if you have no way to get feedback, that's going to lead to some degree of incongruence, and that will detract from your sales ultimately. It won't necessarily fully take you out or not, depending, but take you out means screw you up or keep you from making sales. But it'll help your context if you get feedback from people that are buying and find out that they're being successful. And if you're cutting yourself off from feedback, then because you're worried about what the feedback might be, then you're implying to your own brain something incongruent that'll mess with you, which is that you're afraid of the people buying and that you believe that maybe people aren't being successful, right? If you're scared of feedback, scared of hearing from customers after they buy, that it must be the case that to some degree you're afraid that they're not being successful, and that is going to affect your congruence and your mental state and your ability to sell. It'll affect the frame and the context and so forth. So there you go. There's your overview. And now you forever have the correct framework for doing conversion, and it's now just a matter for the rest of your life of filling in details, competence, gaining experience, and so forth. But you'll always be working within the right framework now from now on, as long as you might want to review this video more than once, take some notes, and so forth. But it's all right there for you. All right, now that I've given you a framework, I have a lot more to share with you about conversion, so let's get started. Particularly what I'm looking to do is giving you more of an understanding of conversion and some overall kind of templates to follow with that. I don't mean actual sales letters, but you'll see what I mean, like kind of overall schemes to follow. And then I particularly want to talk some more about this one and this one, the first and the fourth part of the framework. I think that the middle two are fairly easy to understand and were covered fairly thoroughly in the first video. I might think of some things that I want to share at some point, but mainly that's what I want to cover. So let's continue on to the next slide. All right, so I want you to have kind of you have a framework, but now I want you to have kind of a mental picture or a mental model for conversion, and I have two of them for you here, written right here. For one thing, I want you to understand that conversion is not linear. It's a process of getting, and it also might not be something that only happens once. It might happen continuously depending on the situation. What you're trying to do with conversion is you want to get and then presumably keep somebody over a particular threshold. There's something in life called a threshold phenomena, or that I call a threshold phenomenon. You want to be able to recognize phenomena like this when they occur. They're all over the place. It's times when it's not linear, where you take, whatever, if you in something linear, then you move forward 1 unit and you get 1 more unit of like benefit. So like with income, then it's somewhat linear for a while. Actually, with income for your life, it's sort of like a plateau phenomenon where your life gets better and better and better up to a certain amount of income, and then studies tend to show, and a little bit of common sense tends to show that it kind of plateaus out, and you don't really get much more quality of life. The drawbacks and benefits start to kind of cancel each other out once you hit, I don't know, in America something around $75,000 a year in income. It's not that I'm advocating stopping there. I'm just giving an example of there's different types of curves in life. But with money in general, then for every more dollar you earn, you have that much more purchasing power. So that's linear. But with conversion, then if you get somebody 90% of the way to buying your product and then they don't, then you basically got 0, right? And if you get someone 101% of the way, or if you get them 170% of the way to buying your product, then it's all the same result. Now, it might also be separate in terms of keeping them there. This is a big mistake people make in relationships, is they think by accident of a relationship as making a sale, or getting a girl or getting a ring from a guy, getting married, and then people all of a sudden behave differently after marriage or after a few months into marriage. They stop thinking, they don't realize that every new day you have to make sure that you're keeping someone over a threshold of enthusiasm and enjoying the relationship and feeling good about you. So ideally, you kind of you both kind of stay way ahead. But then one thing I tell guys, I'm giving them advice about dating, is that just because she did something with you the last night doesn't mean that the next day when you go on a date, she's ready to start right where you left off, right? You kind of have to make sure that you in essence, that they're over the buying threshold again. Now, you might be 70% of there again the next day. You're not starting from scratch, but you still might need to make sure you go from 70 to 100 if you want to have a certain result. So having this mental model just kind of helps you just kind of focus and not get confused. I know it's fairly obvious once you think about it, but if it's not clear, sometimes things are sort of obvious once you take a moment to notice, but if you didn't just take that one moment and have that mental picture, then it was surprisingly vague, and you might have accidentally not behaved this way. This is a reason to be aware of the idea of always be closing, right? It's sometimes called the ABCs of sales, right? ABC stands for always be closing, meaning that it tends to be beneficial to from like fairly periodically give someone the chance to buy, because you can actually take yourself out of a sale too, right? Someone could be ready to buy, and then if you keep talking, so to speak. Of course, online it's a little bit different, but the way this works online is you generally want people to be able to have the ability to buy. I know that once in a while people get really kind of technical and they split test different things, and they notice that if you give someone a buy link or withhold it for a certain amount of time and then you give it to them just at the right time, what I would do is wait until you have a reasonable chance of making a sale, and then again, unless you're going to get really into trying to measure exactly what to do when, but if you're not like going to be a super duper professional and focus on it, and this is the way I've always done it without being overly technical in the way I'm talking about, is I just kind of wait until I have an understanding of about when it would make sense to first give someone the ability to buy, like by giving them a link, and then starting there, you make sure they have a link pretty available throughout the process. Events in people's lives and just their own minds are pretty hard to predict from your perspective if you're trying to sell someone. So generally, allowing people to buy, certainly if you're in person, like if you're trying to get a local client, then doing a little bit of a check to see if they're ready to become just go and become your client or pay you, make the deal. Then it's good to have a little bit of an ability to give a little bit of a check to see if they can do it, right? You just kind of maybe dangle a little bit. You don't want to. Another thing a separate thing that I also plan on mentioning later in the video, is that you want to make sure you don't get people in the habit of saying no, right? Because of course, if I don't know if it's of course or not for you, but certainly if someone's, or if you can also, dating is a good parallel example. Often if you're trying to think about conversion for a business situation, you can also imagine a dating situation, and often there's some similar rules hold up because it's still a conversion situation. So if you're suggesting something and the girl's like no, and then you suggest another thing and she says no, and then suggest another thing and she says no, then of course she's getting primed, like I mentioned in the previous video, for saying no. So you don't want that. So you want to kind of dangle an opportunity for people to buy out there, but you don't necessarily just want to really confront them and force them to say no right to your face. All right, so how you have that in mind with getting someone over the threshold. Anytime when you want to keep them over a threshold, such as if you don't want them to refund, or if you want them to keep buying stuff from you in the future, or if you want them to consume your product and become successful, and go all the way to giving you a success report, then you want to have a plan for that throughout your conversion process. You want to keep in mind whether or not you're going to, want them to be with you the next day, right? And so, which threshold are you trying to get them over? And you kind of plan for that in your whole story and whole process and sales letter and sales process. Another thing I keep in mind that helps me remember that you need to lead someone from where they're at to where you want them to be, which is a very easy mistake for people to make, is they end up getting too focused on where they want the person to be, and it blinds them to seeing where the person's at right now, like the prospective customer. So you're the salesperson, so to speak. You're writing something online, or you're in person talking to someone, right? If you're all picturing the end result, the sale, then that mental picture is interfering with your ability to see what's right in front of your face, or what you might be able to see, in front of your face, if you were able to pay more clear attention and you weren't cluttered by being so focused on the end result, that you don't just see where they are, right? So if you think of walking them through like a little story, but imagine a story where, I don't know, whatever story comes to mind, whatever, you can just imagine a story where someone's kind of going through a town, right? Walking through a town. Might not be the most fascinating story, but so you're imagining you need to kind of walk them through the town. So you're kind of holding their hand, and you're holding their hand standing where they are, right? And you're looking around, and you have an idea of where you want to go, but you're very aware of where you are now, and you're looking out for obstacles and things that can get in your way, and making sure that you're taking the right directions and the right turns, right, and so forth. Or you can imagine you're walking them through a maze, and then by having this mental picture, this mental model, I would say, in general for understanding conversion, you want something that helps, like a model that provides a framework around your way of thinking about the situation, so that you naturally remember to pay attention to where they're at right now constantly, and just don't get all. People often get kind of antsy and frustrated and kind of skip steps if they're too focused on where they want the person to be. They just kind of want them to get there already, and so you try to get pushy and so forth. So keeping this in mind can really help you too. Okay, so let me give you two little schemes that can help you. I did not invent either one of these. These are quite well known. They're pretty basic. But if you don't know either one of them, or if they're not in the front of your mind, if you kind of knew them once and forgot, then I find it consistently helpful to just remind myself of these things. If I'm writing, so let's say you write you're writing a headline, and then you're writing a bit of a story to get yourself to where you want to give the offer, then and you're thinking, shoot, how do I do that? Then, of course, one thing you can do is just copy existing sales letters and try to reword them. I'm not a big fan of that, although it works just fine. But I just tend to like to approach things a bit from scratch. Regardless of how you do it, even if you're copying someone else, you want to understand the elements so you can see better what you're copying. And the elements can be expressed in a few different ways. One is problem, agitate, solve, where you're identifying a problem. And remember that you want to, sometimes people think, oh, to sell, there's all kinds of just like one-liners when it comes to sales advice, and one of those one-liners is you just need to tell a story, right? And well, that's ridiculous. I mean, that, like, as a one-liner, it's moronic. Sure, stories sometimes can be a great integral part of a sales process, But first of all, the idea that a story in and of itself is entertaining and that someone's just going to stop and listen is ludicrous, right? They have to know the benefit first. People don't just stop and like pay attention and stop what they're doing and drop their goals just because someone starts telling a story. So the first thing you need to do, no matter what, don't be like, let me tell you a story, and then they have no idea where you're going. Again, either in person or on an online thing. No matter what you're doing, they've got to know what the benefit is, that benefit has to connect to them, to where they're at. Right? It can't be something that you see as a benefit. Even if it would be a benefit to them, you have to connect it up to something they know they want. Right? And that has to be clear starting out, no matter how you do anything else. So don't forget that when I give you these schemes. So, so problem, and you want to just start talking about a problem. Like you might say, if you're talking about weight loss, whatever, it can be hard to lose weight, or you tried a bunch of things. By the way, I wouldn't try to state the problem in terms of nothing else you've ever tried worked. Like every time you buy, you don't want to get a person in a state or primed to remember times when they regret a lot of their other purchases, right? So if you start talking about how like whatever they buy, a weight loss product, then it hasn't helped them in the past, then that's no good, right? Because you might be defining a problem, and it might be a real problem that they want to solve, but it's also going to get them to regret purchasing stuff and getting them in that frame of mind. So you might still make the sale, but that element, that part of what you just did, is going to take you backwards. So try to look at what your the various things that you're implying, right? And the sum total of what you're implying is going to get you results. But you basically want to make them aware of a problem, and like the headline might give them a kind of some sense of your solution. And then once they have a sense that you have a plan to solve their problem, then from a headline. All right, here is a headline, and maybe someone could have written a better headline or not, but one way or the other, we got extremely good conversion with this entire sales letters for a previous product of ours from around March of last year called Commission Conspiracy. And it's fairly extensive, but if you look down here, we see the reports of lots of people making money. And remember, this is basically since about this time, since about February or March, our silver bullet, our way that we stand out, is our earnings reports. And so we're getting how we stand out right in the headline, and we're getting a clear idea of what they're going to get by buying our product, which is they can be like these people that through us by following our coaching and training, they've made money, right? So may I tell you some wonderful news about a big group of people, a group that I hope will include you in just a few minutes. These folks wanted success, but they were also stuck, stressed, skeptical, and sometimes just plain scared. Some defining a problem. Then they joined our one-man gang conspiracy and made a massive comeback because they could see, feel, learn, and experience what was true about money getting on the internet. So again, maybe someone could have written something better, but this certainly worked, right? Because when you get the right elements, you don't have to be that clever. You don't have to do it perfectly or not. And maybe this was the best thing we ever could have come up with. And this scrolls down. This kind of continues, where we even added on more and more earnings reports that were coming in. So that kind of constitutes our entire headline. Then we went into a bit of a narrative. Okay. So we, in essence, give a sense of a clear, like clearly you can, there's a group of people that you can join, and they went from the problem of being stuck, stressed, skeptical, and sometimes scared, to making money on the internet, right? And it's all pretty immediately clear that it's about making money on the internet. Here's our solution. Here's our USP, and so forth. Here's one that's copied from a John Carlton, I think, original sales letter, where it's for Project X itself. And we were mainly doing webinars promoting this, and so that provides a terrific frame, as we talk about in the conversion framework, the final thing, frame and context. So we're not really relying on this letter to like make the sale from scratch like we were with the other one. In the other one, it was pretty much full on making sales from cold people that don't really know us very well at all. In this, we have people that are pretty favorably disposed, and so we used a kind of an adaptation of an existing framing, which can work. An open letter to everyone who secretly suspects or even knows in their heart that you need an unstoppable advantage if you really want to make money online. And then it goes on. You can pause it if you want to take a look. We don't particularly have our main way we stand out or stand alone right in that headline, as we did for the Commission Conspiracy one. But again, people had generally seen webinars if they're coming to that sales letter, and the webinars really strongly stressed are what particularly we try to stand alone with, and that's with our success reports. With people that didn't have that framing from a webinar, on the first sales letter I showed you, we made sure to get that right in right off the bat. So I was obeying the being clear over everything else. You want to be clear, and then you want to kind of get involved with the problem from further, kind of investigate it and show how it's so hard to solve it and important, or really make them feel the problem. And then you want to provide a solution. And then you kind of segue kind of smoothly into you're providing your solution, and that becomes your offer. When you're doing your offer, you generally want to, it depends, but this may be a place where you want to reaffirm what's unique about you, where you stand out. It's not always absolutely necessary to do it there, but something to keep in mind. And then you want the other, I'm not saying you take action, but you want them to take action and purchase right now. Now, this is fairly variable. Often copywriters really focus in on getting people to take action now, people that are doing sales. And interestingly enough, that isn't necessarily something that you should just follow as kind of a knee-jerk reaction, or I really treat this on a case-by-case basis. And when you're in contact with somebody, like they're on an email list, or there was a great example with one of our members who has his name is Tim Schmidt, and he has a very successful skincare website where it's his own product that he gets manufactured, and he makes basically it does tens of millions of sales a year. And before he did that, though, he was actually selling SEO services to people. Like his company, he was working for a company that did SEO services, got traffic to people's websites, and he would call up business owners and get them to buy the SEO services. He didn't do SEO himself at that point, search engine optimization, but he would sell like his company's services. And one way that he became very successful with that is instead of the other people the other salespeople would try to make the sale right in one call on the phone and really get the people to buy right then, because there's a general idea that if someone doesn't purchase on the first call, they're not gonna, if they're like, oh, can I have your contact information and call you later, they probably won't. But the reality is that you can either try to make it happen, or the nature of your situation might be that you are going to be in contact with that person again, that you can initiate. So generally in our business, we have multiple opportunities to make the sale. Like they'll get on an email list of ours, or they'll just or there'll be an affiliate promoting us, where the affiliate will do multiple promotions, or at least promote us again in the near future or something like that. If that's the case, then we can do a little bit less of this kind of high pressure, take action now. Often the trouble is this often has to be faked, right? There's often, I'll constantly look for a natural way to have deadlines and closing, like where the offer is off sale for a little while and so forth. But unless you just have no way of seeing the person again that you're trying to make the sale to, then I guess you might have to really try to manufacture a reason for them to take action. Like, oh, it's a one-day sale. But often these are just literally lies, right? Like, it's very common online for people to have these little programs and scripts and things that they're always claiming that this is no longer going to be available tomorrow, and it's just simply false. It's not like a half-truth. It's just fully not true. So you can choose whether you want to go that route if there's no other option or whatever. But I'm usually not in that position, and I usually don't really like to just fully say something that's not true, particularly if I can get caught pretty easily. So you can also try to think about how easy it is for people to figure out that you're just BSing them. I was watching a video sales letter with some, I guess it was some kind of supplement that had to do with, I guess helping the, what was it? It was probiotics. And they were claiming that there was this discount that, you know, because of this whatever reason right now, usually it sells like for $69, they said, and now it's for $39. So then I just go to the homepage of their website, and it's selling for $39 on like the homepage of their website. So maybe that still helps them, but I just find that stuff to be kind of silly. So my point here is just to step back, think about some way to have natural scarcity, like we have it naturally with coaching programs where we can only do it in certain kind of blocks of time. With Project X, there's kind of like a January through April block, and so we have to kind of close it for a while, and then that works to kind of create a bit of scarcity, and we find ways to do that. But when it's kind of natural and makes sense, and we don't do it every second, we don't do it every time, and just with a bunch of obvious BS, and that way it tends to work when we do it. And we don't kind of blow out our people and cause people not to believe us. Because the trouble is we don't just need credibility for sales. Our main thing is customer success, which relies on people trusting us in general, because they have to trust us for our training too, right? So if we're being obviously dishonest in our sales, then how are we supposed to expect people to really take our training seriously? So we have to take that into account. So you just need to step back and take into account the totality of your situation, whatever it is there. And do the best you can with getting people to take action in a way that makes sense for you. And I don't know if I completed my story with Tim, but he did so much better than his peers, than the other salesmen, because he would just call people back. Like he would just let them make it like a multi-part sales process with a kind of it's called like a sales funnel, like the way you might funnel like flour, you know, into something. Where you kind of have a wide thing and you kind of draw the flower along to a narrower thing over time. So he would just use multiple phone calls and draw people along into a bit of a process, and it worked far better than just trying to do a high pressure sale right then in one phone call, and much better results. And then you want to have your testimonials. I've tried leading with testimonials. It's one thing to lead with like earnings numbers of people. That's pretty cool. If you have that, but in a lot of cases, leading with testimonials, you can imagine it with dating, where if you walk up to a girl and are like, yeah, this other girl liked me and this girl liked me, it should be a little bit subtle in the background. If you put testimonials too much in people's face, and it's also just not where people are at. People don't really care, and this took me a little while to figure out. It wasn't. I remember when I first did, for my first year, I taught accelerated learning. And it really went over terrifically, and I got these kind of evaluations at the end that were essentially like testimonials, but really kind of numerical, and people wrote comments, and it was really nice. And I did a good job, and I did a good job getting. They ended up saying really great things about the course. And so then I thought, ooh, maybe if I like turn this into a flyer, like, and I made a flyer where I kind of like gave composites of the different scores people gave for, you know, rank on score, you know, scale of 1 to 10. Whether you can read faster now, you know, and the average score might be like a 9 point something. And then how's your comprehension, you know, with 5 being the same, and their comprehension, they rated it like a 7 or 8, you know, and so forth. But when I made that into a flyer, where that's like the first top of the funnel, it's called, right, the first thing that prospective customers will see before they come to an information session, it wasn't the right time for it. No one cared at that point, because until they have a question about whether they want to buy your product, the testimonial isn't generally going to matter to them. And you can again distinguish that from a particularly powerful earnings report, like a result report, like a success report, earnings report, whatever. That can be a little bit different, and that can be turned into something that can occur much earlier, because it's a little bit more of a headline type of situation, or an introductory type of thing. It's not necessarily true that that'll work perfectly. In some cases it will, in some cases it won't. And it'll have to, whether it works will have to do with just a lot of little contextual factors that we've been covering. So you can use your judgment and you can try different things. but for sure, just a normal testimonial is not a good way to start. So you want to put those around the edge. You can start with testimonials. You don't have to wait until after the offer. You can kind of work them in, especially if it goes a little bit with their story thread somehow. We can also sometimes run them down the side a little bit. I've had good success with that. I haven't really exactly split tested running it down the side with putting with the exact same letter, down at the bottom, so I can't really tell you. But this gives you a general scheme to follow that'll always work within reason. And then another scheme which is different, but ultimately obviously has similarities. It works. This works in person, but it certainly works in a video sales letter or an online just text. Is the abbreviation is feel, felt, found. Again, this is kind of a well-known technique within the sales profession, where the idea is you're communicating to the prospective customer, I know how you feel, and to know that, you have to hear how they feel in the first place, right? You don't want to assume. So this kind of reminds you to find out where they're at. And then you say, like, I felt the same way, and then here's my solution, right? These pills cured it, or gave me all this energy, or made me lose weight, or, made me make money, or that sort of thing. If I skip over to the letter I wrote for prospective customers who were not warmed up with the webinar, it's kind of the first time they're meeting us. This is where we had the headline that I showed you with these earnings reports, this here. And so after this headline, then we talked, and if you, let me Control+ this here for you. All right, hopefully this will be legible, but I'll just start it real quick. I'll say I've been obsessed in a good way for the past several years, and I just wrote this kind of verbatim, and it worked quite well. I've been obsessed in a good way, and it's from Mike Long's voice. I've been obsessed in a good way for the past several years with giving people something that I experienced nearly a decade ago, and this is all true, by the way. At that time, an extra $1,000 a month was big money for me, and rent being due was often a significant cause for stress. I was already doing okay online, a few $1,000s per month profit, sometimes a bunch more, but other times it felt like it might fall apart, and so forth. And then it goes on to talk about how he got to see behind the scenes of someone who's making $1,000 a day, and it made such a difference, like just seeing it for real and kind of seeing it from behind the scenes. And so, like, I know how you feel. I felt the same way, and here's what I found. Is just kind of I just went straight through that, essentially. So if you're kind of at a loss of what to write, then just go through this, and it works great. Especially because, of course, you have everything else we're talking about here, and you can get all sorts of other training on conversion. But it's really nice to have a framework that everything fits into, I find. Okay, I've gone to the next slide. I want to point out something to you, and that is, all right, there's, of course, you're probably aware of the idea of social proof. The other thing would be authority, like of Oprah or somebody, a sports figure or someone else that people respect, or a guru of some sort. That's authority. If they just say, hey, this product is great, go buy it. And then social proof is when there's lots of people who are either peers or kind of moderate authority figures, and they're all kind of saying, go buy this. And that can be extremely effective, but it's kind of an overrated technique. I think a lot of people think that's kind of like a magic pill or silver bullet for converting or becoming rich overnight or whatever with their product. And another way people think of this is if they can just get some sort of gatekeeper to give them a leg up, right, or a word, or a letter of approval or some sort of thing. I'm not a big fan of going through gatekeepers. Some people are; they're reasonably good at it. But I find that building success the right way, kind of, if you do it a bit yourself and you build it with a firm foundation, you're a lot safer. I've also been in a situation with some partners where we did go through gatekeepers and everything looked like it was going great until we started doing too well, and the gatekeepers just pulled the rug out from under us, right? Because we were going to overshadow them. So when someone makes you, right, they can break you and so forth, and the price can be really high. I mean, there's some kind of internet marketing guru types that hang out together and they all mail each other's offers and they create these big social proof situations. And what they do works for themselves and they make some money doing it. But my goodness, it's like a full-time job just kind of kissing each other's ass, right? Just kind of schmoozing with each other, flying on jets, taking selfies and Facebook pictures or posting them on Facebook and having their whatever they buy to look good and so forth. And so if you want to buy something because you want it, great. But just if it becomes your job, and then going on all these conventions and affiliate summits and meetings, and then while you're there spending thousands of dollars to impress people and all that stuff, it's not that isn't sometimes a strategy that can work for people, but I find it just pretty exhausting and kind of high risk, weirdly, surprisingly low reward. It's a little bit like trying to become like a pro sports star as like a career when you're in like high school or college. Yeah, you see the people that made it, but the price is so high and the chance of failure is fairly high too. You can really be ruthless. Use a lot of what I've shown you about goals and so forth, and achieve tremendous things where the risk of failure might be even low. But if you're going to do that in the first place, then you can be on a playing field where it still isn't so restrictive in terms of how few people succeed, and just what the price is of keeping it up once you do succeed is the main problem as well. I mean, these people, they might make money, but I don't even know how much they make. They might not even make that much, but when they do make it, they just hemorrhage it, right? They just spend it so fast too, just upkeeping their little social proof situation. And I know what I'm talking about because with my my experience in this field, I know behind the scenes well enough to know this is what's going on, and people have a lot less money than they often look like they have, and when they make it, they just spend it like water and so forth. Building things the way I built them is pretty nice, and it's so much less cost and effort and not exhausting. I live such a more relaxed life, and I save virtually all the money that I take in. So my profit and then my savings is just so high. I don't have all these costs just in BS. So I wrote, in other words, this method's overrated and can really get you stuck. The reason it can get you stuck is that people think like they just keep trying to get over this huge hurdle, and so they're kind of stuck. Here they are, they're standing here. You can imagine, if you imagine a little stick figure, and here they are, there's this big barrier, and they're just kind of stuck there. Instead, if they just build things and build and build and build, you don't really get stuck. And that's why I recommend search engine optimization to people so strongly, is because it's such a great way to build for yourself without having to go through gatekeepers and go through all these authority figures and get all these social proof, all this crowd on your side, and try to maintain your popularity socially and all that stuff. You still want to be aware of that. Certainly any kind of social proof you can get on your side, that's good. Any kind of authority you can get on your side, great. But instead of making it your go-to strategy, then if we go over here, back to our original slide, then make the social proof and the authority, make it just part of your gravy, part of your frame and your context that is strengthening you, rather than as your main thing that you're depending on. Okay, I will actually end this video here because we've gone on for 35 minutes. And then what I'll talk about in the next video, I want to talk to you a bit about how implication works with the brain and how you want to kind of figure out how to both make headlines and then make other elements of your communications work just right for you, where you are saying the right things so that you're neither just coming out and saying things too explicitly where it can be rejected, but where you're also not being so disconnected from what you're trying to communicate, right? Like, you can see this again easily in relationships, where either if you're too explicit about what you want, that can backfire, or if you hint around things too vaguely or too much, where the person can't connect the dots to what you want or figure out what you want, where that's a problem as well. And so you want to have an understanding of how to walk the line between doing those two things, where you're implicit enough that you're not just getting rejected because you're too obvious, but where you're not so hinting in this way that people can't understand what the heck you're getting at. Or even if they, regardless of whether they're getting conscious, they were also, their subconscious isn't really getting the message that you want it to get. So that's where we'll start in the next video. And then I have probably a lot more to say for you with frame and context, because there's a lot here.
Hey, this is Mike, and yesterday we unleashed the law of implication, and so glad for the response. I had a ton of people join up, and I'm happy for those people. I gotta say that I wanted to put this video out. It's pretty personal. I wanted to talk about my greatest fear, and you know, for years I kind of trudged along without the techniques available to me with the law of implication now. Just yesterday I went through a video that really actually blew my mind, the Money Getting #2 video on creativity. And it really brought something back to mind to me. Now, when we were doing OMG Live Nashville, it wrapped up just a little bit over a month ago. You know, leading up to that, I put out a prediction for people who joined. It's a little drive-by on where we held OMG Live Nashville there, Drury Plaza in Franklin. And one of the things I said to folks is that I predicted that about halfway through the event, somewhere along those lines, that they kind of get a feeling of fear. And that feeling of fear would be kind of a positive thing in the sense that, here's the thing, this is what I predicted, that they get about halfway through the event, each individual, and think to themselves, oh my gosh, what would I have done if I hadn't come to this event? And I'll tell you this, we got yet another 0 to 5 figure per month earnings report from that event in less than 30 days, 0 to 5 figures in less than 30 days, from Scott. Scott's got a new family, and what if, you know? And it was tough for Scott. I got to tell you, he had to leave his wife, not feeling well, and about to have a baby. Had to, you know, put a lot on the line to come to the event. But I imagine at this point that Scott's got to be thinking to himself, my gosh, what if I hadn't done this? You know, Rachel, Adam, Eleanor, just so many individuals we've already heard from. And how did I know, though? How did I know to predict such a thing? Because that's quite a statement that you'd look back almost in fear, like, what if I hadn't done this? And how did I know? Well, I'll tell you how I knew, because I get that feeling all the time. And the feeling comes from, where in the world would I be if I wasn't working with David Mills, if I hadn't had David to help me with strategy? And, you know, since David was the one who created and planned OMG Live Nashville, start to finish, and created it to be such a different event, then I knew that was going to be the nature of things with OMG Live Nashville, that it would be that kind of event, that oh my gosh kind of an event. And I will tell you this, there have been times when I haven't listened to David. And it's funny, we did a webinar yesterday for Project X, and Greg chimed in and said that he had completely gotten over the thought of not paying attention to David's plans, that David's plans absolutely were the right way to go, no matter how opposite of the right thing to do they seem to be. Again and again, they not only worked, but worked like gangbusters. And I look back with legitimate regret. There are decisions that I have made that if I knew then what I know now with law of implication, I could have spotted them. And I would pay thousands, in some cases I would pay $1 million or more to reverse these decisions, because they were so bad and so detrimental to my life, taking me back so far. And so I'm going to tell you this. For individuals who do join, you're going to have that effect. You're going to look back. You're going to get probably about halfway through it and think to yourself, oh my goodness, what if I hadn't gotten this? What if I hadn't gone through this and taken it really seriously? And unfortunately for folks who don't join us, and this is the kind of thing in this situation, we have priced this so anybody can get it. I mean, I guess worst case scenario, you have to eat some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches to get by, but it's so inexpensive for what you get with it. It's extraordinary. But there will be some individuals who don't get it, who will look back a year from today in my mind, anybody who doesn't get it can legitimately look back a year from today and think that they would pay thousands, tens of thousands, they would pay anything to reverse some of the decisions that they've made that they didn't have to, that they could have spotted with the law of implication. And again, I know this is quite a statement, but listen, we have extraordinary success, not just with business, but look, my quality of life is so high. Greg's quality of life is so high. David's quality of life is so high. It's not just because we're making money like gangbusters. And I'll tell you what, we wouldn't be making money anywhere near the scale that we are without the law of implication. That's just the reality of things. We want you to have this. It's there. It's available for you. We're very proud of it. I created a video for you yesterday that you can watch below when I was just, kind of beginning to announce it and so forth. And I want you to jump inside of it. And I want to hear from you. I'm very, very curious how many people get about halfway through and think, oh my gosh, OMG, what if I hadn't gotten this? And I think that's going to be a real common thread throughout things. So a little bit personal here, sharing with you my greatest fear. And, I really look forward to you jumping inside with so many people who've already jumped in on law of implication. And, I'll see you on the inside. Hey, this is Mike, and today is a really, really exciting day. I've returned to the scene of the crime. This is the Drury Plaza. That's where we held OMG Live just about a month ago today. That's when we wrapped things up. And something happened at OMG Live, kind of the dominoes started tumbling on something that I've been working on my entire internet marketing career. And today it's going to kind of come to the next level. Now, some notes on OMG Live. First of all, really, really extraordinary event. We're so happy for it. I know it's a little wind whip right now today, so you might be hearing a little bit of wind. But this road right here that you see, 65. When I first came to Franklin, I bought my house sight unseen. By the way, it's another story. Paid for it in cash, by the way. I saw the Drury Plaza right here, and I knew great things were going to happen there. I knew that's where we were going to have OMG Live. I'll hop in the GTR because I'm getting ready to film, to take this video and put it together for you in an email dispatch that will go out. Because today we are going to allow you to jump in on the law of implication. And the law of implication, again, it's the reason why I got into internet marketing. And to distribute it, to get it out to the world, it's something extraordinary. It's funny. David Mills and I have worked together underground for over 10 years, and we put together over $30 million worth of websites, going on 40 million now. And the law of implication is the methodology and the mental model behind everything that we've been doing. And it's something that David invented, and it's largely something that David has done for us. And it was first at OMG Live. David and I, of course, were at the event every day, and in between sessions, talking to individuals who had come from all around the world, paid thousands of dollars to come and join us. And by the way, we're very, very proud of the results that folks are already starting to have. I've heard from Eleanor, heard from Adam, heard from Rachel about brand new 5-figure per month successes. So really excited about that. A number of other people who have already been having success, taking their success to the next level. So that's very exciting for us. But one of the things that David really wanted to do, he really got fired up by OMG Live and by the attendees there. So you can thank them for this. Really decided to blow the lid off of the law of implication, and he started talking about it because he realized that the hardwiring and the tech stuff that we were teaching is so powerful that really the only thing to help people to take things to the next level would be to give them the methodology and mental model that we've been using behind the scenes for years. And when I say we, I use that loosely. Really, it's been David who's been using it. I've been benefiting from it. Greg's been benefiting from it. One of the things that you may not know is that David Mills makes all of the final decisions for OMG, and Greg and I have no problem with that. Now, we do our parts and we each work together on it, but David uses the law of implication to make the final calls for our business, and we have extraordinary success. I'll tell you this: I was trying to add things up, and over the last just a little bit over the last month or so, our websites have pulled in over $1.5 million in sales. So, I mean, it's really effective stuff. I mean, I'm not even talking about, $30 million one day long ago. I mean, this stuff is working right now. And after OMG Live, David started, kind of codifying and printing the law of implication, putting it down on video for you to be able to take advantage of. And there's several videos now, well over a dozen. And, for me, the standard for what I look forward to in any sort of video or episode or whatever, it all comes back to when I was a little kid and I had a subscription to X-Men. It's a comic book, and I remember every day coming home from school, checking the mailbox. Is it there? Is it there? Well, that's how I felt every single time, checking in our video uploads to see if David's got a new video, and today he did. The one today is on money getting and on creativity and creative tension. And it's funny because I've been working with this stuff for years, but it blew my mind what David was talking about in those videos. I filled up page after page of notebooks. Altogether, I would say in the last couple weeks, I filled up over 100 pages of notes in my notebook. My energy's up, my productivity's up, my creativity's up. Regardless, I mean, obviously, you probably, at this point, if you're watching this video, you probably figure that I've got at least something going on. Something that I'm successful with. I do make, 6 figures a month, and this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm studying. This is what I'm in on. This, to me, is, remember from Indiana Jones, the Ark of the Covenant. This is the Holy Grail. So, I want you to jump in on this. I think it's absolutely extraordinary. That's what I'm doing. I'm, getting ready to take this video, upload it to YouTube, get together one of my little email dispatches, and I'll send it over to you to check out. And I want you to open it up. David's created a couple of videos for you to go through, to savor and to have some aha moments. And we've priced law of implication extremely, extremely fair. It's not, I know that not everybody can get inside of OMG and HB 2014 Project X. Not everybody could attend OMG Live. Everybody can afford law of implication. You should, and it will help you take everything to your next level. It is a methodology and mental model for results, and that's what we're here to do. You wouldn't be watching this video, you wouldn't be online if you weren't looking to dramatically improve your results. We want that for you. So what I want you to do is jump inside the law of implication. This is my firmest endorsement. Nothing could be more important. Take advantage of it, even if you already have OMG and HB 2014 Project X, even if you already attended OMG Live. That's wonderful. All the more reason to really boost your results. Jump inside of jump inside of the law of implication, and start filling up notebook pages like I have been. You might want to start with the money getting section if that's your more your mentality, or you might want to start with the overall training and so forth. It'll all work for you, but I want you to jump inside. Again, this is my firmest endorsement, and I will see you on the inside of law of implication. We're going to be talking a lot about it. This is the new nomenclature. This is the language of success, of results, and I want you to have it. Okay, I'll see you on the inside.